The name on the invitation. By Aressa. Chapter 1, The Proper Daughter. The centerpiece of the Foundation's spring luncheon was a three-tiered arrangement of white calla lilies that Evelyn had personally specified in the event brief, and which the florist had delivered 4 inches shorter than ordered. She had noticed this at 9:10 that morning, said nothing to the florist, and by 11 o'clock had repositioned every floral arrangement in the Whitmore room so that the discrepancy looked intentional. This was the kind of problem Evelyn Vale solved before anyone else realized there had been a problem. She stood now at the far end of the reception hall with a glass of water she had no intention of drinking, watching the room the way a conductor watches an orchestra, not for pleasure, but for the first sign that anything was drifting off tempo. The Whitmore room at the Meridian Club occupied the top floor of a building that had been remodeled twice since the war, and the result was a peculiar layering of eras, plaster moldings that predated the Depression, curtains in a shade of ivory that suggested the early 50s, and track lighting that belonged firmly to this decade and sat with all the grace of a tourist at a formal dinner. Evelyn had requested different fixtures twice. She had been told twice that the membership committee was reviewing it. She had learned to angle the tables so that the most prominent guests were seated away from the tracks and toward the windows overlooking the square. The square was green today. April in the city arrived with that particular quality of light that made everything briefly forgivable, and the trees below had come into new leaf overnight, it seemed, the way they always did, one morning bare, the next morning insisting on themselves. Evelyn watched a cab navigate around a delivery truck below, watched 2 women in bright coats cross against the light, and returned her attention to the room. The luncheon was for the Vale Family Foundation's annual Giving Circle, which her mother called a cultivation event and which Evelyn understood to mean a room full of people who already had money being made to feel that giving some of it away would confirm their specialness. She did not say this aloud. She thought it while adjusting the placement card for Senator Moorfield's wife 6 inches to the left, which put it out of the draft from the service entrance and into the best light from the east windows, and then she smiled when Mrs. Moorfield arrived and expressed delight at being so thoughtfully situated. "Evelyn, darling." Her mother's voice arrived before her mother did, the way it always seemed to, as if Cordelia Vale's presence organized the air in advance. "Thomas needs you at the podium table. The senator's office called to say he's running 20 minutes behind, and someone needs to manage the seating shuffle without making it look like a shuffle. I'll handle it." "I know you will." Cordelia touched her elbow, not warmly, precisely, but with the confidence of a woman who had never doubted that touching another person's arm constituted sufficient affection. She was 56 and looked it in the way that only women who have maintained themselves with great discipline look their age, every line earned, every gray hair suppressed, the whole effect suggesting competence rather than decline. Her dress was dove gray with a narrow belt and she wore the pearl brooch that had belonged to Evelyn's grandmother and which Evelyn understood, with the particular clarity of a woman who has been raised on symbols, she would never be given. That was August's inheritance. The brooch, the name, the weight of the family's public story. Evelyn was a different kind of inheritance. She moved to the podium table and began the seating shuffle without making it look like a shuffle. She had done this particular thing, adjusting, compensating, smoothing the surface of occasions, so many times in her 29 years that it had become less a skill than a reflex, something that happened in her hands before it reached her conscious thought. She had been doing it, in one form or another, since she was 12 years old and had understood for the first time that the family standing was not simply given to them but was continuously performed, and that she was part of the performance. Thomas Bell appeared at her right shoulder with the expression he wore when something threatened to become mildly inconvenient. He was the Foundation's senior administrator, a man of 42 who wore his authority the way a banker wears a good suit, constantly, without ever appearing to think about it. "Senator Moorfield is 20 minutes out," he said. "I'm aware. I've moved the Greer table to create a natural buffer at the podium end. If we seat the Harrington party there temporarily, no one will perceive the gap." "And the program timing?" "Elaine can hold the opening remarks until he arrives. If the delay runs past the window, I'll give a brief welcome myself and let the tribute video run first. The senator's office will prefer it, he can arrive to applause instead of an apology." Thomas looked at her with the particular expression he reserved for moments when she had done something he would not have thought of and had no graceful way to credit. "Yes," he said. "Good." she returned to her position near the windows. The room was filling. She catalogued arrivals the way she always did, noting who had come together and who had come apart from who they were usually seen with, noting the 2 junior board members who were behaving with the specific suppressed formality of people who had recently argued, noting the presence of Naomi St. James near the back of the room in a dress that was impeccably chosen and an expression that was not. Naomi was the Foundation's primary community partner on the West Side Housing Initiative, which meant she was invited to these events and tolerated at them, and Evelyn watched her receive a greeting from one of the older board wives with the polite and entirely opaque composure of a woman who had learned exactly how much warmth to lend the powerful and still keep any of it for herself. Evelyn admired this, in the quiet way she admired things she could not afford to examine too closely. Miss Vale. Iris Whitcomb appeared at her side with a clipboard and the slightly breathless quality she brought to everything, as if each moment were moving faster than the one before it. Iris was 24 and served as junior assistant across the foundation and event coordination sphere, which was the kind of title that meant she did everything no one else wanted to do and noticed everything no one else thought to notice. The caterer is asking about the second wine service. Apparently the Bordeaux is running short and they want to know if you'd like to substitute the Cabernet Reserve or reduce the pour. Reduce the pour, Evelyn said, without hesitation. But fill the glasses more frequently. People notice absence less than presence. Iris wrote this down with the focused expression of someone storing it for future use, which was, Evelyn had come to understand, precisely what she was doing. Also, Mr. Bell wanted me to check whether you're giving the welcome or whether Mrs. Vale is, if the senator is still delayed past the half hour. I am. Evelyn looked at her. Has my mother said otherwise? She said she was flexible either way. Evelyn understood this to mean her mother had already decided and was waiting to see what Evelyn would do. This was one of Cordelia's methods: leave the space open, watch the choice, then either approve it or redirect it in a manner that made the redirect feel inevitable. Evelyn had spent approximately 17 years mapping this method with the precision of a cartographer and could now navigate it with her eyes closed. Tell Mr. Bell I'm handling the welcome, Evelyn said. And tell him I said so before my mother had the opportunity to revisit her flexibility. Iris blinked. Then, very carefully, she wrote something on the clipboard that was probably not what Evelyn had said verbatim. The luncheon proceeded. The senator arrived at 7 minutes past the half hour, which was close enough to on time that the adjustment was invisible, and Evelyn gave the welcome with the particular quality of warmth that she had spent years refining, intimate enough to feel personal, brisk enough to feel controlled, gracious enough that no one in the room would be able to identify, afterward, exactly what she had said. She spoke about the Foundation's history. She spoke about the privilege of public service. She used the phrase, our family's commitment, 4 times because Thomas had told her, years ago, that repetition of the word family signaled continuity to donors, and she had logged this observation and deployed it ever since without examining what it cost her to say. After the welcome she sat down and accepted the plate of food that appeared before her and ate approximately half of it. The senator gave a speech about the importance of civic partnership. 2 board members gave shorter speeches. Cordelia said a few words about legacy and the particular responsibility borne by those who had been given much, a sentiment she delivered with such seamless conviction that Evelyn, from her seat at the adjacent table, could almost believe her mother had not been practicing it since Tuesday. Then came the part of the afternoon that Evelyn privately considered the luncheon's true purpose, the unstructured social hour following the formal program, during which money changed hands not in pledges and formal commitments but in the handshakes and aside conversations and quiet agreements made between people who understood one another without needing to be explicit. Evelyn moved through this hour with the unhurried precision of a woman who knows every person in the room, their connection to every other person in the room, and the exact degree of warmth each of those connections required. Evelyn, you look extraordinary. This was Patricia Harrington, 70, with the grip of a much younger woman. Your mother must be so proud. She inspires me constantly, Evelyn said, which was true in the way a great many sentences were true, technically, partially, and at sufficient remove from their full meaning to be safe. And you're managing all of this yourself? The foundation events, the wedding preparations, I heard you're coordinating the Holloway wedding as well. My cousin Beatrice has been wonderful to work with, Evelyn said. The wedding will be lovely. June, wasn't it? The 14th. Perfect. Patricia Harrington's eyes drifted over Evelyn's shoulder with the selective attention of a woman who saw a better conversation approaching. You'll make sure I'm seated near the garden, won't you, Evelyn? My knees. Of course, Evelyn said, to Patricia Harrington's departing back. She stood for a moment in the middle of the room, held still by the particular quality of silence that can exist in a crowded space when you are, in some fundamental way, alone inside it. Around her the room continued to move and talk and gesture. Across the room her mother was laughing at something the senator had said, tilting her head in the precise angle that communicated both delight and authority. Near the windows, Thomas Bell was steering a conversation toward its intended conclusion with the efficiency of a man who had been steering conversations his whole professional life and no longer needed to think about it. Evelyn's name was called 4 more times in the next 40 minutes. Each time she turned, smiled, engaged, answered, directed, smoothed, completed. Each time she heard her own name she registered it in the way she had been registering it for the last 12 years, as a sound that she answered to, competently and without hesitation, the way a professional answers to a role. It was not her name. Or rather, it was a name. It was the name on the foundation's letterhead and the seating cards and the invitation envelopes she addressed by hand in the evenings when the office was quiet and she could take off her shoes under the desk without anyone remarking on it. It was the name her mother had chosen for her, carefully and with the particular strategy of a woman who understood that even a name could position a daughter correctly within the social architecture the family required. The name she had been born with, the name that had existed briefly, warmly, in her earliest years before the family's needs had reorganized around her, had been retired. Not dramatically. Not in a single confrontation. Just gradually, in the way things are retired when no one wants to acknowledge the decision being made, by being used less and less, until the absence was so established that filling it again felt foreign. Evelyn answered to Evelyn. She smoothed the sleeve of her dress, which did not need smoothing, and smiled at the room, and went to intercept the foundation's youngest board member before he said something to the senator's aide that would require management. At 4:15, the last guests departed, and Evelyn sat alone at the podium table with her water glass and the ruins of an afternoon. The calla lilies, repositioned, stood in their correct approximation of intention. The light through the windows had gone gold. Iris was collecting place cards from the tables with the systematic efficiency of someone who had already mentally started the next task, and Thomas was on the telephone in the corridor, and the room had the quiet of a machine gone briefly still between operations. Evelyn touched the edge of the nearest place card, which read, in the calligrapher's hand she had specified, Mrs. Senator Daniel Moorfield. She looked at the letters, the careful italic script, the way a name on paper could contain a woman's entire social existence in 6 words and not contain her at all. She set the card down. Good afternoon, Miss Vale. Iris reappeared at the end of the table. Your car's been arranged for 5. And Mrs. Vale asked me to tell you dinner is at 7, family only. Thank you, Evelyn said. She straightened in her chair and picked up her clutch and was composed again by the time she stood, so completely that there was nothing in her bearing to suggest the moment of stillness that had preceded it. She walked out of the Whitmore room. In the corridor, her reflection moved alongside her in the dark glass of the framed photographs, foundation galas, civic events, handshakes with men in office, and she walked past it without looking, as she always did, because she had learned very young that reflections were only useful when you were prepared for what they showed you. She was not, today, particularly prepared. The elevator doors opened. She stepped inside. The doors closed, and in the polished metal of them she saw herself again, composed, elegant, slim in the black sheath dress she had chosen this morning with the particular calculation of a woman who knows her wardrobe is also an argument. The elevator descended. Outside, the square was still green. The light was still gold. The city moved with the indifference of cities, which Evelyn had always found privately comforting. That all of this, the performance, the positioning, the 12 years of careful self-arrangement, was, to the street below, neither extraordinary nor worth remarking upon. Her car arrived at 5 exactly. Chapter 2, A Driver, Not a Servant. Ruth Mercy had been reading houses since she was 19 years old. Not blueprints or floor plans. Houses the way they actually were, the placement of things, the distance between things, which rooms the people who lived in them chose to occupy and which they walked past quickly. You could learn a great deal about a household in the first 10 minutes inside it, more than the people who lived there intended to tell you and sometimes more than they knew themselves. The Vale house was a 5-story brownstone on the Upper West Side of the city, the kind of building that expressed money not through excess but through restraint, the quality of the brickwork, the proportion of the windows, the brass fittings that were cleaned but never polished to ostentation. She was admitted through the side entrance by a woman named Mrs. Okafor, who managed the household staff with the particular authority of someone whose position requires her to trust her own judgment and rarely gets thanked for it. Ruth liked her immediately. "The arrangement is 6 weeks," Mrs. Okafor said, leading her through the service corridor past the kitchen entrance and into the back hallway. "Primary car is the black Cadillac, Mr. Vale's preference, but he's in Washington through the end of the month, so you won't have him as a passenger for a while. Mrs. Vale uses the car on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Miss Vale has standing requests most weekday mornings and several evenings. There's also the foundation van for event transport, but that one gets dispatched separately. I have my own transportation license and CDL endorsement," Ruth said. "And I've done event driving before," Sol Adler mentioned. Mrs. Okafor glanced at her sidelong with the calculating warmth of a woman who had been told something and was now measuring it against the person in front of her. "He said you were reliable. Sol says that about most people he sends somewhere. He said it about you like he meant it." Mrs. Okafor stopped at a door that opened onto the rear courtyard. A parking bay ran along the back of the building, and the black Cadillac sat at the near end of it, recently washed, gleaming in the gray morning light. The car keys are kept inside on a hook beside the service entrance. You'll want to arrive by 7:30 on mornings when Miss Vale has early appointments. She has 4 in the next 2 weeks. Ruth looked at the car. It was a 1962 DeVille, a good 3 years old but maintained so fastidiously that it could have passed for newer. She walked to it without being invited, tried the driver's door, found it unlocked, and looked inside at the interior, cream leather, not a mark on it, the floor mats brushed clean. She checked the mirrors, checked the sight lines, ran her hand along the underside of the dashboard where things sometimes got stuck that shouldn't be stuck. "You always check it like that?" Mrs. Okafor asked, from the courtyard. "First day at a new house," Ruth said. "Yes." She came back out and pulled the door closed. "The schedule for this week is in the front hall," Mrs. Okafor said. "You'll want to look it over before this afternoon. Miss Vale has a foundation meeting at 3 and a dinner engagement at 7, separate locations. Will I meet Miss Vale before then?" "You'll meet her when she comes downstairs." Mrs. Okafor said this without particular inflection, but Ruth understood it as information. Evelyn Vale was not the kind of woman who came down early to meet the new driver. Not from indifference, necessarily. The house had a quality about it, a precision to the way it was maintained, each item in the hallway slightly more considered than it needed to be, the flowers on the entry table fresh but structured, that suggested the household ran on schedule rather than impulse, and that the people who moved through it had learned to move the same way. Ruth went inside, collected the weekly schedule from the front hall, and read it at the kitchen table while Mrs. Okafor poured coffee without being asked. The schedule was dense. She had done 6-week placement work before, mostly for business travel and the occasional family with a standing social calendar, but the Vale household's calendar had a particular quality she recognized from other houses of this kind. Everything was coded to look like preference when it was actually obligation. Foundation, coordination meeting, discretionary, meant non-optional. Luncheon, Mrs. H., social, meant professionally necessary. The word discretionary appeared 8 times across the week and Ruth suspected it had never, in this house, been understood to mean what it said. She was still reading when she heard footsteps on the staircase, not the service stairs but the main hall stairs, which she could tell from the sound because the main hall stairs were carpeted and the service ones were not, but the footsteps were measured and deliberate in a way that briefly reminded her of someone keeping perfect time with a metronome, and then the footsteps stopped. "You must be the driver." Ruth turned. Evelyn Vale stood in the kitchen doorway in a way that suggested she was not, as a rule, someone who stood in kitchen doorways. She had clearly just come from a morning appointment of some kind. Her dress was a deep burgundy, her hair set with the precision of a woman who either spent real time on it or paid someone well to make it look like she didn't, and she was wearing the kind of composure that Ruth associated with people who put it on along with their clothes every morning and did not take it off until they were entirely alone. She was also, and Ruth noticed this and then moved on from it with the practiced efficiency of a woman who had learned to notice things and move on, exceptionally beautiful in the specific, structured way of a face built to hold itself still without looking cold. Ruth Mercy, Ruth said. Sol Adler connected me through the Foundation's service contact. I know how you came to be here. Evelyn looked at the schedule on the table, then at Ruth. You've reviewed the week? Going through it now. The 3 o'clock meeting runs between 90 minutes and 2 hours, depending on Thomas Bell's mood. The dinner at 7 has a 9 o'clock end time that should be taken as approximate. I've never left one of Dr. Reardon's dinners before 9:30. She moved to the counter and poured her own coffee with the efficiency of a woman who has made peace with the fact that she will make it herself or wait. The dinner address is on the card in the front hall. The restaurant does not have a parking agreement with the garage across the street, but the garage on Clement will hold a car if you arrive before the hour. I'll find it before 3, Ruth said. Evelyn looked at her over the edge of the coffee cup. It was a brief look, the kind that was actually 2 looks, the first one measuring, the second one deciding what to do with the measurement. Good, she said. Ruth folded the schedule and set it on the table. Is there anything specific about your preferences I should know before this afternoon? Some people prefer quiet. Some people want the radio. Some people want the air and some people don't. A slight pause. Quiet, Evelyn said. Unless I indicate otherwise. Understood. And I prefer to let myself in and out of the car. Ruth kept her face neutral. This was, in her experience, either the preference of someone who had been made uncomfortable by too much hovering attendance, or someone who needed to be the one in control of every entrance and exit. She could not yet tell which. I won't hover, she said. Something shifted fractionally in Evelyn's expression, not surprise, exactly, but the near relation of surprise that occurs when someone says precisely the right word and the person it's directed at has not expected precision. Then the composure reasserted itself, smooth and total, and Evelyn set her coffee cup down. The car should be out front by 2:45, she said. It'll be there, Ruth said. Evelyn left the kitchen. Ruth listened to the measured footsteps return to the hall stairs, and then the house was quiet again except for the sound of Mrs. Okafor washing cups at the sink and the traffic outside the front windows and the specific interior quiet of a household that was very full of things and very sparse of the kind of noise that comes from ease. She looked at the schedule again. Foundation, coordination meeting, discretionary. 3 p.m. She uncapped her pen and wrote the Clement Street garage hours in the margin. The morning passed without incident. Ruth drove the car to Sol's garage on Prospect Street after breakfast, had Sol check the brake fluid and the rear tire pressure because she trusted her own eyes but trusted Sol's hands better on a car she'd never driven, and was back at the brownstone by noon. She used the afternoon to walk the routes to the 3 o'clock meeting address and the dinner restaurant, timing traffic, noting the one-ways, identifying the corner where the afternoon crosstown always backed up and the workaround that came out half a block from the meeting building side entrance. She knew, from experience, that employers like this one did not always ask for thoroughness. They assumed it or they didn't think about it at all. But there was a particular quality to thoroughness, to arriving somewhere ahead of the time required, to already knowing the answer before the problem presented itself, that Ruth had learned was one of the few forms of authority available to a woman in her position. She was not going to be thanked for it. She was not looking to be thanked. She was looking to be trusted, which was a different and in some ways more useful thing. At 2:40 she brought the Cadillac around front. At 2:44, Evelyn came out of the front door with a leather portfolio under one arm and a look of someone already 4 steps into whatever needed doing next. She opened her own door, settled into the back seat, and closed it behind herself without assistance. Ruth pulled away from the curb. The route to the Foundation offices on Hartwell Street took 22 minutes in the early afternoon traffic, and Ruth drove it the way she drove everything, efficiently, without unnecessary speed, paying attention to the things that needed attention. Evelyn, in the rear, opened the portfolio and reviewed whatever was in it with the focused quiet of a woman accustomed to using transit time. They did not speak. At a red light on Maynard, a delivery truck pulled alongside them and the driver leaned on his horn for no discernible reason at the sedan ahead, and the sound was sudden and jarring in the quiet. Ruth saw, in the rearview mirror, Evelyn's hand still completely for just a moment, not a flinch, nothing that dramatic, but a brief cessation of motion that lasted half a second and then resumed without acknowledgement. Ruth returned her eyes to the road. She had been right about the composure being something put on along with the clothes. That didn't surprise her. What surprised her, slightly, was how practiced it was, the kind of practice that comes not from performance anxiety but from genuine need, the kind that meant the composure was not arrogance but armor, and had been for a long time. This was not her business. She pulled up to the Hartwell Street building at 3:03, which accounted for a slowdown on Clement she had anticipated. Evelyn was out of the car before it had fully stopped rocking, portfolio already open, heels already on the sidewalk. She walked toward the entrance without looking back. Ruth parked, cut the engine, and sat quietly with the windows open in the April afternoon. 90 minutes, she thought. Maybe 2 hours. She had brought a book. She opened it, found her page, and was several paragraphs in when she became aware that she was not actually reading it, that she was instead watching the building in trance with a quality of attention she had not budgeted for and did not particularly want. She looked back at the page. The afternoon was warm. The traffic moved. From somewhere down the block came the thin sound of a radio through an open window, a jazz station playing something slow and bright at the same time. Ruth read her book and thought about nothing in particular, and did not think about the way the composer had paused at the red light, and told herself this with sufficient firmness that she almost believed it. The meeting ran an hour and 57 minutes. Evelyn came out at 5:10 with a different look, not the sharp 4 steps ahead focus of arrival, but something slightly flattened, the way a room looks after all the windows have been shut. She opened her own door. She sat down. She pulled the door closed. Ruth waited. The restaurant on Clement, Evelyn said. 47. You have the address. Yes, Ruth said. You may want to stop at the house first. I need to change. The house is on the way. Ruth started the car. In the rearview mirror, Evelyn had her eyes closed for exactly 1 block, just long enough to acknowledge to herself whatever the afternoon had cost her, and then she opened them and looked out the window, and the composure was back, total and seamless, as if it had never been anywhere else. Ruth kept her eyes on the road. She told herself, for the second time that afternoon, that this was not her business. She drove. Chapter 3, The Family Name. The Vale family had dinner on Wednesdays. Not only on Wednesdays, there were Sunday lunches in season, and the occasional Friday gathering when August was in town and Cordelia wanted the appearance of spontaneity, but Wednesdays were the standing engagement, the one that had been standing since Evelyn was old enough to sit at a table without prompting. It was held in the dining room on the 2nd floor, which was not the grand formal dining room on the parlor level used for guests but the smaller room that Evelyn had once, at age 10, called the real dining room and been corrected for. Her mother had said that the distinction between formal and informal dining was not a distinction between real and unreal, but between occasions. Evelyn had nodded and filed this correction in the same place she filed most of her mother's corrections, accurately and for future reference. The Wednesday dinner table had 8 chairs and tonight used 3 of them, Cordelia at the head, Evelyn at her right, and August across, arriving 11 minutes late with a loosened tie and the easy apology of a man who had spent his life being forgiven for small failures because the larger ones had always been preemptively managed by someone else. Traffic from the airport, he said, dropping into his chair and accepting the wine Mrs. Okafor poured before he could reach for the bottle himself. Geneva says hello. You could have phoned from Geneva, Cordelia said. I did phone from Geneva. You phoned from Geneva to say you were taking an earlier flight. That is not the same as phoning to have a conversation. I was on an earlier flight. Evelyn ate her soup. She had learned, over the years, that the early minutes of Wednesday dinner were her mother and brother establishing the week's emotional weather, and that the most efficient response was to let the weather establish itself before committing to any position within it. August was 4 years older than her, broadly charming, and served as the foundation's public face in the way that older brothers in families like theirs often did, by showing up beautifully and saying the right things, while the administrative and operational reality was managed by someone else. In the Vale family, the someone else was Evelyn. August did not consider this an arrangement. August considered it an organic distribution of strengths. How were the meetings? Cordelia asked him. Productive. He cut his roll. There's interest in expanding the European Partnership for the Education Initiative. I told them we'd have a preliminary proposal by September. Thomas will need to review the funding structure. Thomas always needs to review everything. Thomas's reviewing things is why we haven't had a public embarrassment in 11 years. Cordelia said this in the tone she used for facts, which meant it could not be disputed without seeming willfully obtuse. Evelyn, how was the luncheon? Successful, Evelyn said. The senator arrived late, but it was managed well. Patricia Harrington pledged an additional 15% above her standing gift, which I'll confirm in writing this week. Patricia is reliable. She is. I'll need the Clement Street corporate account information for the acknowledgement letter. The last address I have for her estate office may have changed. Ask Iris. She updated the donor files last month. I'll check with her. Evelyn reached for her water glass. Thomas also wants to discuss the Holloway wedding logistics this week. Specifically the foundation's involvement in the reception dinner, whether it's formally associated or only informally. Cordelia considered this with the particular stillness she brought to questions that had already been answered internally. It will be formally associated. Beatrice's marriage to Calvin is a significant social event and the foundation's presence should be legible. We've discussed this. We discussed it in February. The specifics weren't finalized. They're finalized now. Cordelia lifted her own wine glass. The reception dinner will carry the foundation's name in the program. We'll use it to announce the spring giving cycle. Thomas has the details. August glanced between them with the expression he wore when he recognized that a conversation had two surfaces and was choosing to engage only with the upper one. How's Beatrice holding up? Geneva asked. Beatrice is fine, Evelyn said. She seemed nervous at Easter. She's getting married in 6 weeks. Nervous is appropriate. Calvin Holloway is a very solid match, Cordelia said, in the tone of a woman who has assessed and approved a transaction. The family is well positioned and the connection benefits both houses. Beatrice should be grateful. Evelyn ate her fish. She thought about Beatrice at Easter, standing near the garden doors with a champagne glass she kept forgetting to drink from, watching the room the way Evelyn sometimes watched rooms when she thought no one was watching her. The expression had lasted approximately 4 seconds before Beatrice's mother had materialized with a cousin's child for her to admire, and the expression had disappeared as efficiently as smoke. The wedding planning is progressing on schedule, she said, because something needed saying and this was accurate and neutral. The invitations went out last week. I've been consulting on the event coordination. I know you have. Cordelia looked at her with the particular warmth she reserved for moments of functional competence. You've been invaluable, Evelyn. As you always are. Evelyn received this the way she always received her mother's compliments, with a smile she had constructed to look genuine and a slight internal repositioning, like something settling into a slightly narrower space. The new driver, August said, reaching for the bread. Mrs. Okafor mentioned. She started Monday, Evelyn said. Ruth Mercy. Competent? Thoroughly. Sol Adler's network, Cordelia said, mildly. This was not a question, but it carried the faint inflection of one, the kind that meant she had already researched the answer and was giving Evelyn the opportunity to provide it correctly. She came through Sol, yes. She has a clean record, appropriate licensing, and handled both Monday's routes without any issues. Evelyn set down her fork. I've also confirmed she can support the wedding weekend logistics. We'll need additional transport for the arrival day and the reception. Good. Cordelia returned her attention to her plate, which meant the subject had been evaluated, found acceptable, and filed. I want the foundation van assigned to the rehearsal dinner transfers. The guest list includes several people who cannot be expected to arrange their own transportation, and it should not look like we haven't anticipated this. I'll coordinate with Thomas. And Evelyn. Cordelia's tone shifted, not dramatically, but perceptibly, in the way a piece of music shifts from major to minor, something in the key itself changing without the tempo altering. I've been speaking to the printers about the wedding program. There's a question of the tribute page. Evelyn looked at her mother. Beatrice's family wants the Vale connection noted in the formal lineage section, Cordelia said. The full name. As it appears on the foundation correspondence. The full name. Evelyn touched the edge of her napkin ring, a small automatic adjustment that her hands made when her thoughts needed a moment to arrive at their arranged positions. The full name was a long one. Her given name first, Evelyn, which was safe enough, and then the middle name, which was her grandmother's name, which was also her mother's name, which was also the name of the dead sister who had not survived to claim her place in the family's forward generation, and which had been placed on Evelyn at 17 in a ceremony that was not ceremonial but simply inevitable, in the aftermath of what the family referred to as the unpleasantness and what Evelyn remembered as the first time she had understood that her mother's love was conditional on her continued legibility as the right kind of daughter. Evelyn Vale, given name. Cordelia, for her grandmother and the dead sister both. The second Cordelia in the family, the reserve Cordelia, the one who answered to Evelyn because the other name was the family's name and the family did not want to see it diminished by being assigned to a daughter who might embarrass them. She had been Evelyn for 12 years. She was competent at it. Of course, she said. The full name. I'll confirm it with the printer this week. Cordelia nodded once, the satisfied nod of a woman whose expectations have been met, and returned to her dinner. August, across the table, was pouring himself more wine. He caught Evelyn's eye with the slightly rueful look he deployed when their mother had done something he found awkward and felt no obligation to address. She returned it with nothing, because she had also spent 12 years mastering the particular blankness required when your brother witnesses your management and finds it poignant and not worth disrupting his dinner for. The Harrington girl is engaged, he said, offering this as a subject change with the ease of a man who had other subject changes in reserve if this one failed. Mother, did you hear? Edward Harrington's youngest. Cordelia had heard. The conversation moved on to the Harrington engagement, and then to August's colleague in Geneva, and then to the endowment review scheduled for the end of the month, and Evelyn ate her dinner and participated and was useful and present and entirely composed, and thought about the program printers and the tribute page and the full name that would appear in the lineage section of her cousin's wedding program, formal and permanent and entirely correct. Evelyn Cordelia Vale. The second name landing in her thoughts the way it always did when she had to produce it, not as a sound but as a weight. After dinner she sat in the small study off the second-floor landing and worked through the correspondence that had accumulated since the luncheon, acknowledgement notes, follow-up scheduling, the pending donor file that Iris had flagged for review. She wrote in the precise, unhurried hand her mother had had her practice for 3 years under a tutor, each letter formed with care, each word chosen with the particular economy of someone who knows that written words outlast the intention behind them. At 9 o'clock she wrote the letter to Patricia Harrington's estate office, confirming the pledge and expressing the Foundation's gratitude in the precise register of formality and warmth that such letters required. She signed it the way she always signed Foundation correspondence, Evelyn Vale, Director of Donor Relations, the Vale Family Foundation. She looked at the signature for a moment. Then she folded the letter and sealed the envelope and added it to the outbox and moved on to the next one. Outside, the city went on with its business. The Wednesday night street below the study window was quiet enough to hear a group of young people passing on the sidewalk, their voices running over each other, someone laughing at the end of a sentence. She could not tell, from the sound alone, what was funny. But the laugh was unguarded, the kind that happens before a person can decide whether they meant to laugh that much, and she listened to it until it faded and the street was quiet again. She picked up the next letter. Chapter 4, Useful Women. The Foundation's spring benefit at the Caldwell Hotel was Ruth's first real test, and she knew it before she arrived. Not because anyone had said so. The week had been routine enough: morning pickups, 2 afternoon runs to the Hartwell offices, one long evening that ended at 10 when the dinner at Dr. Reardon's ran exactly as long as Evelyn had predicted. Ruth had been quiet when quiet was called for and present when presence was needed, and had begun, in the small careful way of a new placement, to understand the rhythm of the household, when Mrs. Okafor's manner sharpened, the morning before a Cordelia event, when the house went very still, the hour after Evelyn returned from a meeting with Thomas Bell, when the Cadillac was likely to be called for on short notice, always, and never purely by chance. The benefit was different. It was a full evening program, cocktails at 6, dinner at 7:30, a live auction between courses, dancing after 10. 240 guests. 3 Foundation board members. Senator Moorfield again, and this time his actual presence rather than his delayed presence, which Ruth gathered from the way Thomas Bell's name appeared twice in Evelyn's schedule notes with underlines she had not drawn in any other entry. Ruth arrived at the Caldwell at 5 o'clock to walk the property. The Caldwell was one of the old Midtown hotels, the kind that had survived 3 decades of the city's changing identity by deciding early that some guests would always prefer the established to the fashionable. Its ballroom occupied the second floor and connected to a terrace overlooking the interior courtyard, and Ruth walked it methodically: the main entrance, the service entrance, the access point for the catering trucks, the elevator bank, the emergency stairs, the 2 corridors connecting the reception lobby to the ballroom's east and west doors. She identified the nearest telephone alcove to the main hall, the location of the coat room, the placement of the hotel's private security, and the fact that the parking approach on Caldwell Lane required a left turn off the main avenue that most drivers would misjudge in the dark. She had time before Evelyn arrived, so she also found the manager and confirmed the private parking arrangement, tipped the doorman $5, and made herself known to the catering supervisor, whose name was Marcus, and who told her with the resigned authority of a man who had run many such events that there was always at least one guest who would need to be helped to their car before the dancing started. "I'll be on the east side door after 10, Ruth said. Marcus looked at her with the evaluating expression of someone deciding whether a stranger is worth the investment of information. "The senator's detail parks on the ramp level," he said. "Stay out of that lane or they'll ask you to move and you won't appreciate how they ask." "Noted," Ruth said. She had already noted it, but she let him tell her. She went back to the car, rolled down the window, and ate the sandwich she had packed from Mrs. Okafor's kitchen at noon. It was 20 past 5. The afternoon was tipping toward evening and the light over the avenue had gone the warm lateral color it turned when the sun cleared the building line and came through level. 2 pigeons worked the gutter by the service entrance with the focused optimism of birds who had learned that enough persistence was eventually rewarded. At 5:55 she drove to the front entrance and waited. Evelyn arrived at 6 with a different quality of composure than the one she wore to morning meetings. The evening version was more complete, not more elaborate, exactly, but more total, the way a finished painting is qualitatively different from a detailed sketch. She wore black, long and narrow, with elbow-length gloves and a strand of pearls that Ruth suspected were the real thing. She had the kind of evening presence that made people on a sidewalk briefly look, not because she sought attention but because something about her arrangement set occasion in a language that bypassed conscious evaluation. She let herself into the car. "You've walked the property," she said. It was not a question. Ruth was still adjusting to Evelyn's way of stating observations as if they were mildly interesting facts she had registered while thinking about something else. "I have. The senator's detail is on the ramp level, I'll stay off that lane. Marcus from catering says the east door is the cleanest exit after 10 if any guests need help early." "Marcus has managed the Caldwell events for 9 years, Evelyn said. "He's worth listening to." She opened the small portfolio she had carried from the house. "Tonight will be long. There's an issue with the auction lots." Thomas consolidated 2 items that should have remained separate, and the donor who provided one of them is here tonight and does not yet know. "I'll need to manage that conversation before the auction begins." "What time does the auction start?" "Between courses, so 9 at the earliest. The issue needs to be addressed no later than 8:30. She was reading something in the portfolio with the brisk attention of someone problem-solving out loud to a room rather than asking for help. "I'll find the moment." "Would it help to know where he's seated?" Ruth asked. Evelyn looked up. I can find out from Marcus before I come back inside, Ruth said. He'll have the seating arrangement. A pause, the same brief measuring pause Ruth had noticed on the first day, as if Evelyn was recalibrating something before answering. Yes, she said. That would be useful. Ruth nodded and started the car. The evening began with the particular formality of events designed to look effortless. Ruth stationed herself as planned, managed 2 early departures by 9:45, and had delivered Evelyn's request. The donor in question was at table 7, positioned near the west bar, and the easiest approach from the ballroom entrance was the service corridor that bypassed the main crowd, to Iris via a folded note carried in at 8 o'clock when Iris slipped out to the lobby to check the coat situation. Iris had looked at the note, looked at Ruth, and said, "She's going to want to know how you knew to do this." "She doesn't have to know," Ruth said. "She just has to get to table 7 by 8:20. Iris nodded slowly, tucking the note into her program. "You've worked events before." "Some." "These kinds of events?" "Similar kinds." Ruth held the lobby door open, and Iris went back inside, and that was that. The auction trouble was resolved by 8:40, which Ruth knew because at 8:42 Evelyn appeared briefly in the lobby on her way to the powder room, and the particular tension in her shoulders that had been visible from 30 feet had eased by approximately half. Ruth noted this and went back to the east door. Just before midnight, with the dancing underway and the principal guests settled into the comfortable torpor of a successful evening, a situation developed. It was not a dramatic situation. One of the younger board members, a man named Fitzwilliam who had drunk slightly more than the evening called for and had been working himself toward a conversation with a foundation contact that would embarrass everyone involved, was moving across the ballroom with the focused instability of a man who believed himself to be moving with great purpose. Ruth saw it from the doorway before anyone inside had registered it. She was inside the room before she had decided to move, which was a thing that happened sometimes when the situation was clear enough, her body arriving at the correct response before her conscious reasoning caught up. She was beside Fitzwilliam in 6 steps, had his arm, and was steering him with the gentle but immovable firmness of a woman who has made herself impossible to resist without making a scene. "Mr. Fitzwilliam," she said. "Your car is ready. The doorman asked me to come find you." Fitzwilliam looked at her with the mild befuddlement of a man whose narrative has been interrupted. "My car? It's been waiting on the Caldwell Lane side." "Very good evening, wasn't it?" She kept moving. He moved with her, carried by the momentum of her certainty, which was sufficient to substitute for his own. In the hallway, she passed him to the doorman on the east side with 3 words and a look that the doorman, who had done this many times, understood immediately. When she came back through the east door, Iris was standing just inside it. "That was going to be very bad," Iris said. "I know. How did you were outside." "The door has a window," Ruth said. "You can see most of the room from the right angle." Iris looked at the door, as if reassessing its function. "I'm going to tell Miss Vale." "You don't need to." "I'm going to anyway." Iris went back toward the ballroom with the decisive energy of someone carrying information they consider important. Ruth leaned against the wall for a moment, in the quiet of the service corridor, and let the adrenaline clear. She had kept herself from thinking too directly all evening about the particular quality of the look Evelyn had given her in the car, that recalibrating pause, the fractional shift in register that occurred when the word useful settled somewhere other than where the speaker expected it to land. Ruth had spent a long time being useful. She was very good at it. She understood the difference between being useful and being valued, and had learned to avoid confusing the two, because the confusion was expensive. She was not going to confuse them here. That was the decision she had made when she took this placement, and she was going to maintain it with the same methodical care she brought to everything else. At 12:30, when Evelyn came out to the east entrance in her coat, she looked at Ruth with the particular directness that was becoming familiar. "Iris told me," she said. "It was a minor situation. It would not have remained minor." A pause. "The approach you used, steering him to the door without alerting anyone inside. It's cleaner than the alternative." Evelyn was quiet for a moment. "Then, you handled it correctly." She said this with the slightly effortful quality of someone who gives precise credit when credit is due and has not always had occasion to do so. And the information about Table 7 was also correctly handled. Iris is quick, Ruth said. She understood it faster than I expected. Iris understands most things faster than people expect. Evelyn looked at the street, which was quiet now, the main avenue half emptied of traffic. The car? On Caldwell Lane. I'll bring it around. She walked to get the car with the clear intention of not looking back, and maintained this intention successfully until she was 20 feet down the sidewalk, at which point she glanced back for no particular reason, and found that Evelyn had not gone back inside but was still standing in the doorway, watching the street. Ruth faced forward and kept walking. Do not confuse useful for valued, she told herself. She had learned this lesson once, the hard way, in the early years of assembling the life she had now. She was not going to unlearn it in a hotel doorway because a woman with extraordinary posture had told her she handled something correctly. She collected the car, brought it around, and waited at the curb. When Evelyn got in, she said, "Quiet, please," and Ruth drove, and the city moved past them in the dark, and Ruth thought about nothing she had decided not to think about, which was a skill she had also spent a long time developing and which she applied with the same methodical care as everything else. Almost. Chapter 5, printed in gold. The wedding stationery arrived on a Thursday morning in 2 flat boxes wrapped in tissue paper, and by 10 o'clock it was spread across the long table in the foundation's smaller conference room, which Evelyn had commandeered for the afternoon because it was the only room in the Hartwell offices with adequate surface area and no scheduled meeting. She did this work here rather than at home because at home her mother would review it over her shoulder and at home there was always the sense of someone else's opinion forming in the adjacent room, waiting to enter. At Hartwell she had 4 hours and the door. The stationery boxes contained the final proofs of the wedding invitations, the ceremony programs, the reception dinner menus, the escort card set, the place cards for 212 named guests, the tribute page inserts, and the announcements, the formal printed notices that would be sent to the press and to the wider social register after the ceremony, bearing the names and family affiliations in the order and register that the printing house had been given in Evelyn's meticulous brief. She opened the invitations first. Mr. and Mrs. Dorset Holloway request the honor of your presence at the marriage of their daughter Beatrice and Holloway to Mr. Calvin James Holloway. Calvin and Beatrice shared a surname only by coincidence. His family was from the Virginia Holloways and hers from the Connecticut branch, and the printer had been given explicit instructions to include the state affiliations in the formal program because the families considered the distinction important. Evelyn had relayed this instruction without comment, because it was not her wedding and the distinction, while socially legible to approximately 40 people in the world, was evidently significant to those 40 people. She set the invitation down and opened the ceremony program. The program was 8 pages, cream stock, printed in a typeface called Garamond that the printer had recommended and that Evelyn had approved after comparing it against 3 alternatives, because the typeface of a wedding program was one of those details that guests noticed without knowing they noticed it. It contributed to the overall impression of occasion in the way that the right cut of a dress contributed to the impression of a woman, invisibly, completely. The names in the program were set in a slightly larger point than the surrounding text, so that they lifted from the page, Beatrice and Holloway. Calvin James Holloway. Their parents' names, their witnesses, the officiant. And on the 3rd page, where the tribute section began, the family acknowledgments. The families of the bride and groom wish to express their gratitude to the Vale Family Foundation and its Director of Donor Relations, Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale, for her generous support of this celebration. She read the line twice. Evelyn Cordelia Vale. The names sat on the cream stock in Garamond type with the same weight as all the other names, Beatrice and Holloway, Calvin James Holloway, Dorset Holloway, the officiant's reverend title, and it looked correct. It looked official. It looked like the name of a real person in the world who had a fixed and legible place in this occasion. Evelyn set the program down. She picked up the next one, which was identical, because there were 212 of them, each one bearing the same line in the same type. She set it down. She moved to the escort cards, which were ivory with gold leaf borders. Her mother had specified gold, which Evelyn had relayed to the printer, and the gold was beautiful and exact, the kind of lettering that made the person whose name appeared in it feel briefly that they were being affirmed by something permanent. Each card bore a name and a table number. Mrs. Patricia Harrington, Table 3. Senator and Mrs. Daniel Moorfield, Table 1. She moved through them in order. The names were correct. The table numbers corresponded to the seating chart she had finalized with Beatrice's mother 2 weeks ago. She checked 6 of them against the chart and found no errors. She reached her own, Miss Evelyn Vale, Table 2. Family table. She would be at the family table, which was correct and expected and not worth examining. She set the card down and picked up the next one. She was almost to the end of the escort card box when the conference room door opened. Ruth came in without knocking, which was the first unexpected thing, and then stopped in the doorway when she saw the table, which was the second. "Iris said you were here," Ruth said. "The car's ready if you need it, but I wanted to confirm the time for the afternoon. Your schedule says 3 o'clock, but Iris wrote 2:30 in the corridor." 3 o'clock, Evelyn said. Iris is managing 2 things at once and writes down whichever time is in her head at the moment. I should have it corrected. Ruth looked at the table, not at Evelyn, but at the table, the spread of stationery, the layered pages and cards and inserts, the gold-lettered escort cards face up across the surface. "That's a great deal of paper," she said. 212 place settings plus programs, menus, and announcements. Evelyn picked up the next escort card. The proofs have to be checked against the seating chart before they go to final print. There are enough names here that a transposition error could create a genuinely unpleasant situation. Ruth stayed in the doorway, which she had not been invited past, but she was looking at the table in the particular way she sometimes looked at things, not glancing but actually looking, the way a person looks when they are genuinely interested and know it but haven't decided what to do with the interest yet. "Whose wedding?" she asked. "My cousin Beatrice. June 14th. The one Thomas Bell has 3 items underlined about. The same." Evelyn glanced up. "You remember the underlines. I drove you to the meeting where he asked about the parking." Evelyn registered this. She was becoming accustomed to Ruth's recall, its particularity, the fact that it was not performed but simply present, a feature of the way she moved through the world, and she found that being remembered precisely was a more unusual experience than it should have been. "The seating is complicated," she said, which was not what she had been about to say, but was true. "The Holloway family and the Vale family have 6 individuals who should not be seated within conversational range of one another for reasons that I have been told but am not at liberty to explain, which makes the table arrangement somewhat like a logic puzzle." Ruth came to the table. She had not been invited to do this either, but she came to it with the same quality of deliberate purposefulness that she brought to everything, as if permission was a thing she weighed and sometimes found less relevant than the situation. She looked at the seating chart Evelyn had opened beside the escort card box, then at the cards themselves. "Which 6?" she said. "I can't tell you which 6, Evelyn said. "I just said that. You don't have to tell me who they are. Just point to the table numbers." Evelyn looked at her for a moment, then pointed. "Tables 1, 2, 4, and 6. The constraint was triangular, 3 pairs, each pair requiring a minimum of 1 table's distance, and the tables were not arranged in a straight line but a U-shape, which changed the meaning of distance." Ruth looked at the chart in silence for approximately 30 seconds. Then she rearranged 3 escort cards, moving them from the table 2 and 4 positions to 6 and 8. "That works?" Evelyn asked. "The 3 pairs are all at least 2 tables away from each other on the U. And the people you've moved to 6 and 8 are still within range of the main family view, which is probably what the original placement was trying to accomplish." Ruth straightened and stepped back. "I may be wrong about the family view priority." "You're not wrong," Evelyn said, slowly. She looked at the rearranged cards. They were correct. The puzzle was solved more cleanly than the arrangement she had been working toward for 40 minutes. Ruth stepped back toward the door. 3 o'clock, then. "Yes." Evelyn looked up from the table. "Thank you." Ruth nodded and went out. Evelyn stood for a moment in the quiet of the conference room with the stationery spread around her and the 3 rearranged escort cards at their correct positions in the revised logic. The gold lettering caught the light from the window. She picked up the program again. Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale. She set it down. She picked up her pen and returned to the checking, card against chart, 212 names, each of them exactly who the printer said they were, each of them occupying the table number assigned to the person they had always been. The work took her until 2:45. She was thorough and did not rush, and when she finished she stacked the approved proofs into the box and sealed it and wrote the printer's address on the label in her precise, practiced hand. The conference room door was closed. The table was clear. The city outside the window was doing whatever it did on Thursday afternoons, indifferent and ongoing. She stood for one more moment before picking up her portfolio, and the moment was quiet in a particular way, not peaceful, but the kind of quiet that happens when a room has held a truth it was not designed for and has simply absorbed it, and offered nothing back. Then she picked up her portfolio and her coat and walked out to the elevator. Ruth had the car at the curb at 3 o'clock. Evelyn got in, settled, closed the door. "The printer's on Clement," she said. "I need to drop the box." Ruth pulled into traffic without a word, and Evelyn looked out the window, and the afternoon moved past them, and the box with its 212 names sat on the seat beside her, gold-lettered, exact, correct, and carrying the full weight of everyone the invitation said she was. Chapter 6, After the Donors Leave. The West Side Housing Initiative reception was not glamorous. This was, Evelyn understood, the point. The foundation held two categories of event, the ones designed to make donors feel that their money had purchased them entry into something beautiful, and the ones designed to make the public believe the foundation was serious. The West Side reception was the second kind. It was held in a community center on a street that required Ruth to park the Cadillac 3 blocks north because the street itself was too narrow for the turn, and it was catered by a local operation rather than one of the hotel kitchens the foundation used for its cultivation events, and the chairs were folding chairs, and the lighting was the kind of fluorescent that made everyone look equally unremarkable. Evelyn wore her navy dress, which was the plainest thing she owned that still constituted a dress, and left the pearls at home. The reception was for the initiative's first cohort of displaced tenant families who had been resettled through the foundation's partnership with Naomi St. James's organization. 42 families. A room full of people who had survived something and were being thanked for surviving it in a way that the foundation could then report in its newsletter. Evelyn was aware of this dynamic and had spent the past several months trying, within the structure she was permitted to operate within, to make the event feel less like a display and more like an acknowledgement. She was not certain she had succeeded. Thomas Bell was not present. He had sent his regrets, which meant he had decided the evening was not valuable enough for his attendance, which meant his assessment of the initiative's donor potential had been logged and filed. Evelyn had noted this without saying anything and had come anyway, because she had promised Naomi she would be there and because she found, increasingly, that the events Thomas did not attend were the only ones where the air felt breathable. Naomi met her at the door with the particular expression she wore in foundation contexts, warm, composed, with a layer beneath it that Evelyn had learned to read as the expression of a woman calculating how much authenticity the situation could bear. "You came alone," Naomi said. "Thomas sends his regards." "I'm sure." A brief pause in which both of them acknowledged this in the way they had learned to acknowledge the many things they did not say directly to each other. "The Mercer family is here. The Washingtons. The Du Bois children are running somewhere. I apologize in advance." "Don't apologize." Evelyn followed her inside. Ruth was already there. She had not come in through the front entrance with Evelyn, having parked the car and made her own way, but she was in the room with the ease of someone who had arrived early enough to no longer be new to the space. She was at the far end of the refreshment table, talking to a man Evelyn did not recognize, and she was not performing sociability or managing it, she was simply in a conversation, her weight settled back on her heels, her expression unhurried, her hands loose at her sides. The man was laughing at something she had said. Evelyn was aware of looking and looked at the room instead. The evening proceeded. She spoke with the families. She was as present as she knew how to be, which she understood was not the same thing as being present in the way the families themselves were present, and she tried not to let the distinction collapse into performance anxiety because performance anxiety was itself a performance. One of the older women, a Mrs. Lacey, who had been displaced from the West Side apartment she had lived in for 19 years, took Evelyn's hand in both of hers and said thank you in a way that cost Evelyn something she could not name precisely, the cost arriving not in her throat or her eyes but somewhere in the middle of her chest where she kept the things she had taught herself not to feel while feeling them. "You're very kind," Evelyn said, which was what she always said when she didn't know what else was honest. "You're the one who came," Mrs. Lacey said. She released Evelyn's hands and moved on to greet someone else. Naomi materialized at Evelyn's elbow shortly after 9, with 2 cups of weak coffee and the expression of a woman who had made a decision about something. "Walk with me," she said. They went out through the side exit to a small courtyard behind the building, which smelled of new concrete and last autumn's dead leaves not yet swept and the faint distant exhaust of the avenue. The city was a different thing at night from this side of it, less the glittering arrangement Evelyn's world usually occupied and more the plain working fact of itself, lit by street lamps and apartment windows and the occasional passing headlight. "The Dubois family is going to need more than the housing," Naomi said. "The father is looking for work. The kind of work the Foundation's contacts could actually provide if anyone was willing to make a phone call. I can raise it with Thomas. Thomas will run it through the Workforce Development Subcommittee, which meets in August, at which point the father will have spent 4 months looking." Evelyn said nothing, because this was accurate. "I'm not asking you to circumvent the process," Naomi said. "I'm asking you whether you know anyone outside the subcommittee." "I might." Evelyn looked at the courtyard wall, which had a crack running from the second course of brick to the top and had probably had it for years. "Reardon knows someone at the Transit Authority. He owes me a phone call." Naomi was quiet for a moment in the way that meant she was deciding whether this constituted the thing she had asked for. "All right," she said, finally. "All right. That would help." She looked at Evelyn sidelong. "You always surprise me a little." "How so?" "I keep expecting you to be only the Foundation version of yourself." Evelyn considered this. "I often am." "Not entirely." Naomi drank her coffee, which was as weak as it looked. "Your driver has been very helpful tonight." "Ruth?" She spent an hour with the Mercer kids while their parents were in the conversation circle. 2 boys under 8. I don't know what she told them, but they were quiet for the whole hour, which has not happened at a single previous event. Evelyn looked back through the side exit window, through which the hall was visible. Ruth was still at the far end of the room, now crouched to the eye level of a small girl who was showing her something in her hand, a small toy, or a stone, or some object with the particular gravity of things that belong entirely to children. Ruth's expression was the same expression she wore when she was genuinely interested in something, wholly present, the room and everything in it temporarily set aside. "She's good with people," Evelyn said. "She's good with people," Naomi agreed. "Different skill from managing people. Your driver has the first one." Evelyn did not respond to this, because she was fairly certain Naomi was saying something that had more than one surface to it, and she was not prepared to engage with all of the surfaces tonight. They went back inside. The evening wound down by 9:30 and the families began leaving, and Evelyn said her goodbyes with the care she always brought to goodbyes, present, specific, not rushed, the kind of attention that said you were seen here rather than I am leaving, and by 10 past 10 the hall was mostly empty and the folding chair stacks were going up against the wall, and Iris, who had arrived halfway through the evening on some errand, was helping the community center's coordinator carry empty platters to the kitchen. Ruth was waiting near the side exit with Evelyn's coat. Not presenting it with the hovering attendance of a doorman, just holding it with the casual ease of someone who had picked it up from the chair where Evelyn had left it because it made sense to have it ready. Evelyn took it. "Long night," Ruth said. "The good kind," Evelyn said, and was slightly surprised to find she meant it. They walked out to the street together, which was not how they usually walked. Usually Evelyn exited and Ruth followed, or Ruth was already at the car, but the evening had loosened certain formalities without either of them acknowledging it, and neither of them corrected it now. The night was cool, the sky a particular urban dark that was not quite black, the streets quieter than they were during the day but not empty, the way this part of the city never went fully quiet. Somewhere down the block, a radio was playing something Evelyn didn't recognize, something with a low insistent beat that belonged to the decade they were in rather than the one before it. "Naomi said you spent time with the Mercer children," Evelyn said. They were bored, Ruth said. Bored children at adult events are a hazard to everyone. What did you tell them? Stories. Badly remembered ones. A pause. One of them wanted to know how engines work. I explained compression and spark. He was very serious about it. How old? 6. Evelyn found herself almost smiling, which she managed without fully committing to. Naomi was impressed. Naomi manages a great deal and doesn't often see people manage anything for free. This was, Evelyn thought, an accurate observation. She filed it alongside the other accurate observations Ruth had made in the past 2 weeks, which were accumulating in some interior space she had not assigned a name to. 3 blocks north, the Cadillac sat where Ruth had left it, catching the light from the street lamp above in a long pale strip across its hood. They reached it and Ruth went to the driver's side and Evelyn went to the rear, and then for some reason that she could not fully account for, the loosened formalities of the evening, the hour, the particular quality of the street's quiet, or the phrase "you're the one who came" still present somewhere in the middle of her chest, Evelyn opened the front passenger door instead of the rear. She sat down. Ruth, on the other side, had the key in the ignition and had not yet started the car. She looked at Evelyn, not with surprise exactly, but with the quality of attention she brought to moments when the situation had shifted and she was deciding how to respond to the shift. "Front seat," Evelyn said, which was a statement of the obvious and therefore not really a statement of anything, and they both knew it. "I see that," Ruth said. She started the car. They drove north without speaking for 2 blocks, and then Evelyn said, "Mrs. Lacey. 19 years in that apartment." "I heard." She said thank you to me. A pause. "She shouldn't have to thank me." The foundation moved her. The foundation displaced half the neighborhood before it started the resettlement program that is now being called a success. "She shouldn't have to thank me." Ruth was quiet for a moment. The city moved past the windows, the storefronts and apartment buildings and the occasional lit window where someone was still awake, doing whatever people did in apartments at 10:30 on a spring night. "She wasn't thanking the foundation," Ruth said. Evelyn looked at her. "She was thanking the person who showed up," Ruth said. "That's a different thing." Evelyn looked forward again, out the windshield at the street ahead. "I'm not sure the distinction holds." "I think it does." Ruth's voice was even, not arguing, simply stating. "You could have sent Iris. You could have sent no one. You came, and you were actually there, and she noticed. That's hers to give whether you think you've earned it or not." The traffic light ahead went red. Ruth stopped. On the corner, a couple was walking a dog with the slightly ceremonial seriousness of late-night dog walking, the dog investigating the base of a mailbox with solemn attention. "You're very direct," Evelyn said. "Is that a problem?" "No." She considered this. "No, it isn't. I'm not accustomed to it." "I know." Ruth said this without particular weight, as if she had simply observed it and was reporting the observation. "Most people in your orbit aren't." The light went green. Ruth drove. Evelyn sat in the front seat with the city moving past her and thought about the distinction Ruth had made, which was the kind of distinction she would have dismissed if someone else had made it, her mother, Thomas, even Naomi, because it was the kind of thing people said to make her feel better. Except Ruth had not said it to make her feel better. Ruth had said it because she thought it was true. That was not the same thing at all. They were 12 blocks from the brownstone when Ruth said, "The Mercer boy. The one who wanted to know about engines." "Yes." He said his father used to take him to the bus garage on Saturday mornings. "Before." A brief pause. "Before the displacement." Evelyn was quiet. "I thought you'd want to know," Ruth said. "I do," Evelyn said. "Yes. I do want to know." The brownstone came into view at the end of the block, lit at the parlor windows and the 3rd floor where her mother's rooms were, and Evelyn looked at it with the look she had for it on nights when the distance between herself and the door felt less like a short walk home and more like a resumption of something she had briefly stepped out of. Ruth pulled up to the curb. Evelyn sat for a moment with her hand on the door handle, not quite leaving. "Ruth," she said. "Yes." She was not certain, quite, what she had intended to say. The word had arrived before the sentence did, and now that the sentence was supposed to follow it, she found that she had several options, and none of them were things she could say in a car at the curb outside her mother's house at 10:45 at night. "Thank you," she said. "For tonight." "I drove you," Ruth said. The tone was perfectly neutral. It offered nothing extra and withheld nothing either. "Yes," Evelyn said. "You did." She got out of the car and walked to the front door and did not look back, though the back of her neck was aware, with a precision that had nothing to do with manners, of the car still at the curb behind her. She heard it pull away when the door was closed. Inside, the house was quiet and ordered and exactly as it always was, every lamp at its correct setting, every surface in its correct arrangement, the whole interior holding itself as it had held itself for as long as she could remember, asking nothing from her except that she continue to inhabit it correctly. She took off her coat and hung it up and went upstairs. Chapter 7, The Woman in the Mirror. There was a mirror in the anteroom of the Hartwell offices that Evelyn had walked past approximately 400 times without ever looking at directly. This was not unusual. She had mirrors at home, the one in her dressing room, the narrow one in the second-floor hall, the large oval in the parlor that her mother kept because it reflected the room's best light in the late afternoon, and she had developed, over years, the particular relationship with mirrors that belonged to women who were aware of their appearance without being interested in it. She used mirrors instrumentally, to verify the set of her hair, the correctness of her collar, the absence of any detail that would provide an external observer with information she had not chosen to give. She looked at mirrors the way she looked at seating charts. They were tools for checking facts. The anteroom mirror was a different kind. It was hung at a slight angle on the wall beside the coat hooks, and the angle meant that when you stood at the hooks, hanging your coat, you saw not the direct reflection of your face but a three-quarter view, the kind of view that existed between you and the way other people saw you. She hung her coat on a Tuesday morning in the third week of May and made the mistake of actually looking. What she saw was not wrong. The coat went on the hook. The dress was correct, cream today, with a narrow belt, appropriate for the morning's meetings. Her hair was set. Her posture was, as always, entirely composed. Everything about the reflection said what she intended it to say. Except that the woman in the three-quarter view had, in the street-level window visible behind her shoulder and the mirror's angle, a reflection of the car at the curb below. The black Cadillac, which she could identify by shape. And in the driver's seat, barely visible at this distance and angle, a figure. Evelyn stood with her coat on the hook and looked at the reflection of the car. She had been standing at the Hartwell anteroom window on 4 mornings in the past 10 days. Not watching the street. Not particularly. Reviewing the day's schedule while the morning settled. This was a habit she had had for years. The window was simply where she stood. Except that for approximately 3 weeks the car had been at the curb when she stood there, which had not previously been the case. She turned from the mirror and walked to her office. The morning was full. There was a budget review with Thomas at 9, followed by a call with the senator's office about the foundation's fall giving campaign, followed by a working lunch with the subcommittee reviewing the housing initiative's second phase funding. Between the call and the lunch, Iris appeared with a message from Beatrice Holloway about a question on the reception dinner menu, and Evelyn called Beatrice back and spent 12 minutes discussing the relative merits of the chicken and the duck with the focused patience of a woman who understood that this conversation was not about poultry. "Beatrice," she said, at the end of the 12 minutes. "Which one do you actually want?" A pause. "The duck, I think." "Then have the duck." Calvin's mother mentioned that the chicken. "You're the bride," Evelyn said. "Have the duck." She softened it, as she always softened these moments. Calvin's mother will have a very enjoyable time whatever is on the menu. Another pause. Then, quietly, "Do you ever just want something without having to justify it?" Evelyn looked at her desk. "The duck is a perfectly justified choice," she said. "I'll let the caterer know." After she hung up she sat for a moment with her hand still on the telephone receiver, thinking about nothing she intended to examine, and then she picked up the budget review file and went to Thomas's office. The afternoon arrived with the mid-May quality of light that was the best light of the year, warm but not yet heavy, the kind that came through windows horizontally and made even the Hartwell offices briefly beautiful. She worked through it at her desk, and at 3 o'clock Iris knocked and said the car was downstairs. She gathered her portfolio and her coat and took the elevator down. In the lobby, through the glass doors, she could see the Cadillac at the curb. Ruth was outside it, leaning against the front panel with the self-possessed ease she brought to waiting, which was different from how most people waited. Most people filled the space of waiting with small movements, adjustments, the restlessness of time not being used. Ruth simply occupied it, as if the pause between things was as complete as the things themselves. She had a hand resting on the car's roof and was looking up the street at nothing in particular, and the afternoon light was coming from the west and it was hitting her exactly wrong for Evelyn's intentions, which were to walk out of the building and get into the car and think about the afternoon's remaining tasks and nothing else. She pushed through the lobby door. Ruth looked over and straightened from the car, not snapping to attention, nothing so formal as that, just the natural adjustment of a person whose attention has moved. "Afternoon," Ruth said. "We're going to the Harrington Gallery," Evelyn said. "Patricia has a preview reception. 40 minutes, perhaps an hour. I have the address." Evelyn went to the car. She opened the rear door, as she always did. The front seat aberration of the West Side evening had remained an aberration. She was clear on this. It had been late and the evening had been unusual, and she was clear, and got in and set her portfolio across her knees. Ruth got in. The car moved into traffic. They were 3 blocks from Hartwell, at the light on Fairfax, when Ruth said, "You have a 4 o'clock marked on the office board. Patricia Harrington is at 4:30. Evelyn glanced up. The 4 o'clock was moved. To when? It was cancelled. A pause. It was a call with the European Partnership Coordinator. August took it instead. He's back from Geneva. Since yesterday. She looked out the window. He attends the internationally glamorous meetings. I attend the ones that require advance work. She had said this without thinking, which was the kind of thing that sometimes happened in the car, a thought arriving in her mouth with less warning than usual, as if the particular quality of the enclosed space, the particular quality of the attention in the front seat, had lowered some barrier she maintained elsewhere. She heard the sentence after it was out and classified it in the category of things better left unsaid. I shouldn't have said that, she said. It was accurate, Ruth said. Accuracy isn't always the point. What's the point? Evelyn looked at the back of her head. Ruth's attention was on the road, as it always was, the question delivered without turning and without the performance of concern that would have made it easier to deflect. Discretion, Evelyn said. I work within a family structure. Complaints about that structure, even accurate ones, have a way of compounding problems rather than solving them. That's a very careful answer. I give careful answers. I know you do. Ruth changed lanes, smooth, without announcing it. That one had a first answer underneath it, though. Evelyn said nothing. The light on Caldwell went green. The city moved past the windows, a bookstore, a deli, a tailor's shop with a bolt of dark blue cloth visible through the glass, a woman pushing a stroller with the focused momentum of someone headed somewhere specific. The first answer, Evelyn said, finally, is that I have been doing August's administrative work for 6 years and he has been credited for it for approximately that long, and I have never said so because there is no version of saying so that ends in anything except my mother viewing me as a problem. She had not meant to say this either. Ruth was quiet for 1, 2, 3 full seconds. Not the uncomfortable quiet of someone not knowing what to say, but the considered quiet of someone deciding whether the thing they are going to say is the right thing. Does she know? Ruth said. Your mother. She chooses not to. That's a different thing from not knowing. Yes, Evelyn said. It is. The Harrington Gallery was a narrow 3-story building on Prescott that Patricia had converted from a commercial space 6 years ago with the focused determination of a woman who had decided that cultural philanthropy was the most interesting thing available to her and proceeded to do it well. The preview reception was in the ground floor gallery, 40 or so people in the careful clothing of the arts-adjacent wealthy, looking at paintings by a young painter from the West Side who Naomi had introduced to Patricia at the Foundation's winter event, which was, Evelyn thought, one of the few things that had actually worked the way it was supposed to. She moved through the reception with the practiced ease of long use. Patricia was warm and specific in the way she sometimes was when no one was watching her perform the warmth, squeezing Evelyn's arm and saying she was glad, actually glad, she had come. The paintings were very good, which surprised Evelyn slightly and then surprised her more when she noticed that they had surprised her, because she had arrived expecting to be politely attentive and instead found herself standing in front of one canvas for considerably longer than the occasion required. It was a painting of a woman at a window. Not looking out the window, looking at her reflection in it, the nighttime dark outside turning the glass into a mirror. The woman in the painting wore a nice dress. She looked composed. But the woman in the reflection had a slightly different expression than the woman looking, which was not technically possible, and yet the painter had managed it, somehow, the way certain kinds of truth managed to be technically impossible and unmistakably present. Evelyn moved on. Outside, afterward, the evening had come on during the hour inside, and the street was in the pleasant early dark of a May evening, the air still warm enough to carry the day's last warmth. Ruth was at the curb with the car, and as Evelyn walked toward it she became aware, with the unwelcome precision of awareness that arrives at exactly the moments you've decided to be imprecise, that she had been aware of Ruth all afternoon, the fact of Ruth downstairs while she was upstairs, the fact of Ruth at the curb while she was in the gallery, the fact of the car as a location in her mental map of the afternoon in a way that was not purely logistical. She stopped at the car door. "The painter," she said. "Do you know his work?" Ruth looked at her, briefly surprised. "I know of him. Naomi mentions him. He's very good." Evelyn opened the door. "The one of the woman at the window. You should see it if you have the chance." She got in. Ruth stood at the driver's door for half a second before getting in herself, and in that half second, if Evelyn had been watching through the window instead of looking straight ahead, she would have seen Ruth's expression do the thing it sometimes did, the thing that was not quite a smile and not quite anything else, the thing that happened when the world briefly delivered something outside her calculations. But Evelyn was looking straight ahead, and the moment passed, and Ruth got in, and they drove home through the blue May evening without speaking, and the silence between them had a quality it had not previously had, which Evelyn did not examine and Ruth did not name. They were both, in their separate ways, very practiced at this. Evelyn reached the brownstone. She said good night. She went inside and upstairs to her room and sat at her dressing table and looked at her reflection in the mirror there, the direct one, the instrumental one, the one she used for facts, and the face that looked back at her was composed and immaculate and entirely correct. And had been, for 12 years, and might be for 12 more, and that fact which had always been the condition of her existence arrived in her chest that evening with the particular quality of a fact revisited, familiar in shape, new in weight. She touched her own face, briefly, with the tips of her fingers. Then she took off her earrings, and her pearls, and put them in their case, and prepared for dinner. Chapter 8, June Says No. June Mercer's apartment was on the 4th floor of a building on Calloway Street that had good bones and needed paint and smelled, in the stairwell, of someone's dinner, something with onions and bay leaf, and was, on the whole, the most comfortable place Ruth knew how to be. June was in the kitchen when Ruth arrived, moving between the stove and the counter with the efficiency of someone who cooked the way she did everything else, completely, without fuss, producing more from available materials than most people thought possible. She was 35 and looked it in the good way, the way that meant life had found a face it was comfortable in, and she wore her hair natural and cropped close, and her kitchen dress was the cotton one with the yellow print that Ruth had seen so many times it had achieved the status of a constant, like the street below or the sound of the building settling in cold weather. "Sit," June said, without looking up from the stove. Ruth sat. The kitchen was not large, but June had made it work. There were plants on the windowsill, herbs, mostly, and one ambitious geranium that had survived 2 winters on sheer stubbornness, and a hand-painted clock above the door that had belonged to June's grandmother and ran 2 minutes fast, which June had decided was fine because it was accurate about everything that mattered, just slightly ahead of schedule. "Soul called me," June said. Ruth put her elbows on the table. Sol should find something else to do with his evenings. Sol is concerned. June stirred something with the particular authority of a woman who is both making dinner and having an argument and intends to win both. He says you're in deep with the Vale job. I'm 3 weeks into a 6-week placement. That's not what Sol means, and you know it. Ruth looked at the geranium, which was in one of its good periods, carrying 3 red blooms with the modest pride of a plant that knew it wasn't guaranteed anything. Sol worries about the wrong things. Sol worries about you. June took the pot off the heat and turned around, leaning against the counter with the crossed-arm posture that Ruth knew as the posture of a woman who had prepared for this conversation and was not going to be redirected. He says you come back from the Vale house and you look like someone trying to decide something. I'm always deciding something. Not like this. Ruth was quiet. The building settled above them, the particular creak of the third-floor landing that had been doing that since December. Outside the kitchen window, the Callaway Street evening was in its regular state of low-level activity, voices from the building across, the number 12 bus stopping at the near corner, a couple of kids on the stoop of the hardware store. Tell me what he said, Ruth said. He said he watched you check the Cadillac's tire pressure 4 times before a short trip. 3 times. And it's a habit. Habit is different from preoccupation. He said you looked like you were buying yourself time. June came to the table and sat across from her, and her expression was the one Ruth trusted most because it was the one that had no kindness in it, not unkind, exactly, but clear in the way that clear things are difficult. Ruth. It's nothing. Don't do that. June. Don't do the thing where you say it's nothing in the voice that means it's something and wait for me to move on. I've known you 12 years. I can hear the something from here. June put both hands flat on the table, not reaching for Ruth's hand, just placing them there as a kind of ballast. What's her name? Ruth looked at the hands on the table. Looked at the clock above the door, which said it was 8:10, which meant it was actually 8:08. Evelyn, she said. June received this without blinking. Tell me about her. She's the client. Ruth stopped. The sentence had several possible directions and none of them were usefully short. She's not what I expected. What did you expect? I expected what you usually get in those houses. Someone who treats the car like furniture and the driver like the car. And she doesn't. She's careful, Ruth said, which was not quite the right word. Precise. She notices things. She remembers everything. She doesn't perform warmth, but she's not unkind. She works inside a family system that reduces her to a function, and she does it without complaint and with something that looks like competence from the outside but is actually, she stopped again. Actually what? June asked, quietly. Endurance, Ruth said. June was still for a long moment, looking at her with the expression of a woman who loves someone and has been given information she was not certain she wanted. How long have you been figuring that out? She said. It got clearer this past week. Ruth rubbed her thumb over her knuckles, which was the thing she did when she was deciding whether to say the next thing. There's a painting. At the Harrington Gallery. A woman at a window, looking at her reflection in the dark glass. Evelyn looked at it for a while and then she moved on, and when we got to the car she told me I should see it. She paused. She didn't say why. She didn't need to. No. June breathed out slowly. Ruth. Honey. I know. Do you? Ruth looked at her. Yes. I know what it is and I know what it costs and I know the history. I am not, she stopped a third time, because the sentence was I am not falling for her and her mouth had declined to complete it. June watched her with the patient, devastating accuracy of someone who has waited out enough silences to know what they contain. She is, June said, from what you've described, a woman who uses the whole world as a performance and hasn't been honestly seen in a long time. Yes. And you, being you, see her. I'm her driver. I'm present when the performance has a gap. That's proximity, not perception. Ruth. It is. It is, June allowed, and it is also the thing you just said it was. Both are true. What I want to know is what you're planning to do about it. Nothing, Ruth said, and this time the word arrived fully formed and she meant it, or meant the version of it she was able to mean. I am going to finish the placement. I am going to do the job I was hired to do. I am not going to, she picked her words with care. I am not going to let her treat me like a secret she keeps from herself. That's a very specific thing to be firm about, June said. I've had practice. With her? With the type. Ruth looked at the table. The last one wasn't Vale family money. She was just someone who needed me in the dark and couldn't afford me in the light. I know how that ends. June was quiet for a moment. This isn't the same situation. The category might be different. The category might be entirely different, June said, with the emphasis of someone making a correction that she knows will not be fully accepted. I'm not saying fall over yourself for her. I'm saying don't use the last situation as the ceiling for this one. You've done that before. Ruth said nothing. You have, June said, gently. You make yourself indispensable because indispensable is safer than seen. And then when someone starts to see you, you convert it back into usefulness. You've been doing it since Miriam. Don't. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm telling you what I see from here, which is what you come here for. June reached across and covered Ruth's hand briefly with her own. You don't have to do anything. I'm not saying that. But I'm also saying don't decide the story's already over before she's had the chance to prove herself wrong. Ruth turned her hand over under June's and held it for a moment, the way she did when she was receiving something she didn't have a better response to. The family is real, Ruth said. The mother especially. She treats staff like stage furniture. If it comes to anything. If it comes to anything, you'll deal with it then. That's what the then is for. Very philosophical. I'm full of wisdom. I'm also out of wine. Check the cabinet. June stood and went back to the stove, and the kitchen returned to its regular temperature, warm, practical, possessed of the particular gravity of spaces that have held people through enough bad years to understand the value of a good dinner. Ruth found the wine. She poured 2 glasses. She sat back down. Tell me about the Dubois situation, June said. Sol mentioned you passed something to Naomi. Ruth told her. They ate dinner. The conversation moved to other things, June's work at the school, the organizers Sol had connected her with, the summer schedule for the community center that had hosted the West Side reception. The evening settled into the familiar register that Callaway Street evenings had, easy and honest and worth what it required of you. At 10:30 Ruth washed her glass and put on her jacket and June walked her to the door the way she always did, which was not performative but simply what June did. She did not send people away, she accompanied them to the threshold. You going to be all right? June said. I'm always all right. That's not what I asked. Ruth stood in the doorway with the stairwell behind her and the warm light of June's apartment around her and considered, for a moment, whether the honest answer and the manageable answer were the same answer. I'll keep my eyes open, she said. That's something, June said. Ruth went down the stairs. On the street, the evening was fully dark and the number 12 bus was gone and the Stoop kids had moved inside and Callaway Street was doing its quiet thing, the city at rest without being asleep. She walked to where she had parked the Cadillac. Not the Vale car, her own car, a 10-year-old Buick that Sol had helped her buy from an estate sale and that ran well and asked for nothing except regular attention, which she gave it. She got in. She sat for a moment in the dark without starting the engine. Don't use the last situation as the ceiling for this one. She turned the key. The engine caught on the first try, because she kept it well, because she kept everything well, because that was one of the things she knew how to do. She drove home. Chapter 9, The Foundation Visits. The West Side field visit was Thomas Bell's idea, which was the first thing about it that Evelyn found suspicious. Thomas did not generally propose field visits. He proposed budget reviews, donor cultivation calls, and quarterly reports. He proposed things that could be documented, measured, and presented to the board as evidence that the foundation was doing what it said it was doing without requiring anyone to go anywhere uncomfortable. Field visits were the province of the junior staff and the foundation's communications department, who took photographs of things and wrote captions about impact. The second thing Evelyn found suspicious was the timing. The West Side Housing Initiative's second phase funding review was scheduled for the end of the month, and the lead organization, Naomi's organization, had submitted a proposal that was, in Evelyn's estimation, both well-argued and almost certainly going to be challenged by two of the subcommittee members who had never trusted the initiative's budget accounting. A field visit 1 week before the review was Thomas's way of putting something on the record that made the challenge more difficult. Evelyn understood this. She also understood that it was the correct strategic move and did not require her to approve of all of Thomas's methods in order to execute it competently. She told Ruth at 8:15 on a Thursday morning, in the kitchen over coffee, because the route required planning. The West Side site office first, she said. Then 2 building walkthroughs on the resettlement properties. Then Naomi's office for a debrief, which Thomas will attend. 2 cars, I'll need you for the family transport portion, which is the walkthroughs. Thomas is bringing his own driver. Ruth wrote this down on the notepad she kept in her shirt pocket, which was one of those habits so thoroughly practical that Evelyn had stopped noticing it except at moments like this, when the noticing arrived before she could redirect it. Parking on those streets runs tight, Ruth said. I know. The West Side streets are built for the neighborhood, not for cars that size. Use the Cadillac for the family portions and leave it on Clement if needed. It's a longer walk but it doesn't announce itself. Ruth looked up from the notepad. Thomas is bringing a Lincoln, Evelyn said. The Lincoln will announce itself. The Cadillac is less conspicuous. You've thought about this. I think about most things. She picked up her cup. The families we're visiting are not props. I want the visit to feel like what it is supposed to be, which is a check-in, not a performance. Ruth was quiet for a moment. Not the quiet of uncertainty but the quiet of consideration, the kind that preceded a thought she was deciding how to deliver. Naomi knows the difference, Ruth said. Naomi will manage her side of it correctly. I'm trying to manage ours. Evelyn looked at the schedule. 8:45 departure. The first stop is the site office on Marsh Street. The day was overcast, the kind of May gray that kept the heat from building and made the city look very much like itself, not glamorous, not grim, just operational. Ruth navigated the West Side streets with the attention she brought to routes she had walked before knowing she might need to drive, and Evelyn sat in the back with the foundation's briefing file open and reviewed it for the 3rd time, not because she had missed anything but because thoroughness was one of the few things she trusted fully. The site office was a converted ground-floor retail space on Marsh Street that smelled of paint and recent carpentry, which meant the lease had been signed recently or the previous tenant had left damage or both. Naomi was there when they arrived, and so was a woman Evelyn recognized as the initiative's field coordinator, Dottie, mid-40s, the kind of woman who moved through organizational work with the specific authority of someone whose job has always been to make things happen with less money and less time than the budget assumed. Dottie shook Evelyn's hand with a grip that did not accommodate refinement, and Evelyn shook it back without modifying hers, which she noticed Naomi noticing. Thomas arrived 11 minutes later with his own driver and the slightly harried quality he acquired when situations required him to be in a place his instincts said was not his natural territory. Impressive facility, he said, looking around the site office with the benign neutrality of a man who considers impressive a sufficient response to anything. It's functional, Naomi said. Which is what we asked for. Thomas took out his own briefing folder. The visit proceeded. Evelyn had been in these buildings before, she had approved the resettlement site inspection reports over the winter, but she had not been inside them with the families present, which was different in a way that the reports had not prepared her for. The first family was the Washingtons, a woman named Gloria, her mother, and 3 children, occupying a 3-room apartment on the 2nd floor of a building that was structurally sound and recently painted and small in the specific way of apartments designed to fit people in rather than give them room to be in. Gloria showed them the apartment with the particular combination of pride and apology that Evelyn recognized from the West Side reception, the pride of someone who has made a home from what was given, and the apology of someone aware that what was given was not enough. The kitchen, Gloria said. The stove is new. They came and replaced it in March. Thomas wrote something in his file. Evelyn looked at the stove, which was new, and at the window above it, which had a slightly warped frame that let in air she was not sure had been there when the inspection report was written. "The window," she said to Dottie, quietly. "On the repair list," Dottie said. "June." "Before June," Evelyn said. Dottie wrote it down. Gloria's mother, who had not spoken until this point, looked at Evelyn from across the small kitchen with the evaluating expression of an elder woman assessing whether the person in front of her was worth the investment of speech. "You're the one who came to the reception," she said. "I am." "You stayed the whole evening." "I did." A brief pause. "Most of them come for an hour," the older woman said. "The important-looking ones." Thomas was making conversation with Gloria about the building's communal spaces and appeared not to have heard this. Evelyn met the older woman's gaze. "I hope the rest of the visit is useful," she said. Which was not an apology and not a disclaimer, and the older woman received it as neither, giving Evelyn the short nod of someone who has delivered information and noted the reception. They went through the second building, the Dubois family, as it happened, which Evelyn had not known would be part of the visit until she saw the address on the morning schedule. She thought of Ruth's voice in the car 3 weeks ago. The father used to take him to the bus garage on Saturday mornings. Before. She thought of this while shaking Marcus Dubois's hand and while making a note in her own file about the state of the entry hallway, which was not the entry hallway's fault but would be addressed in the second phase funding proposal if the proposal went through. After the buildings came Naomi's office, which was a different kind of space, organized, full of files and posters and the accumulated material of work that had been happening for years without stopping. Thomas sat at the conference table with the posture of a man visiting a foreign country he had approved of in the abstract. Naomi sat across from him and did not adjust her presentation to make him comfortable, which Evelyn had observed her doing before and had always found quietly instructive. The debrief was 30 minutes. Thomas asked 3 questions about budget documentation, which were the questions he had come to ask. Naomi answered them with the completeness of someone who had anticipated exactly these questions and had prepared for them without letting her preparation show. After Thomas left, and he left first, because he had a 2 o'clock, Evelyn stayed. She was not certain why she stayed, except that Naomi had not asked her to leave and the conversation had not finished in the way that conversations finished when they were actually finished rather than simply paused. "He'll approve the second phase," Evelyn said, when Thomas's driver had pulled away from the curb outside. "I know," Naomi said. She was looking at the space where Thomas had been sitting with an expression of mild assessment. The visit was his way of managing the narrative. He needed to see the buildings before he could authorize the funding in the language the board requires. "Yes. I don't object to that," Naomi said, which was precise. "I object to the fact that what the family's experience is also the foundation's evidence. They're both real and they're both being used at the same time, and nobody says that aloud." "I'm aware," Evelyn said. Naomi looked at her directly. "Are you?" "I have been aware of it for several years," Evelyn said. "And I have been working within the structure I'm permitted to work within to reduce the distance between what the foundation says it does and what it actually does. I am not the structure." "I know that's an insufficient answer." "It's an honest answer," Naomi said. "That's rarer than you'd think." She leaned back. "Gloria Washington asked me who you were before you arrived. I told her you were the Foundation's donor liaison. She said, and I'm telling you this so you know," she said, "is she one of the real ones or one of the present ones?" Evelyn was quiet. "I told her I wasn't sure yet," Naomi said. Which was the honest answer I had available. Evelyn picked up her folder from the table. She thought about the warped window frame, and the repair list, and the note she had written. "The window in the Washington kitchen needs to be repaired before June," she said. "Dottie has it. I'd like to know when it's done." Naomi looked at her for a moment. "I'll tell you," she said. Evelyn left through the front office, past the desks where Naomi's staff worked with the focused energy of people doing too many things at once and not stopping, and out to the street where Ruth had the car waiting on Marsh. She got into the back seat. "The buildings," Ruth said, not a question. "Yes. Evelyn looked out the window at the Marsh Street storefront opposite, which was a dry goods store with a hand-painted sign. How long do you think the second phase funding would cover? 2 years, if the proposal's approved as written. Naomi's briefing summary said so. You read the briefing summary. It was on the front seat this morning. I was waiting. Evelyn could have said something about proprietary materials, and the thought crossed her mind, and she looked at it and put it down. 2 years, she said. And then it's the subcommittee again. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. I'm going to call Reardon this afternoon about the Du Bois situation. You mentioned it to Naomi? Not specifically. But she knows I called him once before on a similar thing, so she'll understand if the transit authority reaches out. Evelyn looked at her portfolio. The Mercer boy. The one who likes engines. Is he the oldest? Ruth glanced at her in the rearview mirror, briefly, with the look that arrived sometimes when Evelyn had remembered something Ruth had told her, a look that was not quite surprised but registered something. Middle one, Ruth said. Noted. Evelyn opened the portfolio. Home, then. Ruth started the car. Outside, Marsh Street moved past the windows in the gray May light, its buildings and its businesses and its ordinary human afternoon. Evelyn looked at it and thought about Gloria Washington's kitchen and the older woman's nod and the word before and the way Ruth had used it about the bus garage, and about whether real and present were the same thing or whether they could be the same thing if you decided they were, and whether she had ever, in her professional life, decided anything without first calculating what it would cost her to decide it. She opened the first page of the portfolio and began to read. Chapter 10, No One Saw. The evening began as an extension of the workday, which was how most evenings began. The Foundation's May board reception was held in the Vale brownstone rather than a venue, which happened twice a year on the theory that hospitality in a private home created a different quality of connection than hospitality in a hotel ballroom. This was Cordelia's theory and it was, in Evelyn's assessment, correct. Private homes signal trust, intimacy, a willingness to admit someone into the family's actual life. The fact that the family's actual life was not meaningfully present in the brownstone on board reception nights, the actual life having been carefully replaced, like all the other times, with an approximation designed for the occasion, was not the part of the theory that got discussed. Ruth was inside for this one. This was not standard. For most events Ruth waited outside or in the service areas, managing the car logistics and the external circulation of guests. But the brownstone required different arrangements. Arrivals came through the front, departures at varying times, and Mrs. Okafor had quietly communicated to Ruth that certain board members required assistance they would not request and that a capable person stationed inside near the service corridor was more useful than a capable person at the curb. Ruth had positioned herself accordingly. She had been in the brownstone for enough weeks now to know it room by room, the same way she knew the Vale household schedule and Mrs. Okafor's moods and the precise number of steps between the kitchen and the service corridor. Houses were legible if you paid attention, and this house in particular had a way of being legible that was almost insistent, every room organized around presentation, every surface arranged to be seen, and underneath the arrangement a quality of stillness that Ruth had come to associate with households that had been performing for so long the performance had become the only mode available. She stood near the service corridor entrance with a clear view of the drawing room and most of the entrance hall, and watched the evening proceed with the particular observation of someone whose job is to see everything and be invisible doing it. The board reception had 32 guests and 6 Foundation staff including Iris, who was circulating with the nervous focus of someone managing 3 things in her head simultaneously and visibly pleased about it. Thomas Bell was stationed near Cordelia, which was where he always positioned himself at these events, close enough to intercept anything, far enough to look deferential. August had arrived at 7 on the mark and was making the kind of conversation he was best at, easy, warm, the talk of a man who appears fully present while doing something entirely natural, near the far window with 2 board members whose names Ruth had learned from the seating chart on the front hall table. Evelyn was everywhere. This was the word that arrived when Ruth watched her at events like this, everywhere. Not scattered, not restless, but present throughout the room in a way that was less about physical movement and more about something in the quality of her attention, the way she could be having a conversation at one end of the room and still know, evidently, that something at the other end needed adjustment. Ruth had watched her correct the wine service from across a room without appearing to redirect her attention. She had watched her intercept 2 conversations before they went somewhere inconvenient. She had watched her manage her mother's social orbit with the practiced precision of a woman who had been managing it for 20 years and could do it now the way Ruth drove routes she knew, without consulting anything, her hands already knowing the way. At 9 o'clock, the evening's momentum broke in the way these evenings sometimes did. A board member named Aldrich, who was 70 and had a heart condition that Evelyn had apparently been managing the seating chart around all evening, looked very briefly unwell near the settee in the inner drawing room. Ruth was moving before the word for what was happening had fully formed. She was across the room in 4 steps, had Aldrich's elbow, and had him seated in the low armchair by the fireplace, the one with arms he could grip, and positioned away from the main room's sight lines, before anyone outside the immediate area had registered the moment. She kept her voice low and her movements unhurried and asked him in the calm factual way of someone who is not alarmed whether he wanted water or air, and Aldrich, who was a man of 70 who had learned the specific pride of men of 70, said air, and she went to the window and opened it 2 inches and came back and stood beside him in the way that meant I am here and nothing is wrong and no one is looking, which was both true and the necessary version of true for the moment. Evelyn appeared at the edge of the area within 90 seconds. She had a glass of water and the expression of a woman who had been in a conversation on the other side of the room and had somehow also been monitoring this corner. She looked at Ruth, a quick direct look that was also a question, and Ruth gave the smallest nod she had, the one that meant handled, continuing, you can return, and Evelyn looked at Aldrich and said, in the warmly brisk manner she used for these moments, Robert, I've been meaning to find you all evening, there's something in the library I want your opinion on, and gave him the choice of staying in the armchair looking briefly unwell or coming with her, and Aldrich, with the particular gratitude of a proud man being given a better story, took her arm and came. Ruth closed the window. She went back to her position near the service corridor. Iris appeared at her elbow 15 minutes later, moving fast, carrying a half-empty tray and the information delivery expression she got when she had witnessed something she considered significant. How did you do that? She said, at half volume. Do what? The Aldrich thing. You moved the whole time like nothing was happening. Nothing was happening. He needed air and a chair and 5 minutes. Iris looked at her with the expression of someone filing this for later, which was, Ruth was coming to understand, Iris's default relationship to information, received, stored, available. She looked for you, Iris said. Miss Vale. Before she looked at him. She looked for you first. Ruth said nothing. I'm just reporting what I observed, Iris said, and went back to the drawing room with her tray. The reception ended at 10:30. The last board member departed at 20 past 11, with the particular extended goodnight of people who have enjoyed themselves and are not entirely ready for the occasion to be over. Ruth helped Mrs. Okafor with the service corridor inventory while the front rooms were being restored, carrying things back to the kitchen and taking apart the bar setup on the drawing room side table. The house was quiet by midnight. She was at the service corridor entrance with her jacket, about to collect her things for the night, when she heard Evelyn's step in the hall. Not the morning schedule step, measured and forward. The different one, the step of late evenings after long days, which moved with the same precision but a slightly longer pause between each footfall, as if the day were being reviewed as she walked. Evelyn stopped in the service corridor entrance. She was still in her evening dress, dark green tonight, which Ruth had noted when the evening began and had not noted again and was noting now with the particular involuntary clarity of the late hour. Her hair was slightly less set than it had been at 7, one piece at the temple that had come loose and which she had not yet fixed or had not yet noticed. She had taken off the gloves. You're still here, she said. Helping Mrs. Okafor finish up. She'll be here another hour. I know. I don't mind. Evelyn looked at her for a moment, then looked at the corridor behind her, then at Ruth again. The Aldrich situation, she said. He was fine. Needed air. He was embarrassed no one saw. No one did, Evelyn said. Except you. And you. I came after. She touched the loose piece of hair at her temple, the small instinctive touch of someone who has just become aware of it. You managed that better than I could have. Ruth tilted her head slightly. You managed the second half. I walked an old man to the library and gave him the opportunity to have opinions about books. A pause. He doesn't particularly like books. He spent 30 minutes telling me about them anyway. Did it help? It gave him something to tell his wife about. Evelyn's voice had the particular quality it acquired very late, when the professional register had thinned just enough to let something else come through, the slight dryness, the edge of something that might, given the right conditions, turn into real humor. He'll have an excellent story about the Vasquez engravings. Are there Vasquez engravings in the library? 3. They were my father's. She looked at the corridor wall, which was clean and unadorned. He had good taste in engravings. Ruth was aware of the quiet. Not an uncomfortable quiet, but the kind that had a specific weight at this hour, the weight of a house gone mostly still, of a day completed, of two people in a hallway with the ordinary business of the evening out of the way and nothing structurally requiring them to fill the space with performance. What happened, Ruth said, when you were 17? She said it the way she said things she had been not quite deciding to say, directly, without softening, watching to see whether the directness would be received or deflected. Evelyn went still. Not the instrumental stillness, the composure. The other kind, the kind that was not controlled but inhabited, the body registering something before the decision about how to respond to it had been made. What do you mean? Evelyn said. It was not a question. You mentioned it to me. Not directly. In the way you mentioned the name, the second name, in the car after the stationary run. The family's unpleasantness. Ruth kept her voice even. You don't have to tell me. But I'd like to understand it. Evelyn looked at her. The evening light in the corridor was the service light, low wattage, the kind that made people look less finished than they were, and in it Evelyn's face had a quality that the daytime composure covered, not older, exactly, but older in the specific way of faces that carry something heavy and have been carrying it long enough to have shaped themselves around the weight. I had a friend, Evelyn said. When I was 17. She said this and then stopped, in the way of someone who has opened a door and is deciding, in real time, whether to walk through it. A close friend, she said. Yes, Ruth said, quietly. The word landed in the corridor between them and neither of them moved and the house made no sound and outside on the street a car passed and its headlights moved briefly across the high window of the service door and then were gone. My mother found a letter, Evelyn said. My mother manages situations. That is what she does. She managed that one very thoroughly. She looked at Ruth with the particular directness of someone who is being honest partly because they are tired and partly because the person in front of them is the kind of person you are honest with when you are tired. The second name was the condition. Not stated explicitly. Never stated explicitly. But the arrangement was understood, become the daughter the family needed, become Evelyn Cordelia Vale, and the situation would be managed, which meant buried, which meant I would be permitted to remain in the family and the life and the safety of the structure. Ruth was very still. I was 17, Evelyn said. I thought the structure was the same thing as the self. She touched the side of the corridor wall, a brief, light touch, her fingertips on the plaster. I'm less certain of that now. What happened to the friend? Ruth asked. Softly. She went to school in California. A pause. I expect she's still there. I don't know. I haven't, she stopped. I was told not to write. I didn't write. She said this the way people say things they have not said aloud before, carefully, hearing the shape of it as it arrives. I was very obedient. Ruth's hands were at her sides. She had been rubbing her thumb over her knuckles and made herself stop. I don't tell people that, Evelyn said. I'm not certain why I told you. Ruth looked at her. I think you know, she said. Evelyn met her gaze for a full 3 seconds, which was long by any measure and longer by the measure of Evelyn Vale, who did not let moments run long without choosing to, and then she looked at the corridor wall again and her hand came away from the plaster and she said, Good night, Ruth. Good night, Ruth said. Evelyn went upstairs. Ruth stood in the service corridor for a moment after the footsteps receded, in the quiet of the midnight house, and thought about what June had said, "Don't use the last situation as the ceiling for this one." She breathed out slowly. She picked up her jacket. She said good night to Mrs. Okafor, who was still in the kitchen, who said good night back without looking up from what she was doing, and Ruth went out through the service entrance into the night. The Cadillac was in the parking bay, correctly positioned, as she had left it. She would leave it there until morning. She walked to where her own car was parked around the corner, got in, and sat for a moment with her hands on the wheel. A letter, she thought. She didn't write. And then, because she had learned to be honest with herself even when the honesty was inconvenient, she told me that. She told me that, and she knew what she was telling me, and she told me anyway. She started the car. She drove home through the dark streets with the careful attention she brought to everything, and did not quite manage to be as certain as she had been that morning that the story between them was one she already knew the shape of. Chapter 11, Lenora Wren Calls. Lenora Wren telephoned on a Friday morning at 10:15, which was when she always telephoned, because Lenora had arranged her social life with the same architectural precision she brought to everything else and had understood, very early, that the hour just after 10 on a Friday was the hour when women of her acquaintance were neither occupied with the morning's first obligations nor yet committed to the afternoon's. Evelyn was at her desk at Hartwell when Iris put the call through, and she set down her pen with the particular quality of resignation that Lenora's calls produced, not unwelcome, precisely, but requiring a certain internal repositioning, the way a room had to be rearranged when a guest arrived who preferred a different furniture arrangement and was also, in some irreducible way, correct about it. "You look tired," Lenora said, by way of greeting. She was not on the telephone. She was at the other end of the telephone, which was a distinction Lenora herself would have insisted upon, because Lenora believed in precision of expression. "You can't see me," Evelyn said. "I heard it in your voice before you finished saying hello. Are you sleeping?" "I'm sleeping." "You're sleeping the way you sleep when you have too much to manage." "Which is not sleeping, it's lying in bed reviewing lists." A pause, in which Evelyn could hear the particular Lenora quality of a woman who has said something accurate and is giving the other person a moment to receive it before moving on. "I want to have lunch. Wednesday. The Meridian, unless you'd rather something quieter." "The Meridian is fine." "It's not fine, it's convenient, which is different." "But all right." Another pause, shorter. "How is Beatrice holding up?" "As well as can be expected." "That bad?" "She's managing." Evelyn looked at the correspondence on her desk, the morning's work interrupted and arranged in the particular disorder of a desk that belongs to someone who knows exactly where everything is despite appearances. "The wedding is in 3 weeks. I know when the wedding is. I helped address 116 of those invitations at your kitchen table last February." Lenora's voice carried the affectionate dryness she reserved for facts being stated in response to Evelyn's having pretended not to know them. "I'm asking about Beatrice, not the calendar." Evelyn thought of Beatrice on the telephone, asking about the duck. "Do you ever just want something without having to justify it?" She had not told Lenora about that conversation and was not going to. "She wants the duck at the reception dinner," Evelyn said instead. "Good. The chicken at these things is always an afterthought." Lenora paused. "I heard Thomas Bell had a field visit to the West Side Initiative." "He did. And that you stayed after he left." Evelyn looked at the window, which showed the Hartwell building's interior courtyard and, through the gap between buildings, a slice of street and city. "Naomi needed to speak with me about the second phase funding." "Naomi St. James needed to speak with you about the second phase funding," Lenora repeated, with the precise intonation of a woman who is not disputing the statement but noting what it contains. "Evelyn." "What?" "I'm not criticizing. I'm observing." A soft sound, which Evelyn identified as Lenora settling into her chair, the way she did when she was preparing to say something she had assembled over time rather than recently. "I've been watching you, this past month, and something is different." Evelyn said nothing. "You've always been thorough," Lenora said. "And you've always been present at the things you're supposed to be present at. But lately you're present at the things nobody's tracking, too. The West Side reception. The field visit. The gallery preview for that painter. Patricia mentioned you were there. Patricia mentions everything. Patricia notices everything, which is different. She mentioned you stood in front of a painting for quite some time. A brief pause. With someone. Evelyn set down the pen she had picked up again without intending to. I was at the preview for the Foundation's relationship with Patricia. The painter is someone Naomi introduced. I know. I'm not implying anything improper. The word improper arrived in Lenora's voice with the delicacy of a woman who is handling something fragile and wants the other person to know she is handling it carefully. I'm only saying that you seem to be spending time in places that give you something the regular work doesn't. And I'm wondering if that's the something I think it is. What do you think it is? I think you're allowing yourself to feel things you normally manage very efficiently. Another pause. That's not a criticism either, Evelyn. I want to be clear about that. Evelyn looked at the window and the slice of street beyond it and the ordinary Friday morning city doing its ordinary Friday morning things, indifferent to the conversation happening in an office several floors above it. Wednesday, she said. The Meridian. 12:30. I'll make the reservation. Lenora's voice warmed by one precise degree, the degree she permitted when she had been offered as much as she was going to be offered and was accepting it as sufficient. Wear the navy. It makes you look like yourself. I look like myself in everything I wear. You look correct in everything you wear, Lenora said. Those aren't the same thing and you know it. The warmth shifted to something lighter, the register that was her closest approach to tenderness in daylight hours. Wednesday, darling. I'll see you then. The line disconnected. Evelyn held the receiver for a moment before setting it down. She looked like herself in the Navy. She had always known this, in the peripheral way she knew things about herself that she had not given formal consideration, the way she knew, without examining it, that she breathed more easily in rooms without too many people, that the hour after midnight had a quality she found less oppressive than the hour before dinner, that certain silences were restful and certain silences were the kind you had to survive. She had known, in the same peripheral way, what Lenora was circling. She picked up her pen and returned to the correspondence. Lenora Wren was 30 years old and had been Evelyn's closest friend since they were 17 and at the same school in Connecticut, which meant Lenora had known her during both the before and the after, before the family's unpleasantness and after it, before the second name and during it, during all the years of becoming Evelyn Cordelia Vale with the methodical discipline of a woman who had decided the becoming was preferable to the alternatives. Lenora had never directly said what she knew. That was part of what made her friendship functional. She had a gift for knowing the shape of something without pressing on it, for being present in the room with the thing and not requiring that the thing be named or displayed or explained. She had been doing this for 12 years. Evelyn understood it as love. She understood it also as a form of collusion, which was not a word she let herself use often, because it was accurate in a way that implicated both of them. She corrected a date in the third letter of the morning's correspondence and moved to the next one. The thing Lenora was circling, the thing she had been circling with the patient precision of a woman who had long practiced circling things, was not entirely separable from the thing Evelyn had been not quite examining since the West Side reception, since the painting at the Harrington Gallery, since the service corridor at midnight. She had been managing this not quite examination with the same discipline she brought to everything, which was to say she had been working very hard in its vicinity while not looking directly at it. This strategy, she was beginning to understand, had a flaw. The flaw was that it required the thing being not quite examined to remain stationary, cooperative, and politely confined to the areas of her life where she had arranged to not quite examine it. And the thing, which was not a thing but a person, specifically a person who drove a black Cadillac and solved problems before they became problems and had said, in a service corridor at midnight, "I think you know," the thing was not remaining stationary. Evelyn finished the morning's correspondence at 11:45. She went to find Iris and gave her 3 items to add to the afternoon's task list, and while she was doing this she looked out the window of the outer office and saw the Cadillac at the curb below. Ruth was not in the car. She was on the sidewalk with a thermos, leaning against the front panel in the particular way she leaned against things, fully, without the subtle self-consciousness of a person who is aware of being observed. She was talking to someone, a man passing on the sidewalk who had stopped, and from the brief exchange and the movement of their hands Ruth was giving him directions, which she appeared to do from memory, pointing twice down the street before the man nodded and went on his way. Ruth looked at the thermos in her hand for a moment after the man left. Then she looked up at the building, not at Evelyn's window specifically, but at the building's face in general, the way people look at buildings when they are in proximity to them without thinking about looking. Evelyn looked at the correspondence on Iris's desk. "The Holloway thank you notes need the August date, not July," she said. "I'll have the correct text to you by noon." "Yes, Miss Vale," Iris said. Evelyn returned to her office and sat at her desk and looked at the stack of correspondence she had already finished. The window was behind her. She did not turn to look out of it again. She had been managing things very well for a very long time, and she was going to continue managing them, and Wednesday at the Meridian she would have lunch with Lenora and Lenora would observe her with the practiced accuracy of 30 years of friendship and Evelyn would give her exactly what she chose to give, which was what she always did, which was how she had survived everything she had survived. She picked up her pen. The afternoon sun moved across the office and the Hartwell building's corridor quieted and filled and quieted again with the rhythm of a working day, and at 3 o'clock Iris knocked and said the car was downstairs, and Evelyn gathered her things and went. In the elevator she thought, "You look correct in everything you wear." She stepped out of the lobby into the afternoon. Ruth was at the curb with the car, and looked over when the door opened, and said nothing because Evelyn had not yet spoken, and Evelyn got into the back seat and set her portfolio across her knees. "Hartwell and then home," she said. "We're at Hartwell now," Ruth said, and started the car. "Home, then," Evelyn said, and heard, too late, the quality in her own voice that Lenora would have heard immediately and that she had failed to locate before it was out of her mouth, the quality of a woman momentarily without her arrangements. Ruth drove. She did not say anything about the quality in the voice, because she was Ruth, and Ruth did not press on things. She drove the way she always drove, with the total attention of someone whose work was the car and the route and the other person's comfort, and the silence in the car was the particular silence it had become over the past weeks, not empty but occupied, not easy exactly, but not difficult either. More honest than comfortable, Evelyn thought. And did not examine what that meant for Wednesday lunch at the Meridian, and did not examine what it meant beyond that, and looked out the window at the city going past. The brownstone came into view. "Thank you," she said, when the car stopped. "Of course," Ruth said. She went inside. Behind her, after the door closed, she heard the car remain at the curb for one more moment before pulling away. She did not know why this registered and preferred not to pursue the question. She took off her coat and went upstairs to change for the evening, and when Cordelia called up from the lower hall to say that Thomas Bell had telephoned about the June board calendar, Evelyn called back that she would return the call in the morning, and she said it in the voice that meant she was fine and everything was proceeding correctly, which was the voice she had been using for 12 years, and it came to her as easily as her own name. Which was to say, easily enough, and no more than that. Chapter 12, A Place to Breathe. It was Sol's idea, which Ruth would have resented if the idea had not been so obviously correct. He telephoned her on a Sunday evening with the particular tone he used when he had already decided something and was presenting it as a question out of courtesy. "The car needs to go to the shop Tuesday," he said. "The DeVille. I drove it this morning. The brakes are fine. The brakes are fine. The rear differential is making a sound I don't like. Bring it in Tuesday and I'll have it back to you Wednesday morning. The Vale household needs the car Tuesday afternoon. I know. That's why I'm calling Sunday." He paused. "The Buick's available. But the Buick is not a Vale family car, which means if you're driving Miss Vale somewhere on Tuesday, you're taking her somewhere the household doesn't need to know about." Ruth held the telephone and looked at the wall of her apartment, which was clean and undecorated except for a road map she had pinned there 6 months ago for a job that had never materialized and which she had kept because she liked having a map on the wall. "Sol," she said. "I'm not suggesting anything," he said. "I'm telling you the differential needs work. What you do with Tuesday afternoon is your own affair." The line went quiet. "She works herself half to death on that calendar," Ruth said, finally. "I know. She hasn't had an afternoon outside the Vale machinery in the time I've been at the house." I know that too. Sol's voice was dry and warm in equal measure. So if you were to ask her whether she'd like to see something that isn't a foundation event or a donor dinner or a family obligation, that might be a thing worth doing. On account of the differential. You're going to give me a lecture next about looking both ways before crossing the street. I trust you to know when to cross, Sol said. Good night, Ruth. She put the telephone down. She looked at the map. She thought about it for a long time before she decided, which was how she made decisions about things that mattered, not quickly, not by impulse, but by examining the decision from several angles until she found the one that felt honest. The honest angle on Tuesday was this: she had been watching Eleanor Vale move through an April and a May and the beginning of June without a single afternoon that was not organized around someone else's requirement, and she had been watching it with the particular quality of attention that had stopped, some time ago, being purely professional. She made her decision. She asked Evelyn on Monday morning, in the kitchen, with the directness she brought to things she had already considered carefully and was not going to unconsider. The Cadillac goes to the shop tomorrow, she said. I have the use of a personal car. I have an afternoon free of schedule if you have one. Evelyn looked up from the morning's correspondence, which she had brought to the kitchen table with her coffee in the precise way she sometimes did on mornings without early appointments. The light was good in the kitchen at this hour, and Ruth had learned to tell, from the quality of Evelyn's stillness in it, whether the day had already begun to press on her or whether she had arrived in the morning with enough of herself intact to actually receive things. This morning she had enough. The stillness was the other kind. A free afternoon, Evelyn said. There's a place I know. Outside the city. Nothing that requires anything from you. A pause. No one to manage. No names on cards. Just somewhere to be for a few hours. Evelyn's hand was still on the correspondence. She was looking at Ruth with the look that was actually two looks, the first one considering, the second one deciding what to do with the consideration. Ruth let her look and didn't fill the silence, because the silence was doing something. Where? Evelyn said. You'll see when we get there. A long moment. Then, quietly, in the voice that appeared occasionally from beneath the composed one, the voice that was less constructed, all right. Ruth nodded. Afternoon, she said. Pack light. She left the kitchen before anything else could be said, which was the right instinct, because some things asked too loudly tend to reconsider themselves. The place was 40 minutes north of the city, up a road that switched from pavement to gravel 2 miles before the destination, through a country that was working farmland on one side and second-growth woodland on the other, and which in early June had the particular quality of green that happened only in that brief window when the light was long and the heat had not yet arrived to flatten everything. Ruth had found it 2 years ago on a job that had taken her up this way, had pulled off the road to look at something, and had looked at it for nearly an hour. It was not dramatic. That was the whole point. It was a field, or rather the edge of a field where it met a tree line, and a creek that ran along the lower end of the field, and a wooden footbridge over the creek that was old and reliable and led to a path that wound along the creek bank for perhaps a quarter mile before the creek bent north and the path ended at a flat rock ledge where someone had, years ago, left a weathered wooden bench that was still structurally sound and looked out over the creek and the opposite bank's willows and the long unremarkable reach of the field beyond. There was nothing to do there. That was also the point. Evelyn had been quiet for most of the drive, which was not unusual, but the quality of the quiet was different today, not the taut, working quiet of a woman reviewing the day's obligations, but something looser, the quiet of someone who has been given permission to not fill a space and is still deciding whether to trust the permission. Ruth parked the Buick on the gravel verge at the field's edge and said, "We walk from here." She watched Evelyn look at her shoes, low-heeled today, not the practical flats she sometimes wore but not the formal heels of foundation events, and then look at the path with the expression of someone recalibrating. "I should have known to bring different shoes," Evelyn said. "You'll be fine. The path's not rough." Ruth got out of the car and came around to Evelyn's side in time to see her already stepping out on her own, which was how it always went. She led the way to the footbridge and across it and down the creek path, and Evelyn followed, and neither of them spoke, and the creek made the sound it made in June, which was not the high urgent sound of snowmelt but the lower sound of water that knows where it is going and is not in a hurry. At the bench, Ruth sat, and Evelyn sat beside her. Not at a measured social distance. Beside her. Close enough that Ruth was aware of the warmth of proximity that she had been carefully not being aware of for 6 weeks. The creek moved. The willows on the opposite bank were doing something slow and continuous in the light air. A bird Ruth couldn't identify was making a sound from somewhere in the tree line that was repetitive and not at all unpleasant. The field behind them smelled of warming grass and, faintly, of something blooming that Ruth couldn't name either. Naomi would say I've taken you outside the Vale geography, Evelyn said, after a while. You've been outside it before. The West Side reception. The field visit. A pause. Those were still the foundation. This is, she looked at the creek. What is this? Nowhere in particular, Ruth said. Which is what it's for. Evelyn sat with this. She had taken off her jacket at the car and was in just the dress now, and without the jacket she looked less finished than she usually looked, which was not a diminishment, it was more that the finishing had been one layer of armor and without it there was simply a person, sitting by a creek, listening to a bird. I don't do this, Evelyn said. I know. I don't, not because I wouldn't want to. I've simply never arranged it. She was quiet for a moment. It hadn't occurred to me to arrange it. Which is its own kind of thing, I suppose. What kind? The kind that tells you something you'd rather not know. She reached down and picked up a small stone from the bank beside the bench, turned it over in her fingers. She had long hands, elegant in the way that was purely structural, the way certain things were beautiful without trying. My mother arranges time very carefully. There's no unclaimed time in the house. If there's a gap, she fills it. Social obligation, foundation work, family business. I learned to fill gaps before she could. Because her fillings were worse than yours? A brief sound, not quite a laugh, but the precursor to one, the thing that happened before Evelyn permitted the laugh. Because her fillings were better. More strategic. I could see the strategy in them, and the strategy was always partly about positioning me correctly, and I preferred to position myself. Even when both options are just varieties of managed time. Even then. She set the stone down on the bench beside her. You've been listening to me for 6 weeks. Occupational requirement. It's not, actually. She looked at Ruth, directly, the gray-green eyes doing the thing they did when she was being honest rather than strategic. Something in them opened, the compression eased by a degree. Most people in your position listen for what they're told to listen for. You listen for the thing underneath. Ruth looked at the creek. It's harder not to, she said, which was as honest as she was willing to be in that sentence. Why? A pause. Ruth rubbed her thumb across her knuckles, the small automatic motion she made when something needed deciding. Because the thing underneath is usually where the person actually is. Evelyn was still. Not the managed stillness, the inhabited kind. And where am I, she said, quietly. Not asking for reassurance. Asking the actual question. Ruth looked at her. Somewhere between the name they put on you and the one you haven't decided on yet, she said. Which is an uncomfortable place to be. But at least it's real. The creek moved. The bird in the tree line had found a new sound, something slower. Evelyn had not looked away and Ruth had not looked away, and the particular quality of a moment that has stopped being ordinary and become something else was present between them like weather. Then Evelyn looked at the creek. I had a name, she said. Before Evelyn Cordelia. There was a name I was called, briefly, when I was very young. My grandmother called me this. A pause. I can barely remember how it sounded in her voice. She died when I was 6. After that it was just Evelyn. She was quiet. My mother never used the other one. What was it? Ruth asked. A longer pause. Nell, Evelyn said. The word arrived between them small and precise, like something set down very carefully. Ruth did not respond immediately, because some things required the pause. She let it stand. Let Nell exist in the June air by the creek without being immediately organized, explained, or managed. Nell, she said, finally. Not testing it. Not trying it on Evelyn like a gift. Just saying it once, so that it had been said by a second voice. Evelyn looked at the creek and said nothing, and something in the line of her shoulder changed very slightly. I haven't said that in years, she said. I'm not sure I've said it at all. Out loud. You just said it. Yes. A breath. I did. The afternoon moved around them, unhurried. The sun was lower now, the light coming lateral across the field in the way it did at this hour, the kind of light that made ordinary things look briefly luminous. They sat in it without doing anything with it, which was, Ruth thought, exactly what they were here for. After a while Evelyn said, "Tell me something about where you came from." Ruth looked at her. The question was direct and genuine, which meant it deserved a genuine answer. Georgia, she said. A small place. My mother's family had been there for 3 generations. I left when I was 19. Left or had to leave? Both. Ruth watched the willows. The version of myself I needed to become required more room than that place was willing to give. Evelyn was quiet, receiving this. Ruth appreciated that she did not fill it with sympathy or questions. She waited. And then? Evelyn said. And then several places. Several years. The kind of years that are hard to describe to someone who hasn't had them. She paused. June found me eventually. Soul found me eventually. I found the work I'm good at and I kept it. You make it sound very simple. It wasn't. Ruth looked at her hands. But it was mine. That's the part that matters. Evelyn was still looking at the creek. I've never had years like that, she said. Every year of my adult life has been inside the veil structure. I can't imagine what it would be to just go. Move through the world without a fixed address. It's frightening, Ruth said. I won't tell you otherwise. But you find out who you are very quickly when the scaffolding isn't there. She paused. Sometimes what you find is frightening too. But it's yours. Evelyn turned her head and looked at Ruth for a long, quiet moment. You weren't frightened, Evelyn said. Were you? When you left. I was terrified, Ruth said. Every day for the first 2 years. But terror and forward movement aren't mutually exclusive. I've found you can do both. The creek ran. The light moved. Somewhere behind them in the grass something small was moving through it, a quick invisible rustling that passed and was gone. Evelyn's hand was on the bench between them, close enough that the distance between it and Ruth's hand was the kind of distance that has stopped being accidental and become a decision. Neither of them moved. This is the most I've spoken about myself in. Evelyn paused, counting something. I don't know how long. A very long time. I know. You make it easy. She said this with the slightly effortful honesty of someone delivering an observation they have been holding for a while and have decided to set down. I don't know what to do with that. You don't have to do anything with it, Ruth said. It's just true. The word true settled in the afternoon air. Evelyn looked at the water. Ruth looked at the opposite bank and the willows doing their slow, easy business in the light, and the particular quality of the moment was something she was going to carry with her regardless of what she decided to do about it, because some things happened to you whether you had made room for them or not. After a while longer, the quality of the light changed in the way that announced itself only in retrospect, the blue beginning to come into the gold, and Ruth said, "We should head back before the gravel road gets dark." Yes. Evelyn didn't move for a moment. Then she stood, brushing something from the dress's skirt, and looked at the creek one more time with the look of someone making a private inventory of a thing before they leave it. "Thank you," she said. "For this." Specifically. Specifically, Ruth said, standing. "For knowing it was what I needed when I wouldn't have known to ask." Ruth picked up her jacket from the bench and said nothing, because she was not sure what there was to say about the fact that she had known, and the knowing had not been difficult, and the not being difficult was precisely what made it worth examining with care. They walked back up the path. At the footbridge Evelyn slipped slightly on the wood, one small lurch of the body that she recovered immediately and which Ruth steadied with a hand at her elbow that lasted 3 seconds and then was gone. Evelyn did not acknowledge it. Neither did Ruth. They reached the car. They drove back to the city in the blue-gold light, and the fields gave way to pavement and the pavement to the city's beginning, and Evelyn sat in the front seat this time, not the back, the front, which had happened twice now, looking at the road ahead. At the bridge before the city Ruth said, the name. Evelyn looked at her. "You can keep it," Ruth said. "In this car. If you want to." A silence. "Then, I'll think about it," Evelyn said. Which was, Ruth understood, not a no. She drove across the bridge and into the city, where the lights were beginning to come on in the windows above the streets, and the evening was arriving with the particular patience of June evenings, unhurried, certain of itself, willing to take the time it needed. Chapter 13, What She Hears Herself Answer To. The Foundation's civic engagement luncheon was held on the second Thursday of June at the Whitmore Room, which was where these things always happened, which was appropriate because the Whitmore Room was designed for the precise species of occasion that the Foundation's civic luncheons represented, elevated enough to flatter the guests, institutional enough to signal seriousness, and with enough history in the walls to make the present feel continuous with something important. Evelyn had organized it. She had organized it the way she organized everything, with the thoroughness of a woman whose attention to detail was not perfectionism but a form of structural self-preservation. If the event was flawless, then the event could not become a problem, and if the event could not become a problem then she could not become the problem, which was the foundational logic that ran beneath most of what she did. The guest list was 140, including 3 city council members, a state senator who was not Senator Moorfield but was on the Foundation's cultivation list, a delegation from 2 civil rights organizations that Naomi had facilitated, and who had, in Evelyn's private estimation, more right to be in this room than most of the people already in it, and the usual arrangement of donors, board members, and carefully placed social allies. Thomas Bell had written the program. He had done it in the manner he always did, which was to produce something comprehensive and correct that nevertheless managed to subtly organize every person in the room according to their utility to the Foundation's institutional interests. Evelyn had revised 3 things in his draft and left the rest, because the revision of 3 things was the maximum she could perform without the revision becoming a confrontation. She arrived at 9 o'clock to verify the room. Ruth had the car outside on Whitmore Street and would stay through the afternoon, because there were multiple board members requiring transport and because Thomas had specified, in the logistics brief, that the Foundation's senior transport support was to be at call throughout. Iris met her at the Whitmore Room entrance with the clipboard. "The senator's office confirmed he's arriving at 11:20, Iris said. "The delegation from the core affiliate is already here, they came early, I put them in the side room with coffee." "The florist." "I saw the florist's arrangement downstairs," Evelyn said. "It's right this time." "Yes." A pause. "Thomas is here." "He's always early." "He's early and he's made a change to the program order. The tribute section is now leading the afternoon segment rather than the donor acknowledgments." Iris said this with the particular neutral precision of a woman delivering information she knows to be unwelcome while maintaining plausible deniability about knowing it. Evelyn looked at her. "He's put the tribute section in front of the acknowledgments. He said it strengthens the narrative flow. He said it places the Vale family name at the top of the afternoon agenda so that the state senator hears it within 5 minutes of the program resuming." She picked up her clutch. "Where is Thomas?" "Podium end." "Thank you." She had this conversation with Thomas in 4 minutes and won it in the specific way she sometimes won these things, not by overturning his decision but by suggesting a modification that achieved her actual objective while allowing him to perceive the modification as an improvement he had been persuaded toward. Thomas's version moved the tribute section 2 positions back in the order, which put it after the council members' remarks and before the afternoon's action item. This was where it had been in her original program. Thomas left the conversation under the impression that he had made a strategic adjustment. By 11 the room was arranged, the delegates from the core affiliate had been moved from the side room to their assigned tables, good tables, near the windows, with the sight lines she had specified in the seating plan, and the early arrivals were circulating with the particular social efficiency of people who had learned to use a cocktail hour for its actual purpose. Naomi arrived at 11:15, which was earlier than she usually arrived at these things, and found Evelyn near the reception station. The delegates, Naomi said. Their placement. Table 4 and 5. Both with window views. I wanted them away from the service corridor. Naomi was quiet for a moment with the expression that meant she was evaluating something. Thomas signed off on that seating? Thomas signed off on the seating chart. The specifics of table 4 and 5 fell within my discretion as event coordinator. A pause. They're your colleagues. They should be able to see the room. Something shifted in Naomi's expression, not quite surprised, but something adjacent to it. All right, she said. Thank you. The luncheon proceeded. It proceeded the way Evelyn had organized it to proceed, which was smoothly and with the quality of inevitability that good organization produces, making itself invisible. The council members spoke. The state senator spoke. Thomas introduced the foundation's work with the practiced eloquence of a man who had been doing this for 11 years and no longer needed to feel anything while doing it. Evelyn sat at the head table and was present and composed and entirely correct. And then the afternoon program began, and Thomas gave the signal she had been watching for, and she stood. The room was the full room now, 140 people in the chairs they had been assigned to, their faces turned in the direction of the podium with the particular combination of attention and politeness that audiences at these events brought, genuine interest in some faces, performative interest in others, and the core delegates at tables 4 and 5 with the clear, steady attention of people who were going to take what was useful from this afternoon and leave the rest exactly where they found it. Thank you, Thomas said, from his position beside the podium. I'd like to take a moment before we continue to recognize the individual whose work has made this afternoon possible. The Vale Family Foundation's Director of Donor Relations, Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale. She had been introduced this way dozens of times. Hundreds of times. The full name deployed in public rooms with the ceremonial weight that public introductions gave to names, Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale, which was the professional title that belonged to the foundation, which belonged to the family, which belonged to the performance of a life whose organizing principle was that the family's name took precedence over whatever else might have been true underneath it. She was already standing. She was already at the podium. She had been to this podium before. And this time something happened that had not happened before. The name landed. Not as a sound she answered to, she had been answering to it for 12 years without incident. But as a weight. As a thing with mass and consequence, arriving in the room in Thomas's voice and in the ears of 140 people and inscribed in the program at their places in the Garamond typeface she had specified herself, and she felt it land in a way she had not felt it land before, which was, as if it had come from outside her and struck something that did not belong to it. Evelyn Cordelia Vale. Mississippi. The second name that was her grandmother's name and the dead sister's name and her mother's name and the condition agreed to at 17 in the aftermath of a letter found in a wrong pocket in a house with very thin emotional walls. She stood at the podium. She said what she was meant to say. She said it well, she said it with the practiced warmth and authority that she had spent years refining, the welcome that felt personal and was controlled and was gracious and said nothing in particular in the most effective possible language. She thanked the council members. She thanked the delegates. She used the phrase, "our family's commitment," 3 times. She sat down. The afternoon continued. She was aware, for the first time in a long time, of the specific quality of being addressed publicly under a name that was a role rather than a person. It was not a new sensation, she had felt versions of it before, most recently over the stationery boxes and the program proofs. But this was different. The difference was that she had spent a Tuesday afternoon in a field beside a creek saying a name she had not said in years, and the person who had been beside her had said it back, simply and without ceremony, just to confirm that it had been spoken. Nell. She had said it into the June air and Ruth had received it and the world had not rearranged, which was the thing she had always been most afraid of, that to say a true thing would cause a collapse of the structure that depended on the untrue thing being maintained. The structure had not collapsed. The creek had continued to run. The willows had gone on being willows. And Evelyn Cordelia Vale had driven back to the city in the front seat of an old Buick and felt, for the first time in a very long time, that the gap between who she was in the car and who she was required to be in the room was not something she had successfully managed. It was something she was failing to survive. Thomas was speaking again. She heard her name once more, this time as a reference point in a sentence about the Foundation's historical commitments. She registered it with the new quality that had arrived in her this afternoon, not as her name, but as a name she wore. These were not the same thing, and she had been allowing them to be the same thing for 12 years, and it had taken a field in June and a woman saying Nell back to her in a voice that was careful with it to make the difference feel inescapable. Across the room she could see the delegates at table 4. One of the women was writing something in a small notebook. The other was watching the podium with the expression of someone evaluating the sincerity of what they were hearing. They had come here from work that was real and ongoing and had costs that these walls did not know how to contain, and they were sitting in the Foundation's good chairs and being thanked by the Foundation's name and making their private assessments of what any of it was worth. Evelyn looked at her program. Her name was in it twice, once in the speaker acknowledgement and once in the tribute line, the one that read Director of Donor Relations, Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale, and she looked at the Garamond letters, the cream stock, the gold leaf border that ran along the bottom margin. 212 programs, in the boxes she had sealed and addressed and delivered to the printer on Clement Street 3 weeks ago. She set the program face down on the table. After the formal program, the social hour. She moved through it as she always moved through these things, which is to say completely and without visible seam. She spoke to the council members. She found a moment with each of the core delegates to say something that was not the Foundation's language, something that was hers, or what she could manage of hers in a room that did not support it. She noticed the delegate with the notebook looking at her with a slightly revised expression by the end of these conversations, which she took as information. Thomas caught her at the reception table near the end of the hour. "Very well done," he said, with the precision of a man who distributes credit in the exact amounts the recipient has earned and not a fraction more. The tribute section landed correctly. "Thank you," she said. "The June board calendar wants your sign-off by Friday. I'll have it to you Thursday." He moved on to the next thing. He was always moving on to the next thing. This was, she had long understood, the mechanism of his survival in this work. There was always a next thing, and the next thing required management, and the management of the next thing foreclosed the possibility of sitting with any one thing long enough for it to become uncomfortable. She envied this, briefly, and then stopped envying it, because she had spent a great deal of her life using the same mechanism and had recently understood what it cost. The last guests left at 3:30. She stood in the nearly emptied Whitmore room while Iris and 2 of the hotel's staff began the process of clearing and reset. The afternoon light through the windows was the good light, the horizontal gold of June mid-afternoon, and it lay across the tables and the chair backs and the scattered programs with the indifference of light, which illuminated everything equally regardless of what it was. She picked up one of the remaining programs from the nearest table. The Garamond name looked back at her from the page. She put it down. "Miss Vale." Iris appeared at her elbow. "The car's outside. Ruth's been waiting since noon." "I know." She picked up her clutch. "I'll be right down." She gave the room one more look, the arrangement of things, the flowers, the podium with Thomas's notes still on it, the afternoon contained inside the walls where it had happened and was now over. She noted it with the particular attention of someone who is beginning to understand that the rooms they have been organizing all their life have not been organized for them. Then she went down to the car. Ruth was outside on Whitmore Street, not leaning against the car today but standing at full height near the hood, and she looked at Evelyn when she came through the door with the look that was not asking anything but was, in some way she had not yet found words for, available to be told. Evelyn said nothing. She got into the car. She sat in the back this time, not the front, not today, because she needed the boundary of the back seat and the slight distance it provided, because she was not certain she had enough composure to manage the front seat today and she needed the composure for the ride home. Ruth got in and drove. At the first light on Whitmore, Evelyn said, "My name was used 6 times in 45 minutes. Ruth said nothing. She was listening. I heard it each time, Evelyn said. As a name that belongs to someone else. She looked at her hands in her lap. I've been hearing it for 12 years. I don't know why today is different. Ruth drove. She was quiet in the deliberate way of someone who has something to say and is determining whether now is the time to say it. They went 2 full blocks in the silence. Because before last Tuesday, Ruth said, there wasn't another name to compare it to. The light on Clement went red. They stopped. Evelyn looked at the intersection, the pedestrians crossing, the ordinary world proceeding in its ordinary way. She felt the truth of what Ruth had said land in her chest with the full weight of things that have been true for a while and have simply been waiting for someone to say them. Yes, she said. That's it exactly. The light went green. They drove home. Chapter 14, The First Truth. The rain started on a Friday afternoon. Ruth saw it begin from the parking structure on Clement where she had left the Cadillac while Evelyn was in her monthly coordination meeting with Thomas Bell, the meeting that ran, reliably, between 90 minutes and 2 hours and left Evelyn with the particular quality of stillness that Ruth had come to associate with sustained self-containment, the stillness of a person who has been very careful for a long time in a room with someone who requires carefulness. The rain came in from the west, the way June rains sometimes did, arriving without much warning and with the quality of seriousness rather than drama, the kind of rain that intended to be thorough. Within 20 minutes the streets were dark and the gutters running and the pedestrians on Clement doing the compromised half-run of people who had not dressed for it. Ruth moved the car to the Hartwell Street side before 5 o'clock and was there when Evelyn came out at 15:15. She was not running. She walked through the rain with the composure she walked through everything, one hand holding the collar of her coat closed at the throat, her hair already beginning to come loose from its set in the way that rain did to even the most carefully maintained things. She opened her own door and got in, and Ruth started the car, and neither of them said anything for the first 2 blocks. The meeting ran long, Evelyn said. I know. Thomas wants to restructure the June giving calendar. She set her portfolio on her knees and stared at it without opening it. He wants to fold 2 of the cultivations into one event on the theory that combined attendance increases perceived momentum. I told him that it also halves the attention each donor receives and reduces the personal connection that makes these events function. He said he'd take it under consideration. Meaning he'll do it anyway. Meaning he'll do it and send me a memo next week explaining why he's considered my input and concluded otherwise. She looked out the window at the rain-darkened street. I've been doing this for 6 years. I know the memo. Ruth drove. The windshield wipers made their rhythm and the rain made its sound on the roof and the city was gray and specific outside the windows, each thing on the wet pavement looking more itself than it did in dry weather. He told Cordelia before he told you, Ruth said. Not a question. A pause. He spoke to my mother this morning. She mentioned it at breakfast. The composed voice had the slight edge it got when the composure was being maintained under conditions that were genuinely difficult. She said the restructuring seemed sensible and that Thomas always had good instincts for efficiency. And then you went into the meeting already knowing the outcome. I go into most meetings already knowing the outcome. That's the arrangement. She turned the portfolio over in her hands, the small restless motion. Thomas and my mother make the decisions. I implement them. If I implement them well enough, I'm occasionally permitted to make a modification. That is the scope of my authority. Ruth was quiet for a moment. They were coming up on the Callaway Street light, which was red. You told me, Ruth said carefully, that you've been doing August's administrative work for 6 years. Yes. And Thomas's coordination work, essentially. The organizing, yes. The relationship management. The event architecture. She looked at the red light ahead. Thomas is very good at presenting the work. He's less interested in doing it. Does the board know that? A short silence. The board sees the outcomes, Evelyn said. Which have Thomas's name on them. And August's, for the external work. My name appears in the acknowledgement lines. She said this with the flat precision of a woman who has mapped the terrain so thoroughly she can describe it without feeling it, and almost succeeds. I made peace with this years ago. Did you? The light went green. Ruth drove. You're going to say I didn't, Evelyn said. I'm going to say peace and silence are two different things. Evelyn looked at her. Is that what you think I've been doing? Being silent. I think, Ruth said, choosing her words with the care she brought to things she had been not quite deciding to say for longer than the present moment, that you are very good at locating the version of a thing that lets you keep functioning inside a structure that reduces you. And that you've been doing it for long enough that it looks like acceptance from the outside and probably feels like it from the inside most of the time. Evelyn said nothing. The meeting today didn't feel like that, Ruth said. Did it? A longer silence. The rain intensified for a moment, harder against the roof, and then settled again into its steady, serious sound. No, Evelyn said. Ruth nodded once and kept driving. She had said what she was going to say and there was no value in adding to it. Some things needed to sit in the space that followed them. They were 4 blocks from the brownstone when Evelyn said, "Pull over." Ruth pulled to the curb. She cut the engine. The rain came down on the quiet car, and the street outside was gray and empty at this stretch, a residential block between the avenue and the brownstone street, and the interior of the car was the particular enclosed space it always was at this hour, not quite public, not quite private, the world outside made gauzy by the rain on the windows. I want to tell you something, Evelyn said. Not about the meeting. Not about Thomas or the calendar. Ruth turned in her seat, slightly. She was not facing Evelyn fully, that would have been too much, too formal a staging for what was clearly going to be something that required room to breathe. But she turned enough to make the space available. I see what you do, Evelyn said. When we're together. I've been watching you do it for 6 weeks and she stopped. Reached for the phrasing with the deliberateness she used when she was not composing but actually trying to say the true thing. I've been trying to decide whether you know that you're doing it. What am I doing? You see me disappear. She said it plainly, the way plain things sometimes arrive when there's been enough preamble. When I answer to Evelyn Cordelia. When Thomas introduces me. When my mother positions me in a room. You see the moment when I go somewhere, inward, I suppose, and I become less the person in the car and more the role I'm playing. You see it and you don't say anything and you don't look away. Ruth looked at the rain on the windshield. Yes, she said. That's not a driver's job. No. It's also not, Evelyn paused. It's the most honest thing anyone has done in my vicinity in a very long time. Ruth turned to look at her then, fully. Evelyn was looking at the rain-blurred window, her profile in the gray light doing the thing it did when she was not arranging herself for an audience, more still than composed, the slight tension behind the composure absent. She looked tired and clear at the same time, the way people look when they have stopped managing something and permitted themselves to simply be tired about it. The person you are in the car, Ruth said. That person isn't less real because she's not the one on the letterhead. I know that. A pause. I'm starting to know that. When I'm with you I know it. When I step out of the car I have to relearn it very quickly. She looked at Ruth directly. That's the problem. Ruth was quiet for 2 full seconds, which was enough time for the thing that needed deciding to be decided. There's something I want you to understand, she said. And I want to say it plainly, not because I'm trying to push you toward anything, but because you deserve plain speech. Evelyn looked at her. I see you, Ruth said. Not the director of donor relations. Not Cordelia's daughter. Not the woman they print in the program. I see the person who looked at a painting for longer than she meant to, and who sat by a creek and said a name she hadn't said in years, and who gets in the front seat sometimes and looks at the road like she's trying to remember where she's going. She paused. That woman is not a secret. She's not something to be managed. She's just you. The rain on the roof. The gray light. Evelyn's breath, audible in the quiet of the car. I'm frightened of her, Evelyn said. I know. I've been frightened of her since I was 17 and my mother found a letter. She said this with the exhaustion of a confession that is not new but is being said to someone new, which made it new again in a particular way. It is easier to be Evelyn Cordelia Vale than to be the person who doesn't know what she'd be called if she got to choose. Nell, Ruth said. Quietly. Just the word. Evelyn closed her eyes for one full second. Nell, she agreed. Who I haven't been since I was 6 years old and my grandmother was alive and it was still possible to imagine that the world had room for her. You're not wrong about it now. I don't know what I am now. She looked at Ruth with the gray-green eyes doing the open thing, the unguarded thing. I know that I am different in this car than I am anywhere else. And I know that I'm aware of you in a way that I don't know how to call anything safe. Ruth sat with the weight of this arriving, because it was considerable weight, and because the right response to considerable weight was not to receive it casually. I'm not trying to make it easier for you to stay as you are, Ruth said, finally. I need you to understand that. Whatever this is between us, whatever is happening in this car, I'm not going to be content with being the thing that makes the wrong life bearable. She said it without cruelty. As a fact. You deserve more than that and so do I. Evelyn looked at her. Something moved in her expression, not surprise, because it was not a surprising thing to say, but something more like recognition, the face of a person hearing something they already knew, confirmed. I know, Evelyn said. I know what you're telling me. Do you? Yes. She looked out at the rain. You're telling me that this is going to cost something. That I'm going to have to pay it eventually. That you won't let me make you the price I pay for not paying it. Ruth looked at the rain with her. That's about right, she said. A long pause. A car passed on the street, its headlights diffused in the wet, and its tail lights went red and then were gone. I don't know how to start, Evelyn said. You've already started. I said a name by a creek. You said it to me, Ruth said. Which is more than saying it to yourself. A pause. And you're sitting in this car in the rain telling me true things instead of getting out and walking the 4 blocks home and going to dinner and being exactly who your mother arranged for you to be. That's also a start. Evelyn was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, very quietly, I don't know what I'm going to do, Ruth. You don't have to know tonight. The wedding is in 9 days. I know. Everything comes to a head at the wedding. The family. The names. The entire machinery. She said the last word with a slight bitterness that was not directed at Ruth but at the word itself, at the apt and terrible precision of it. I don't know what I'm going to be on the other side of it. Neither do I, Ruth said. But I know what I won't be. And you need to know it too. She said it without inflection. Not as a threat and not as a withdrawal. As a statement of what was true, she would not be Evelyn's secret, her private respite, the thing that made the false life navigable. She had learned this lesson at a cost she had no intention of paying twice. Evelyn looked at her for a long time. All right, she said. I understand. She reached for the door handle. Paused, her hand on it. I'm not going to say I'm not asking you to wait, because I think I am. I'm asking you to wait a very little while longer. 9 days. Ruth looked at her hand on the door handle, the long elegant hand with the rain outside it. 9 days, she said. Evelyn opened the door. She stepped out into the rain and walked the 4 blocks to the brownstone without running, because she was Evelyn Vale and she did not run, and the rain came down on her and she let it, and Ruth watched her go through the gray water on the windshield until she was through the door and gone. Ruth sat in the parked car for a moment. She thought about the word wait, and what she had agreed to, and whether she had agreed to it or simply failed to disagree, which were not quite the same thing but were close enough tonight. She thought about Nell, the name Evelyn had said by the creek with the care of something that had been carried for a long time in a closed place and set down, briefly, to breathe. She thought about 9 days, and the wedding, and the name that would be on the invitation, and the name that wouldn't be. She started the car. She drove home through the rain and thought about what June had said about ceilings and what she had said back about keeping her eyes open, and she kept them open now, and she looked at the wet city through the windshield, and she waited. Chapter 15, The Room with No Witnesses. The week before the Holloway wedding was the kind of week that seemed designed by some force larger than logistics to make everything converge at once. On Monday, the caterer for the rehearsal dinner had a staffing crisis that required Evelyn to spend 3 hours on the telephone locating a replacement service that could guarantee coverage with 5 days' notice. On Tuesday, the wedding program printer called to say one of the 212 programs had been run with a typographical error in the groom's family acknowledgement, a single transposed letter, invisible to most eyes, catastrophically visible to the Holloway family's eyes, and that a partial reprint would take 2 days. On Wednesday, August returned from another business trip with the information that he had invited 2 additional guests he had forgotten to mention, both of whom required accommodation at the reception dinner, and that he assumed Evelyn would sort it. Evelyn sorted it. She sorted it all: the caterer, the programs, August's guests, the seating chart revision that August's additions necessitated, the 2 board members who needed accommodation for the post-wedding brunch that Cordelia had added to the weekend's events without informing Evelyn until the previous Thursday. She sorted it with the efficiency of a woman who has been sorting things for long enough that sorting is no longer a challenge but a reflex, and she sorted it from behind the desk at Hartwell and from the telephone at the brownstone and from the back seat of the Cadillac, which Ruth drove to 7 different destinations across Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They did not have the conversation again. The one from the car in the rain. It had landed where it needed to land, and the landing had changed something, not between them, exactly, but in Evelyn's interior architecture, a shift she could feel but could not yet describe. She was aware of Ruth's presence differently in the days after it. Not more than before, because before had already been more than was strictly appropriate. But differently, with a quality of recognition that had replaced some of the uncertainty. What Ruth had said in the rain was a fixed point now, something she was arranging around, even when she didn't know yet what the arrangement would be. On Thursday evening, with the wedding 2 days away and the last of the urgent logistics dispatched, Ruth drove her home from Hartwell, and they sat in the brownstone street with the engine running and the evening coming on in the way it did in June, slow and luminous and in no hurry to end. The weekend schedule, Evelyn said. She had it in her portfolio, which was open across her knees. I've read it. Ruth had, in fact, read it 3 times. The wedding weekend had a complexity that she had been mapping since Tuesday, the rehearsal dinner Friday evening, a late arrival from the family's morning schedule, 3 groups of guests requiring transport from 2 different hotels, the ceremony Saturday afternoon, the reception running into Saturday evening, and the post-wedding brunch Cordelia had added on Sunday that had not been on any of the original logistics documents. You'll need the foundation van for the rehearsal dinner transport, Evelyn said. Mrs. Okafor's arranged the second driver from Soul's network. He's reliable. I know. You told me. A pause. I need you at the reception Saturday. I know. I'll be there. She said this with the particular quality her voice sometimes had when she was being professionally precise about something that was not purely professional, and Evelyn heard it. Evelyn always heard it and did not quite look at her. I want you there, Evelyn said. She said it simply, without the composure as a layer on top of it. Just the thing itself. Not for the logistics. Ruth was quiet for a moment. I'll be there, she said again, which meant the same thing back. Evelyn closed the portfolio. She looked at the brownstone's front, which was lit in the lower windows and on the 3rd floor where her mother's rooms were, and she looked at it with the look she sometimes had for it in the evenings, the look of a woman seeing the building at the end of a long approach rather than the beginning of a return. I keep thinking about Beatrice, she said. What about her? She's getting married in 2 days. She's going to stand in a church and speak a set of words that organize her entire future, and she has been frightened of it since February at the latest, and I've been watching her manage the fear with exactly the tools I gave her, the details, the planning, the forward motion of logistics, and she's used them exactly as well as I would have used them, and in 2 days she's going to be Calvin Holloway's wife. Ruth said nothing. And I think, Evelyn said, that I have been helping her get there. With the invitations and the seating and the programs and the caterer and all the rest of it. I've been helping her into it. Did she ask for help out of it? A long pause. No. Then you helped her do what she wanted to do. What she wanted or what she'd decided was the available thing. Ruth turned in her seat. Evelyn was still looking at the brownstone, her profile in the evening light carrying the tired clear quality that the rain conversation had put there and which had not quite left. "That's a question about you," Ruth said. "Not Beatrice." "Yes." Evelyn looked at her hands. "I know." The evening was quiet on this block. A couple walked by with a dog, the domestic ordinary of a Thursday night. A window lit in the building across. The whole unhurried texture of lives being lived. "Can I ask you something?" Evelyn said. "Yes." "When you chose yourself, when you went through the frightening years, did you know, before you went through them, that you would come out the other side? That there would be an other side?" Ruth considered this with the care the question deserved. "No," she said. "I didn't know. I knew I couldn't stay. And I knew that not staying was going to cost more than I could calculate in advance." She paused. "I also knew that the cost of staying was already paid daily and the account was running out." Evelyn looked at her. "That's where I am," she said. "I know. I've been at zero for a while," she said. "I just kept pretending there was more in the account than there was." Ruth looked at her steadily. The thing that needed to happen in this conversation was happening. She could feel it arriving, the same way she could feel weather arriving from the west before anyone else registered it. She waited for it. "I'm going to go inside," Evelyn said. She said it with the quality of a decision being made rather than a departure being announced. "And I'm going to get through the next 2 days. The rehearsal, the ceremony, the reception. I'm going to do all of it." She paused. "And then I'm going to need to do something different. On the other side of it. I don't know exactly what. But something." "I'll be there," Ruth said. "At the reception." "I know you will." Evelyn looked at her for a full, long moment. "That helps," she said. "More than you know." She got out of the car. She went to the door, and then she stopped with her hand on the frame and turned back, which was not something she usually did. "The painting," she said. "At the Harrington Gallery. The woman at the window." "What about it?" "I've been thinking about it. The reflection that looked different from the woman looking. The way the painter made both things true at once." She paused. "I think I've been the woman looking. Not the reflection." Ruth sat with this. "The reflection," Evelyn said, "is what you see when you stop managing the angle." She went inside. Ruth sat in the car until the door was closed and the light in the parlor window moved from empty to occupied, the shift of a lamp coming on, and then she started the engine and drove. She went to June's apartment instead of home, which was where she sometimes went when something needed thinking out loud rather than thinking alone, and June opened the door and took one look at her and said, "Come in," and put the kettle on without being asked. "Tell me," June said, from the stove. Ruth sat at the kitchen table. The geranium on the windowsill was in one of its quieter periods, the blooms past and the leaves green and the whole plant gathering itself for the next attempt. "She's going to do something," Ruth said. "At the wedding? Around it? After? I don't know the shape yet. But something has shifted." She rubbed her thumb over her knuckles. "I can feel it the way I can feel a road that's about to change under the wheels. You don't see it until you're on it. But you feel the ground change. And what are you going to do?" "Be there," Ruth said. "That's all I can do. Be there and let her find out what she's going to find out without trying to direct it." "That's harder than driving," June said. "Much harder." June brought the tea and sat across from her. Outside the kitchen window Callaway Street was doing its regular evening thing, the number 12 bus going past, the couple from the second floor walking their dog, the small ordinary machinery of the neighborhood at rest. "You're in love with her," June said. Ruth looked at the geranium. "Ruth." "Yes," Ruth said. June received this and said nothing for a moment. Then, "Does she know?" "She knows something. I don't know if she has the words for it yet. Do you?" Ruth thought about the field by the creek and the name said simply into the June air. She thought about the painting with the two reflections. She thought about a woman standing in the rain walking 4 blocks to the brownstone without running. Yes, she said. June wrapped both hands around her tea. All right, she said. 9 days, you said. 2 days now. 2 days. June looked at her with the expression that was not hope exactly but something adjacent to it, the expression of a woman who had seen enough bad endings to recognize the shape of one that might not be. Then after the wedding. After the wedding, Ruth agreed. She drank her tea. The kitchen held them in its warmth and practicality, and the conversation moved eventually to other things: June's work at the school, Sol's latest mechanical project, the summer gathering June was planning at the community center, and the evening wound down in the way Callaway Street evenings wound down, fully, without hurry, the kind of ending that prepared you for the next beginning. At 10:30 Ruth said good night. At the door June held her arm briefly, the way she did when she wanted to say something and wasn't certain of the words for it. Be careful, June said. Not in the shrinking way. The other kind. I know the difference, Ruth said. I know you do. June released her arm. Go home. Get some sleep. In 2 days the ground's going to change. Ruth went down the stairs and out to the street and got into her car. She sat for a moment with the window down and the June night coming in, the city in its particular late evening state of partial quiet, still and breathing. She thought about the wedding. The reception hall. The room full of people for whom names were legible and fixed and required. The place cards she had helped arrange by window table and sight line and polite distance. 212 programs. She thought about Evelyn standing in the church in the dress she would have chosen with the meticulous care she'd brought to everything, under the name that was not quite hers, in the room arranged around the family's idea of itself. She thought about what happened when a ground that had been shifting for weeks finally moved. She started the car. She drove home through the dark, and went to bed, and lay in the particular alertness of a person waiting for something that has not yet arrived but is coming, and is not avoidable, and is not, she was almost certain, in the quiet of the late hour, something to be survived so much as something to be found on the other side of. Almost. Chapter 16, Morning in Borrowed Light. She had not gone home. That was the fact, simple and irreversible, that Evelyn returned to in the early hours of Friday morning while the city outside the brownstone was in the deep stillness that preceded the first light. She had gone inside and she had meant to go upstairs, and instead she had stood in the front hall for a very long time with her hand on the newel post, and then she had gone back to the door, and opened it, and Ruth was still there. The car had not moved. Ruth had not moved. She was at the wheel with the engine off and the window down, and the same quality of presence she always carried, the kind that did not fill itself with restlessness while waiting, and she looked at Evelyn in the open doorway with an expression that did not perform surprise or calculation or hope, just looked, the way she looked at things she wanted to see clearly. Come back inside, Evelyn said. Ruth came. What followed was not dramatic. This was the thing Evelyn would remember most precisely, in the days after, that it was not dramatic. There was no music from the street, no particular quality of light that could be cited as having caused it, no moment of recklessness or surrender that could later be called a mistake because it had been committed in some heightened state removed from ordinary judgment. It happened in the drawing room of the brownstone, which was the room immediately inside the front door, the room with the Vasquez engravings her father had chosen and the chairs her mother had reupholstered twice and the lamp that cast the room's best light in the southeast corner near the window. It happened quietly, preceded by 10 minutes of simply sitting together in the half-dark without the structure of employer and employee or the formal arrangement of car and passenger, just two people in a room that had stopped requiring anything of them. Ruth had said, eventually, "You don't have to decide anything tonight." And Evelyn had said, "I've been deciding it for 6 weeks." And then she had crossed the room's short distance and Ruth had been there to meet her, and what followed was gentle and honest and not at all what she had spent 12 years being afraid of, not chaos, not collapse, not the dissolution of everything she had built. Something much simpler. The feeling of being held by someone who had already seen her clearly and was not surprised by what they found. She did not sleep in the drawing room. Ruth left before the house woke, quietly, with the practiced ease of a woman who understood the particular architecture of a situation and its requirements. Evelyn went upstairs and lay in her own bed in the blue pre-dawn and looked at the ceiling and felt, for a brief and vertiginous period, that the ceiling looked different from this side of the night. She slept 2 hours. She woke at 6 to the sound of Mrs. Okafor's movements in the kitchen below and the particular clarity of a morning that arrives when you have not had quite enough sleep but your body has decided to wake anyway because there is too much present to continue ignoring. She lay still for 1 more minute. She thought, the rehearsal dinner is tonight. She thought, the wedding is tomorrow. She thought, Ruth is coming. And then, because she had spent 29 years being the woman who knew what the day required, she got up. She dressed with her usual care, more care than usual, actually, in the way of someone who is reinforcing a structure that has been shaken and wants to be certain of its stability before bearing weight on it. The dress she chose for the day was cream, narrow, appropriate for the day's schedule of final confirmations, family logistics, and the rehearsal dinner at 8. She set her hair. She put on the pearls, which she would wear today and tomorrow and which she understood, wearing them this morning, to be a kind of armor she had agreed to and which she would honor through the weekend and no further. She was not precisely certain where the no further came from. She was almost certain it had something to do with Ruth's voice in the dark, saying, I am not going to be the thing that makes the wrong life bearable. Breakfast was family. This was the second to last thing she had wanted this morning and she sat through it with the composure she had been wearing for 12 years and which today felt, for the first time, like a thing she was wearing rather than a thing she was. Cordelia was in the particular mode she occupied in the days before a major social event, elevated, energized, the machinery of her social intelligence running at full capacity. She had the rehearsal dinner seating notes open beside her coffee and was reviewing them with the focused attention of a general reviewing a battle map. The Holloway cousins from Richmond need to be moved, she said, without looking up. Mrs. Holloway called this morning. Apparently there's a situation with the table placement that I should have been told about before the cards were printed. The Richmond Holloways and the Connecticut Holloways have a property dispute going back to 1953, Evelyn said. I was told about it. I placed them accordingly. They are at opposite ends of the rehearsal dinner table with the Moorfield party between them. Cordelia looked up. I wasn't told. The brief was in the logistics folder I gave you last week. Evelyn drank her coffee. Folder 3, the rehearsal dinner section, page 2. A brief stillness in which her mother processed the fact that she had been given the information and had either not read it or had read it and forgotten. Cordelia did not acknowledge errors. She redirected from them with the fluency of long practice. The Richmond branch is being difficult about the program credit, she said. Someone needs to speak with Mrs. Holloway before 6. I'll call her this morning. Before 11. She gets anxious in the afternoon before events and it compounds. Before 11, Evelyn said. August arrived at the table with his coffee and the morning paper and the ease of a man for whom Friday morning before a wedding meant the pleasant anticipation of a social event, the administrative reality of the event having been handled by someone else. Weather looks fine for tomorrow, he said. Clearing by noon. The ceremony is at 3, Evelyn said. Even better. He sat down. Ruth coming for the car run this morning? At 9. I need a drop at the club by 10:30. I know. She had added it to the morning schedule on Wednesday. She did not say this. The car will be ready. Cordelia was looking at the rehearsal dinner notes again, but Evelyn noticed, she always noticed, the slight quality of attention that moved across her mother's face at the mention of Ruth's name. Not dramatic. A small specific calibration, like an instrument registering a reading it has been trained to register. The Vale van is confirmed for the guest transfers this evening, Evelyn said, preemptively. Ruth is running the secondary car for the family. She'll be available for transport throughout the weekend. Her mother turned a page. I'd like the car available at 2:30 tomorrow to bring the Moorfields from the hotel. Not the van. The Cadillac. I'll let Ruth know. You can tell Mrs. Okafor. She manages the weekend transport coordination. Evelyn looked at her mother's profile, the precision of it, the careful composure, the slight angle of the jaw that Evelyn had inherited and which meant, when it appeared in Cordelia, that something had been said and was also functioning as a test. "I'll tell Ruth directly," Evelyn said. "It's more efficient." Cordelia turned another page. The morning arrived in its full form by 8:30, which was when the brownstone shifted from the private register of the household to the organized chaos of a house with a social event 12 hours away. Iris arrived with the final rehearsal dinner confirmation lists. The florist called to confirm the church flower delivery window for the morning. Thomas Bell sent a message about the foundation's name in the wedding program, not a crisis, just a preference about point size that Evelyn relayed to the printer with the particular patients she brought to Thomas's preferences. Ruth arrived at 9 with the Cadillac, and Evelyn was in the front hall when she came through the service entrance, and they looked at each other the way they had been looking at each other all week, except that this morning the look had a morning in it that the other looks had not had, a shared knowledge that was not secret exactly. Secrets were managed, and this was not being managed, but was private in the specific way of things that belong to two people and require no witness. "Good morning," Ruth said. "Good morning," Evelyn said. There was a beat, not long, in which the whole evening was briefly present between them in the front hall, and then Iris came around the corner with the clipboard and the beat ended and they were themselves again, or the versions of themselves that the household required, which was not the same thing as being themselves, which Evelyn was beginning to understand was the whole problem. "August needs the club by 10:30, Evelyn said. "I have it. And I need the Holloway house on Prescott by noon. I'm calling on Mrs. Holloway about the program credit before going. I'll have the car out front at 11:45. She said this with the calm precision she brought to logistics, and then she went back through the service corridor to speak with Mrs. Okafor about the afternoon's transport sequence, and Evelyn watched her go with the quality of attention she had stopped pretending was purely professional. The morning ran. She called Mrs. Holloway before 11 and managed the Richmond cousins situation in 20 minutes, which required 4 minutes of listening to Mrs. Holloway's distress, 6 minutes of gently redirecting it toward a workable solution, and 10 minutes of executing the solution on the telephone with the printer about the program credit line. The solution was graceful enough that Mrs. Holloway thanked her twice and said, as she always said, that she didn't know how the weekend would be managing without Evelyn. Evelyn said the appropriate thing about being delighted to help and hung up. She sat at her desk in the Hartwell office. She had come in for 2 hours after the late morning, because there were foundation items that would not wait and the foundation did not pause for weddings, and looked at the morning's resolved items, the list of things checked and confirmed and settled, and felt the particular quality of a day that was full of tasks and also had something beneath the tasks that none of the tasks touched. Beatrice would be at the florist's this morning. The dress was at the Holloway house, where it had been delivered Tuesday. Tomorrow at 3, Beatrice and Holloway would become Mrs. Calvin Holloway, and the Garamond program would be at every seat, and the place cards would be in their correct positions, and the foundation's name would appear on the program as confirmed, and Evelyn Cordelia Vale would be at the family table, which was where she belonged, which was where she had always belonged, which was the arrangement. She thought about Beatrice's face at Easter, watching the room. She thought about the question on the telephone, do you ever just want something without having to justify it? She thought about last night, which had been the most unjustifiable thing she had done in 12 years, and which she could not bring herself to regret even when she tried, which she had tried, briefly, on the stairs at 4 in the morning, and which had not produced any regret, only a clarity that was itself a little frightening. She picked up her pen and finished the morning's foundation work. At 1:15 she was in the car, and Ruth drove, and the June afternoon outside the windows was the good kind, warm and clear, the kind that would hold for tomorrow. The church is confirmed for 3 o'clock loading tomorrow, Evelyn said. You'll have the Cadillac and the van together. Understood. The reception venue is the Caldwell. You've been there before. Last year's benefit. I know the property. The east door is still the cleanest exit late in the evening. She was looking at the schedule in her portfolio, the same schedule she had reviewed 3 times already, and she was aware that she was reviewing it for the 4th time partly because it required reviewing and partly because the car and its particular quality of silence had changed and she was filling it with logistics in a way she had not needed to do before. Ruth drove without speaking for 2 full blocks. Then she said, "Are you all right?" Evelyn looked up from the schedule. Yes. The question wasn't logistical. I know. She set the portfolio down. Yes. I'm all right. She looked at the street, the ordinary June Friday street with its pedestrians and its cabs and its storefronts and its total indifference to the fact that she had crossed a room in a darkened drawing room last night and the world had not ended. I'm more all right than I expected to be. That's what's strange. Why strange? Because I spent a great deal of time believing I wouldn't be. Ruth made the turn onto Prescott with the unhurried ease of a driver who has memorized the route. What would not being all right have looked like? Evelyn thought about this. Collapse, I suppose. Dissolution of the structure. Everything I'd arranged around myself coming apart at once. And instead? Instead it's Friday, Evelyn said. And I have a rehearsal dinner in 7 hours and a wedding tomorrow and Thomas Bell's opinion about the program point size, and I'm entirely capable of all of it. She was quiet for a moment. Which is either evidence that I was wrong about the collapse, or evidence that the collapse comes later. Maybe it's evidence that you're more intact than you gave yourself credit for, Ruth said. Evelyn looked at her profile. That's a kind way to frame it. It's the accurate way. You're always choosing the accurate frame. I try to. The car stopped at the light. Outside, a woman was crossing with 2 children, one on each hand, the children in the particular purposeful trot of small people being walked somewhere they find important. Evelyn watched them. Last night, she said. Yes. I don't want to, I'm not going to make it into something you have to reassure me about. I'm not asking for that. She looked at Ruth's hands on the wheel. Steady hands, the hands she had noticed on the first day in the kitchen. I just want you to know that I know what it was. Not a mistake. Not a crisis. Not a thing I'm going to need to manage away. Ruth was quiet for a moment. Then, I know, she said. I could tell. How? The light changed. Ruth drove. She thought about the answer for 2 full blocks, which was how she thought about things that mattered. Because you didn't apologize, she said. Evelyn looked at this observation from several angles. It was accurate in the way Ruth's observations were always accurate, precisely, without embellishment, hitting the thing at its center rather than its edges. No, Evelyn said. I didn't. That's how I knew. They drove the rest of the way in the particular silence that they had developed over the weeks, the one that was not empty but occupied, and which today had a different quality again, not the careful silence of 2 people maintaining appropriate distance, not the charged silence of desire unacknowledged, but something more like the silence of 2 people who have said the true thing and are now simply in the same place together, which was, Evelyn thought, quite possibly the easiest silence she had ever been in. The Holloway house came into view. I'll be 40 minutes, she said, and got out of the car, and walked up the steps, and knocked, and smiled when Mrs. Holloway's housekeeper opened the door, and was Evelyn Vale, Director of Donor Relations, perfectly composed, completely present. She looked back once, at the curb. Ruth was watching the street with the quality of attention she brought to waiting, fully, without restlessness, as if the pause between things was a thing with its own completeness. Evelyn turned and went inside. The afternoon passed. The evening arrived. The rehearsal dinner came together in the practiced way of an event whose every detail has been confirmed twice, and Evelyn moved through it with the skill of long practice, and at 10:30 the last guest was gone and the Holloway dining room was being cleared and Evelyn stood near the garden doors in the brief lull that followed the sustained effort of an evening well managed. She was tired. Not the bone tired of crisis management, but the full tired of a body that had had a short night and a long day and was approaching the far end of its reserves. She felt it in her shoulders, in the slight heaviness of her hands, in the way the room was very slightly less sharp than it usually was. Tomorrow was the wedding. She found Ruth in the corridor outside the dining room, where she had been stationed for the transport logistics of the evening, and said, "The last guests are leaving. I'm going home." "The car's on Prescott," Ruth said. They walked out. The June night was warm and the garden behind the Holloway house was doing its summer thing, the scent of it coming over the low wall. They reached the car and Ruth unlocked it and Evelyn got in the front seat. Ruth looked at her for a moment from the driver's side, not saying anything, and then she got in, and started the car, and drove. Neither of them spoke for most of the way home. At the brownstone, Evelyn said, before she got out, "Sleep. You need to be sharp tomorrow." "I know. I mean it. I know you mean it. I also mean," she stopped. She looked at her hands in her lap, the long hands she sometimes looked at when she needed a moment. "I mean thank you. For last night and for today and for not making either of them something I had to manage." Ruth said nothing for a moment. Then, quietly, "You don't have to thank me for that." "I know," Evelyn said. "I want to anyway." She got out of the car. She went inside. She went upstairs. She lay in her bed in the darkness of a house that was entirely the same as it had always been and listened to the city outside the window and felt, underneath the exhaustion and the task list and the knowledge of everything tomorrow would require, the small and extraordinary fact of a night that was hers. She slept. Chapter 17, Terms and Conditions. The wedding morning was beautiful, which was the one thing about it that required no management. Ruth woke at 6 and lay for a moment in the early light of her apartment listening to the city wake up around her, which it did every morning in the same order, first the delivery trucks on the avenue, then the sound of the building's pipes, then the particular quality of light that came through her east window when the sun cleared the building across the street. It was a reliable sequence and she had appreciated its reliability in the years she had lived here, the same way she appreciated the reliability of a well-maintained engine, not excitement, but the deep comfort of a thing that did what it said. She thought about the night before the rehearsal dinner. She had been thinking about it, in the careful and honest way she thought about things that mattered, since Thursday night. She had let herself think about it because not thinking about it was a kind of management she had promised herself she was done with. Evelyn had come back to the door. She had come back without being asked, which was the thing that mattered, and the night that followed had been honest in a way Ruth had not expected to find in that house, in that life, with someone who had spent 12 years making honesty structurally impossible. The problem was not the night. The problem was the morning. Friday had been the morning after, and Friday had shown her something she had already known in the abstract and now knew in the specific. Evelyn was entirely capable of moving through a day that contained the previous night and also contained Thomas Bell's opinion about font size and her mother's seating chart concerns and August's need for the club by 10:30. She was capable of holding all of it at once. She had been trained for exactly this kind of compartmentalization, had spent 12 years perfecting it, and it was a genuine skill and a genuine problem both. Ruth sat up. The question was not whether Evelyn was sincere. She was sincere. Ruth had seen enough people be sincere about the wrong things to know the difference, and Evelyn was not sincere about the wrong thing. She was sincere about Ruth, about the night, about the names said by the creek, about the painting and the car in the rain. All of that was real. The question was whether sincerity that could coexist with everything else, indefinitely, without rupturing the structure it lived inside, whether that constituted a life Ruth was willing to live adjacent to. She knew the answer. She had known it since the rain conversation. She had said it plainly, "I am not going to be the thing that makes the wrong life bearable." Evelyn had said, "I know what you're telling me." And Ruth believed her. Believed she knew it. The question she was sitting with in the early morning of the wedding day was whether knowing a thing and doing something with the knowing were the same transaction, and she had enough history to understand that they were not. She got up. She made coffee. She looked at the map on the wall, which showed a geography she had been through and was not going back to, and thought about today. The Cadillac was clean. She had cleaned it herself the previous afternoon, inside and out, with the particular thoroughness she brought to things that were going to matter. The foundation van was at Soul's garage, to be picked up at noon by the second driver, a man named Percy who had done wedding transport before and who Soul vouched for in the specific way Soul vouched for people, by saying very little and meaning all of it. Ruth dressed in the work clothes she wore to formal events, dark trousers, a white shirt with the sleeves she could roll to the elbow when the occasion allowed, her good jacket for the hours when it didn't. She had a particular relationship with what she wore on these days, not vanity, exactly, but the recognition that how you presented yourself in rooms like these was itself a form of communication, and she preferred to communicate on her own terms. She ate breakfast. She drove to Soul's garage to check on the van and have 15 minutes of the company Soul provided without requiring anything in return. Big day, Sol said, from underneath a different car, the kind of statement that was also a question. Wedding transport. Full day. The Vale job. He said this with the air of a man who knows what he means and is going to let it sit there. The Vale job, Ruth agreed. How are you holding up? She handed him the wrench he was reaching for. Clearly. That's not what I asked. She leaned against the workbench. I'm holding up, she said. I'm also watching to see what today shows me. Sol slid out from under the car and looked at her with the expression she had always valued most in him, the one that had no reassurance in it, just attention. What are you watching for? Whether the edge holds, Ruth said. Her edge or yours? Both. She looked at the garage wall, which was covered in the accumulated material of years, hanging tools, a tire calendar from 1958, a radio that Sol kept because it picked up the jazz station better than the newer one. I'm not going to ask her for more than she can give. But I'm also not going to accept less than what's real. You've always known the difference, Sol said. I have. I'm just making sure I remember it today. When there's a wedding and 200 people and her mother in the same room. Sol wiped his hands on the rag and stood up. He looked at her with the full, even attention of a man who had been her friend through the years that had required the most of him and was not going to waste words on what she already knew. You'll remember, he said. Ruth drove to the brownstone at 9. The house was already in the heightened state that houses enter on wedding days when the wedding is a family affair and the family has a great deal to lose by visible disorganization. Mrs. Okafor was managing the household with the focused precision of a general on the morning of a significant operation. 2 women Ruth hadn't seen before were in the front parlor with boxes of something that might have been table arrangements or might have been gifts. August was on the telephone in the study doorway with the loose authority of a man who found the morning's chaos invigorating. Evelyn was at the dining room table with the weekend's logistics binder open, and she was immaculate. That was the word Ruth arrived at when she saw her, and she let it arrive without trying to revise it, because it was accurate. Evelyn was in a dress of pale gold, her hair set with the precision she brought to events that required it, pearls at her throat, and she was reviewing logistics with the focused calm of a woman who had slept and risen into the day with full competence available. She looked up when Ruth came in. The look that passed between them lasted less than 2 seconds. It contained last night and the morning after and the question Ruth had been sitting with at 6 o'clock and the fact of the wedding and the 200 people and Cordelia 2 rooms away. It was a remarkably efficient look. Good morning, Ruth said. Good morning. Evelyn looked back at the binder. The Moorfield car is confirmed for 2:30. 3 guests from the Madison Hotel at 1:15 for the church. The Cadillac makes both runs. The Madison first, then the return for the Moorfields. Yes. She made a note. My car is at 12:30. I need to be at the church by 1 for the family photographs. I'll be out front at 12:20. Thank you. This exchange, Ruth understood, was both purely logistical and not logistical at all. It was the language of the day they were in, which required this register, and Evelyn was fluent in it and Ruth had become fluent in it, and there was something both functional and quietly painful about how well they both operated inside the constraints of the professional frame when the professional frame was no longer the accurate one. She was still thinking about this at 1:15 when she was in the car on the way back from the Madison Hotel with the Moorfield party, a senator's wife and her 2 adult daughters, who were pleasant and talked among themselves about the church's flowers, which were apparently extraordinary. She was thinking about the morning, which had been the version of itself that the house required, correct, efficient, managed. Evelyn had been all of those things in the dining room, and Ruth had matched her, because matching was what the situation called for and Ruth was very good at it. But matching had required a small internal decision Ruth had not been aware of making until it was already made, the decision to keep the other register, the private one, folded away for the duration of the public day. Which was, she recognized, the exact thing she had told Evelyn she wouldn't do. Not the folding was appropriate, timing and context were appropriate. But the ease with which she had done it. The way it had required no particular effort. The way the professional frame had dropped into place over everything else with the smoothness of long practice. She wondered if this was what Evelyn felt. If this was the specific anatomy of the thing she had been describing in the car, in the field, in the rain, not a dramatic suppression but a seamless replacement, the performed self so well fitted to the private one that from the inside you could not always locate the seam. The thought arrived and settled in the particular way of thoughts that had been nearby for a while, waiting for the right moment to become visible. She pulled up to the church. The Moorfield party went in. Ruth parked and waited with the window down in the June afternoon. The church was a good-looking building on Clement, the kind of building that had been there long enough to have absorbed the neighborhood's history without feeling ostentatious about it. People were arriving in their good clothes, the occasion visible on them in the way occasions become visible on people who have dressed for something. Evelyn was inside. Ruth knew this because she had driven her at 12:20, had watched her go up the steps with the wedding binder under one arm and the composure of a woman who had been managing events like this one for years and knew exactly what they cost and paid the cost anyway. She had turned at the top of the steps, briefly, not quite looking back, or perhaps she had been looking back, just quickly, the way she sometimes did. Ruth watched the church's doors. She thought about terms and conditions. She had said it once and she meant it still, she would not be the thing that made the wrong life bearable. But she was beginning to understand, sitting in the parked car in the June afternoon, that the terms she had set were not a wall she was standing behind. They were a line she was standing at, and Evelyn was on the other side of it, and the question was whether Evelyn was moving. She was. Ruth believed she was. The creak in the night and the "I didn't apologize" that Ruth had recognized as the most honest thing Evelyn could have offered her, these were movements. Small, costly, real. But today was the full day. Today was the Garamond program with the name and the family table and Cordelia managing the room and Thomas producing his correct and bloodless commentary. Today was the world Evelyn had been built for, operating at its maximum capacity, doing what it did best, which was to make the built self feel inevitable and the real one feel impossible. And Ruth was on the perimeter of it, in a parked car, with the engine off and the June light on the church steps and the certainty that what happened inside the next several hours was going to matter. She thought about what June had said, the ground's going to change. She opened the car window further and let the afternoon in. She waited. Chapter 18, Cordelia's Table. The ceremony was beautiful. This was not a surprise. Evelyn had organized enough of its elements to know that it would be beautiful, in the way that anything becomes beautiful when sufficient care and money and attention are applied to it. The flowers were extraordinary, as the Moorfield daughters had noted coming up the steps, 2,000 stems of white peonies and garden roses organized by a florist from the Upper East Side who had done 3 of the Foundation's cultivation events and understood how to fill a space with abundance without making it feel crowded. The music was a string quartet that had played at 4 consecutive Vale Foundation galas and could read a room the way some people read faces. The officiant was a reverend whose voice had the particular quality of belonging to a man who had read the ceremony so many times that the words had passed through meaninglessness into something that sounded, again, true. Beatrice was lovely. Evelyn had expected this and was still moved by it in a way she had not anticipated. Beatrice in the dress, which was ivory and structured and fitted to the exact degree that the seamstress had spent 6 appointments achieving, walking up the aisle on her father's arm with the composed expression of a woman who had made a decision and was honoring it with her whole body. Her hands around the bouquet were still. Whatever Beatrice felt in that moment was hers alone, and Evelyn could not read it from the family pew, and she told herself this was not her information to want. Calvin waited at the altar with the expression of a man for whom everything was proceeding correctly, which it was. Evelyn sat in the family pew and was composed and present and thought about Beatrice's hands, how still they were, how well they matched her face. She did not think about the previous night. She did not think about it because she was Evelyn Vale, and Evelyn Vale could not afford, in the first pew of a church with 140 guests behind her and her mother at her left shoulder, to be anything except entirely present at the occasion at hand. She had known this when she dressed this morning. She had accepted it the way she accepted the structure of the day, as a condition, not a constraint. Today was today. The other thing was real and would still be real on the other side of the next 24 hours. She had decided this at 4 in the morning in the dark of her room, and she had held to it through the morning's logistics and through the ride to the church and through the 2 hours of photographs and greeting and arrangement that preceded the ceremony. It was holding. The ceremony ended with Beatrice and Calvin walking back down the aisle in the specific quality of light that poured through the church's east windows at mid-afternoon, and the guests began to rise, and Evelyn rose with them, and then her mother's hand was at her elbow. "You did beautifully," Cordelia said, quietly. Not a compliment about Evelyn's behavior specifically, a general approval of the occasion, awarded to the occasion's most proximate manager. "It was Beatrice's day," Evelyn said. "Of course." Cordelia's hand did not release the elbow. She steered them into the aisle with the fluent social motion of a woman who had been maneuvering through crowds for 30 years and had long since ceased to think of it as maneuvering. "The Harrington party is going directly to the Caldwell. Thomas has the board members. I need you in the receiving line until the family cars are ready. I'll be there." The program credit worked out well, I thought. The Holloway cousins from Richmond seemed satisfied with the revision. Mrs. Holloway called this morning to confirm. "I know. She told me when I spoke to her." A brief pause in which the fact that Cordelia had also spoken to Mrs. Holloway landed without comment. "You managed it well." The receiving line was 20 minutes. Evelyn stood in it with the family and smiled and said the appropriate things about the beauty of the ceremony and the dress and the flowers, and when it was over she found the car and found Ruth and said, "The Caldwell. The reception begins at 6. 20 minutes, Ruth said, and drove. In the car, briefly alone, Evelyn allowed herself to be tired. Not exhausted, not overwhelmed, just tired, in the honest way, the way you were allowed to be tired when no one was requiring you to be anything. She looked out the window and the June afternoon moved past and she held the tiredness without apologizing for it. "How was the ceremony?" Ruth asked. "Beautiful. Well organized." A pause. Beatrice's hands didn't shake. Ruth was quiet for a moment. "That a good sign?" "I don't know," Evelyn said. "I've been trying to decide." They arrived at the Caldwell at 10 minutes to 6. The transition from afternoon to evening had brought with it a change in the light, the long late June light that extended the golden hour past all reasonable expectation, and the Caldwell's facade was catching it in the way of buildings designed to receive evening light well, which this one had been. The reception was all the things the foundation's events were, arranged and elevated to the level of a private family occasion, which meant more flowers, more candles, more particular attention to the quality of everything that could be controlled. The ballroom was the Caldwell's large one, which Evelyn had walked twice in the past month while confirming arrangements, and tonight it was doing what a good room did, disappearing into the occasion, becoming simply the space in which the occasion happened, so well executed that no one would go home saying the room was lovely, they would go home saying the evening was lovely, which was the point. She was at the family table for dinner, between August and a Holloway aunt whose name she had memorized 2 weeks ago from the seating chart. She ate with the attentiveness she brought to events where eating was partly functional and partly social, which was to say she tasted very little and tracked the room very precisely. At 8:30, with the dinner plates cleared and the toasts preparing to begin, Cordelia appeared at her shoulder. "Walk with me," her mother said. They went out through the ballroom side door into the Caldwell's interior corridor, which was quiet and carpeted and smelled of old wood and the faint persistent scent of the flowers the hotel kept in its common areas year-round. There were 2 small chairs at the corridor's bend, the kind of chairs hotels placed in corridors to give guests the impression that someone had thought about their comfort, and Cordelia sat in one of them with the practiced authority of a woman for whom chairs existed to accommodate her rather than the reverse. Evelyn stood. "Sit down," her mother said. Evelyn sat. Cordelia looked at her for a moment with the particular quality of attention that Evelyn had spent her life being examined under, comprehensive, organized, and already in possession of certain conclusions it was simply waiting to present. "You're tired," Cordelia said. "It's been a long week." "It's been a long several weeks." A pause. "You've been managing this wedding alongside the full foundation calendar and August's additional logistics, none of which he has acknowledged or will acknowledge." She said this without particular heat, as a fact. "I'm aware of the distribution of work. I don't always say so, but I'm aware." Evelyn looked at her mother's face and found, as she sometimes found in these moments, that the Cordelia who was speaking was slightly less the Cordelia of Foundation boardrooms and slightly more the one who had sat beside her hospital bed when she had scarlet fever at 9 and been there, solidly and without ornament, for the whole of the long recovery. "Thank you," Evelyn said. Carefully. "I'm not saying it for thanks." Cordelia looked at her hands, which were folded in the specific way of women who have been taught to fold their hands as an expression of composure and for whom the teaching has long since become habit. "I want to discuss the driver." Evelyn's breath came in the next moment as scheduled, which she was grateful for. "Ruth Mercy," Cordelia said. "Sol Adler's referral. You've spoken well of her competence and she has been useful during the wedding weekend." "She has." "She has also been," Cordelia paused, choosing words with the care of a woman who had understood for decades that the choice of words was itself an action. "Unusually present. In your sphere of activity. For a hired driver." Evelyn was very still. "I've noticed," Cordelia said, "that you arrange her involvement in things that don't strictly require her. The West Side reception. The gallery preview. The field visit. She drove me to those events. She was at the West Side reception for the duration. She spent time with the families. She was introduced to Naomi St. James as, what? Your associate?" As someone whose competence warranted the introduction. Cordelia looked at her with the expression that was her most dangerous one, the one that appeared to be patient but was in fact only waiting. "Evelyn. Mother. I'm not managing a crisis," Cordelia said. "I want to be clear that I'm not sitting here in this corridor at your cousin's wedding reception managing a crisis. I am having a quiet conversation with my daughter about the nature of certain things I've observed and the arrangements that might be appropriate going forward." The word arrangements arrived in Evelyn's chest with the weight she had learned to associate with it, which was the weight of a word that meant everything in the family's vocabulary except what it said. Arrangements were what had happened at 17. Arrangements were the second name and the letter that had been found and the quiet reorganization of her life that had followed, all managed through arrangements, which were simply the family's preferred mechanism for making things into the shape they needed to be. "What arrangements did you have in mind?" Evelyn said. Her voice was level. She was very proud of it for being level. "The 6-week placement ends next week," Cordelia said. "Given the wedding weekend is now complete, the most demanding transport period is behind us. I think it would be appropriate to conclude the arrangement on schedule rather than extending. And if I find I still need the support? Thomas has contacts for seasonal transport work. We've used 3 different drivers in the past year. Any of them would be reliable." Evelyn looked at the corridor wall. It was an inoffensive wall, papered in the kind of cream and ivory stripe that hotel corridors had been papered in since before the war, the kind of wall that asked nothing of anyone. "I see," she said. "This is not a punishment," Cordelia said. "I want you to understand that. This is management of a situation that I can see developing and that I am, as I have always been, in a position to address before it becomes something that causes damage." "To whom?" "To everyone." A pause. "To you, most particularly." The word "you" arrived with the full complicated history of the word when it came from Cordelia, which was, "I love you and this is its expression and the love and the control are not separable and never have been and I know this and act accordingly." "The family has a name to protect," Evelyn said. "Yes. And I am a function of that name." "You are a part of this family," Cordelia said, with the precise warmth of someone delivering a correction that is also a threat. "That is not a diminishment. That is a great deal." Evelyn looked at her mother's face. The face that had been there for 29 years, the face she had studied and mapped and navigated around and sometimes, in the hours when the composure came off, looked at with something that was not entirely hate and not entirely love but was fully irresolvable. "The placement ends Wednesday," Evelyn said. "Yes. I understand." Cordelia looked at her for one more moment, the evaluating look, and then she stood with the particular decisiveness of a woman who has concluded a business transaction. "We should go back in. The toasts are beginning." She went back through the side door into the ballroom. Evelyn sat in the chair for exactly 30 more seconds, which was the duration of the pause she allowed herself, and then she stood, and smoothed the skirt of the pale gold dress, and went back into the reception. The toasts were beginning. August was at the microphone with the easy charm he brought to speeches, the charm that looked natural and had been constructed from years of doing this, and the room was laughing at something he had said, and Beatrice at the head table was smiling the careful smile of a bride who is managing happiness the way she had been managing everything else. Evelyn found her seat. She sat down. She picked up her champagne glass and held it and looked at the room and performed, for the next hour, the complete and flawless version of herself that the occasion required. She was very good at it. She had always been very good at it. It was possible, she understood, sitting at the family table while August finished his toast and the room raised its glasses, that she had always been too good at it for anyone, herself included, to know precisely how much it cost. Chapter 19, A Woman Like That. Ruth was in the service corridor near the Caldwell's east door at 9:15 when she heard them. This was not unusual. The service corridor was where she positioned herself at late evening events, because the east door was the cleanest exit and the corridor gave her a clear view of both the ballroom entrance and the hotel's rear approach, and she had learned from years of this kind of work that the most useful position was not the most visible one. She had been there since 8:30, after the dinner service cleared, alternating between brief circuits of the building's perimeter and the corridor post, and she had managed 2 early departures and resolved a minor valet situation on the Caldwell Lane side and had been doing the work, quietly and without event. She was not looking for anything. She was simply there. The 2 men who came into the corridor from the ballroom side were not looking for her either. They were looking for somewhere quieter than the ballroom, which was where men like these sometimes looked at this point in a long evening. The speeches concluded, the dancing begun, the event passed its formal center and into the looser hours when conversations could be had in the margins. One of them was Thomas Bell. The other was a man she had seen earlier in the evening at the board members' table, a man of about 60, silver-haired, in a suit that announced money without saying so explicitly. He had the careful posture of someone who had been significant for long enough that the significance had become structural, no longer performed. She was in the corridor. She was not invisible, precisely, but she was not in the direct line of either man's attention, and this was not unusual. She had learned, in years of this work, that people in corridors at events saw only what they expected to see in corridors: staff, logistics, the machinery of the evening. She did not take this personally. She had learned to take it as information instead. The Foundation's done well with this, the silver-haired man said. He had a glass of brandy and the settled comfort of a man enjoying the sound of his own observations. Cordelia manages these things beautifully. Always has. The organizational infrastructure is sound, Thomas said. He was doing the thing he did in these conversations, the thing that sounded like agreement and was actually positioning. Evelyn does most of it, I hear. A slight pause. Evelyn is extremely capable, Thomas said. She has a gift for the operational side. Cordelia said as much at the winter board dinner. The silver-haired man drank. Shame she's not more, he paused, turning the word in his hand. Positioned. For the forward work. The European partnership, that sort of thing. August does well with the public presence. August has certain social advantages, Thomas said. The silver-haired man was looking at nothing in particular, the middle distance of a man reflecting on a conclusion he had already reached. I saw her with the driver this week. Twice. At the Harrington Gallery and coming out of Hartwell. A pause. Interesting choice. Something happened in the corridor that Ruth recognized, in the next second, as the air becoming very specific. Miss Vale oversees the event and transport logistics, Thomas said. His voice had shifted fractionally into the register of a man who has been asked to manage something and is beginning to manage it. No, I understand the practical relationship, the silver-haired man said. He said this with the patient clarity of someone correcting a misunderstanding while implying the understander should have understood. I mean the time spent. The gallery. And, there was a talk, apparently, about the West Side events, and the driver being involved. People notice. People notice a great many things at events, Thomas said. Yes. A beat. A woman like that, though. In those circles. He said it with the tone of a man making an observation he considered entirely reasonable, the tone of someone who has organized the world into comprehensible categories and is simply naming the category. One wants to be careful about the signals it sends. For the Foundation's sake. Ruth stood in the corridor with her back against the wall and her hands at her sides. She was not surprised. This was important, she was not surprised. She had known this geography since she understood what she was and what rooms she would be permitted to move through and at what cost. She had mapped it carefully in the years of her becoming, had walked the edges of it enough times to know where it went. A woman like that. In those circles. The category language that made a person into a type and a type into an argument against proximity. She was not surprised. She was, standing very still in the service corridor, something considerably colder than surprised. The placement is concluding next week, Thomas said, with the smooth efficiency of a man redirecting the conversation toward its practical resolution. Ah. The silver-haired man sounded satisfied in the way that men like him sounded satisfied, not loudly, just completely. Good. That's good. They moved further down the corridor toward the hotel's main approach, their voices dropping into the ambient sound of the evening, and then they were gone. Ruth stood where she was. She thought, a woman like that. She thought about the specific grammar of it, not who she was, not Ruth Mercy, with her 12 years of built competence and her chosen family and the careful life she had assembled from what the world had offered and what she had taken anyway, but the category. The type. The woman like that who could be seen twice with someone and become, in the mouth of a man she had never spoken to, a problem of signals. She breathed in. She breathed out. She had been here before. Not this room, not this corridor, not these particular men, but this geography, which she knew as well as she knew the routes she drove. She had been the woman like that since she was 19, since Georgia, since the years that required the most of her and had built her in the building. She had learned to take the category and put it somewhere that was not her chest, not her hands, not the place where she worked and drove and decided things. She had learned to be as large as she actually was regardless of the vocabulary other people had for it. She was doing this now. It required effort. That was the honest thing about it, the thing she never pretended otherwise to herself, it always required effort. The effort had become more efficient over the years, less disabling, but it was never nothing. To stand in a corridor and hear yourself reduced to a signal problem and then stand up straight and keep the size you actually were, this was not free. She picked up her jacket from where she had hung it on the service hook and put it on. She thought about Evelyn in the ballroom. She thought about whether Evelyn had heard a version of this conversation tonight, or a different version of it, the version that happened in a corridor with her mother. She had seen Cordelia collect Evelyn through the side door at 8:30 and bring her back 30 minutes later with the particular quality on her face that Ruth had learned to read as the aftermath of something that had required her full composure to survive. She had not asked. She had been at her post and the evening had continued and there had been no opportunity, and this was the arrangement, Ruth at the perimeter, managing the logistics, while inside the room the other set of negotiations proceeded without her. She was tired of the perimeter. This was a new thought, which was to say it was not new, but it had not previously arrived in this exact form, not as a grievance and not as self-pity but as a clear, factual statement of what was true. She was tired of the perimeter. She had spent enough of her life at the perimeter of things, useful and capable and present in the specific ways that were permitted and absent from the ones that were not, and she had made peace with the perimeter because it was the geography available to her, but the peace she had made with it was not the same as the peace she would have made if she had been given something other to work with. And Evelyn was not the perimeter. This was what she had understood, over the 6 weeks, with increasing clarity. Evelyn was not the thing that kept her at the perimeter. Evelyn was the one person in this particular geography who had looked at Ruth across a room and seen the full size of her, who had remembered what she said and asked what she thought and come back to the door. The perimeter was the family and the name on the Foundation letterhead and the silver-haired man and Thomas Bell and a 6-week placement concluding next Wednesday by arrangement. If Evelyn stayed inside the perimeter, then Ruth would remain outside it. That was the logic. It was not cruelty, it was geometry. She checked the time. 10:45. The dancing was still going strong in the ballroom. She could hear the music through the corridor wall, something with a good rhythm, a live band that the foundation had booked and which she had confirmed the parking arrangement for on Tuesday. The evening had another hour in it at least. She went back to her post at the east door. From here she could see through the long window into the edge of the ballroom, the dancers and the guests at tables and the circulating waitstaff with their trays. She found Evelyn almost immediately, because she could always find Evelyn in her room, which was a fact she had stopped pretending was anything other than what it was. Evelyn was at the edge of the dancing, not dancing herself, speaking to a woman Ruth didn't recognize. Her posture was immaculate. Her expression was composed. She was doing the thing she always did at this phase of an event, managing the social field, keeping everything connected, keeping everything moving. She looked up at one point, not at the east door, not toward Ruth, just upward for a brief moment, the way people looked when they needed a second of somewhere else, and her face had, in that second, the look that appeared when she was not performing. It was the look Ruth had seen by the creek. The look of the painting. Ruth turned back to the east door. She thought about what June had said, don't use the last situation as the ceiling for this one. She thought about what Soul had said, you'll remember. She thought about what she herself had said, in the car in the rain, I am not going to be the thing that makes the wrong life bearable. She had meant all of it. She meant it still. But standing in the corridor where a man had described her as a signal problem and knowing that Evelyn was in the ballroom under the weight of whatever conversation the side door had contained, Ruth was aware that meaning something firmly and waiting for the terms of it to resolve were two different conditions, and she had been inhabiting the second one for weeks now, and the second one had a limit she could feel from here. The dancing continued. The evening continued. At 11:30 the first guests began leaving, and she managed their cars and their coats with the professionalism she always brought to this, and the hour between 11:30 and 12:30 moved with the particular momentum of a late evening releasing itself. At midnight, Evelyn came out through the east door. She was in her coat and she had the portfolio under her arm and she looked tired in the way she looked when she had spent everything the day had asked and was running on the last of something. She looked at Ruth. Ruth looked back. Long night, Ruth said. Yes. Evelyn looked at her for one moment longer than the statement required. Something was on her face that she was not quite managing, which was unusual. My mother spoke to me this evening. I know. Ruth said it evenly, without explanation. Evelyn looked at her. You know. I was in the corridor at 9:15. A silence in which Evelyn understood what Ruth had heard in the corridor and what that meant. I'm sorry, Evelyn said. She said it with the weight of someone who means it in the full form, not as social lubrication. I am sorry that you. Don't, Ruth said. Not harshly. Don't apologize for them. I should have. No. Stop. Ruth looked at her with the directness she brought to things that needed saying clearly. Tonight is not the night for this conversation. You're exhausted. I've been here a long time. She said this with the particular containment of someone who has a great deal more available and is choosing what to release. Let me take you home. We'll talk when we're not at the end of a very long day at someone else's wedding. Evelyn looked at her for a long moment. The composed face was not quite holding, the way it didn't quite hold at certain moments, late hours, the corridors of honest conversation. She nodded once. All right, she said. Take me home. Ruth went to get the car. She walked to the Caldwell Lane side where she had parked and she kept her posture correct and her pace even and she thought about the silver-haired man's voice saying a woman like that and she thought about Evelyn's face in the east doorway and she thought about the geometry of perimeters and what happened when the person on the inside of one decided to walk through the wall. She brought the car around to the front. She drove Evelyn home through the midnight streets, and neither of them said anything, and the city moved past the windows in the dark, and when they reached the brownstone Ruth put the car in park and Evelyn sat for a moment without getting out, her hand on the door, looking at the brownstone's front. Wednesday, Evelyn said. It was the word for when the placement ended. Wednesday, Ruth said. Evelyn sat for one more moment. Then she got out. She went inside. Ruth sat in the car and watched the light in the parlor window change from dark to lit to dark again as Evelyn moved through the room. Then the upper floor lit, briefly, and then that too went dark. She drove home. In her apartment she took off her jacket and sat at the table and looked at the map on the wall and thought about what she was going to do, which she had been thinking about since 9:15 in the corridor, and which had not changed in any of its essentials in the hours since. She was going to have the conversation. Not tonight. But soon. Before Wednesday. Because she had learned, in the years of assembling the life she had, that the cost of not saying the true thing in time was always higher than the cost of saying it. She knew what she was going to say. She was going to say, "I was in the corridor. I heard what they said about me. I need to know whether you understand that I cannot be a managed arrangement. That I cannot be the thing that ends when the placement ends. That I am a person who requires the full acknowledgement of being a person, and that what happened Thursday night was not a thing I can unfeel, but it is also not a thing I will fold into the margins of your life the way everything else gets folded." She was going to say this. She was going to let it cost what it cost. She got up and turned off the light and went to bed, and outside the window the city did its overnight thing, and the map on the wall was barely visible in the ambient light, just the faint outlines of roads going places, some of which she had been and some she hadn't yet, all of them open, all of them waiting. Chapter 20, The Bride's Hands Shake. Sunday was the brunch. Cordelia had added the post-wedding brunch to the weekend's calendar 6 days before the event with the serene confidence of a woman who understands that adding a thing and managing a thing are two different contributions, and who had made her peace with being exclusively responsible for the first one. Evelyn had arranged the brunch in the available time and it was, by Sunday at 11, proceeding correctly at the Caldwell's Garden Terrace, which the hotel had opened for the occasion with the weather holding blue and warm over the June morning. Evelyn had slept 4 hours. She had lain awake until 3:30 and then slept until 7:30 and risen with the particular quality of consciousness that follows insufficient sleep, clear enough to function, thin enough that the margins were gone. She had no margins this morning. She was functioning without them and would do so until the brunch ended and the family dispersed and she could go somewhere quiet and sit with what the weekend had delivered. The weekend had delivered several things. There was the night in the drawing room, which she had not yet fully received because the 48 hours since had not contained the kind of quiet in which receiving was possible. There was the conversation with her mother in the Caldwell corridor, which she had received with full clarity at the time and which had settled in her chest in the hours since with the specific weight of things that are said by someone you love in the capacity of a person who controls your access to safety. There was Ruth in the east doorway with "I was in the corridor" and the expression on her face that was not devastated, exactly, but carried something that required more room to put down than midnight in a hotel doorway allowed. And there was Beatrice. Beatrice was at the brunch. This was expected. The bride and groom were at the brunch, because the brunch was in their honor, and Beatrice was sitting at the center table with Calvin beside her and a glass of orange juice she was turning in her hands in the slow, continuous motion of a woman whose hands need something to do. Evelyn watched her from across the terrace. She had been watching Beatrice periodically all weekend, in the way she sometimes watched things she was not quite ready to name. At the ceremony, Beatrice's composed face and still hands. At the reception, Beatrice's careful smile. And now, the morning after, the orange juice glass turning in her hands and the particular quality of someone who has crossed over into the country of what is now and has not yet found the language for it. Calvin was talking to his father. This was normal. Calvin's father was a man who liked to be talked to and Calvin was a man who knew how to talk to men who liked to be talked to, and the conversation was probably about something entirely reasonable: business, golf, the Foundation's fall calendar, the stock of a certain company that both men had an interest in. Calvin was not unkind. Evelyn had observed him closely enough over the months of the wedding planning to be certain of this. He was simply a man of his kind and his world, which was a world built around surfaces, and he had married a woman who was more permeable than she appeared, and these two facts were in a relationship that Calvin had not yet discovered and might not discover for years. Beatrice's orange juice glass turned in her hands. Evelyn crossed the terrace. She sat down in the chair beside Beatrice, which was not assigned to her. She had put herself at the Foundation board members' table, because the board members required attention and this was her function, but which was empty because Calvin's grandmother was at it, and Calvin's grandmother was currently being very actively assisted to her chair on the other side of the table by two of the Holloway cousins from Richmond, who had apparently decided that the property dispute from 1953 was suspended for the duration of the weekend. "Good morning," Evelyn said. Beatrice looked at her with the expression of a woman who has been in public for 16 hours and has been managed beautifully and is very tired of being managed. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was perfectly pleasant. "How are you sleeping?" Evelyn said. A pause. "Well," Beatrice said. Then, after a moment, "less well than I expected." Evelyn did not say anything encouraging about the adjustments of new marriage. She did not say anything about it being normal, or natural, or temporary. She looked at Beatrice's hands around the orange juice glass and thought about what she actually wanted to say, which was unusual, because at brunch tables she generally said what the situation called for rather than what she wanted. "Beatrice," she said. When you were small, what did you want to do?" Beatrice looked at her, slightly startled, the way people looked when the conversation took an unexpected turn. "What? You were 7 when I was 15 and you used to come to August's birthday lunches and you were always drawing something on the backs of napkins and menus and once on the edge of the table's cape cloth, which I believe your mother still has not forgiven." Beatrice blinked. "I wanted to be an architect," she said. "I know. Did you know? Your mother mentioned it once, when you were 12. Evelyn looked at the glass in Beatrice's hands. "She said you'd grown out of it." A silence. Beatrice's hands stilled around the glass. "Had you?" Evelyn said. Beatrice stopped. She looked at the orange juice as if it had said something. "I still draw things," she said. "Sometimes. In the evenings. Mostly I don't." "Why mostly not?" "Because it takes time. And there are other things." She paused. "Calvin doesn't know I used to want that. We've never discussed it." "That's not unreasonable," Evelyn said. "People don't always." "I know it's not unreasonable," Beatrice said, quietly, with the directness of a woman who is running low on the energy required to be polite about being redirected. "I know most people don't discuss their childhood ambitions with their husbands. I know that." She looked at Evelyn. "But I think about it. I think about the fact that it's not something he knows. That there are a great many things that are not things he knows." She paused again. "I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm saying I think about it." Evelyn was quiet. "You've never married," Beatrice said. "No. And you manage everything." She said it without irony, without judgment. "The foundation, the events, the family's social world. You manage all of it and you're extraordinary at it." "Thank you," Evelyn said. "Are you happy?" The question arrived between them the way questions asked by people who have just made major decisions sometimes arrived, without preamble, carrying the weight of what the asking person actually needs to know rather than what politeness would normally require. Evelyn looked at the question for a moment. "I'm beginning to find out," she said. Beatrice looked at her for a long time. She had the eyes of a perceptive woman who had spent years in the company of people who preferred not to be perceived, which had made her very good at it. "Something's changed," she said. "For you. This spring." "Several things." "Is it the driver?" Evelyn looked at her. "I've watched you," Beatrice said, simply. "At events. The gallery, Lenora mentioned it. And here, last night. You always know where she is in a room." She paused. "I'm not saying it to say anything. I'm saying it because I've seen the way you look when you know where she is, and it's the only time all weekend that you've looked like you're actually there." Evelyn set her hands flat on the table, the gesture she made when she needed her hands to tell her something about her own stillness. "Beatrice," she said. "I need to ask you something and I need you to answer me honestly, not as a bride at her post-wedding brunch." Beatrice looked at her. "All right. Are you all right?" Evelyn said. "Not the brunch version. The real version." A very long pause. Outside the terrace the June morning was brilliant and absurd, the kind of morning that seemed designed to make everything look like it was going well. Calvin's father was laughing at something. The Richmond cousins had settled. The foundation board members were discussing something productive at the table she was supposed to be at. "I think I will be," Beatrice said. "Eventually." She looked at her orange juice glass, which she had set down. "I chose this. I want to be clear about that. I chose it for all the reasons people choose things. Some of them are good reasons. And some of them are the available reasons." "Yes." Beatrice looked at her. "Yes. Exactly that." She was quiet for a moment. "The thing about the available reasons is that you don't know they were available rather than right until after you've gone through the door." She paused. "I'm not sorry. I think. She stopped. Learning the language of the other side, Evelyn said. "Yes." They sat together for a moment in the middle of the terrace with the brilliant June morning around them, two women at a brunch table, the surface of the occasion entirely intact. "You should go back to your table," Beatrice said finally. "Thomas Bell is looking at you with the look that means he needs something." Evelyn looked. Thomas was, in fact, looking at her with the look that meant he needed something. She recognized it the way she recognized all of his looks, which was to say immediately and with the particular weariness of a woman who has been recognizing the same looks for 6 years. She stood. "Beatrice," she said. "The architecture." Beatrice looked up at her. "Draw the things," Evelyn said. "In the evenings. Tell him, eventually." A pause. "You don't have to be only the person you were required to become." Beatrice's face did something Evelyn had not seen on it during the entire ceremony and reception and brunch. It went briefly unguarded. Not long, 2 seconds, perhaps 3. The expression of a person who has been given something they did not know they needed and whose face has not yet caught up to the decision not to show it. "Thank you," Beatrice said. Evelyn moved across the terrace to Thomas Bell's table. She managed the rest of the brunch with the skill of practice. She spoke to the board members. She handled a small situation involving the Moorfield seating that had resolved itself before becoming a situation but benefited from her attention anyway. She said goodbye to Beatrice and Calvin at noon with the warmth she genuinely felt, which was not uncomplicated but was real. She was in the car at 12:40. Ruth drove. The Sunday midday city was the quieter city, the one that moved at 2/3 pace and had more room in it for other things. They drove through it in the particular silence that had become their silence, and Evelyn sat in the front seat. She had gotten in the front, automatically, without deciding, and looked at the road. "The brunch is finished," Ruth said. "Yes." "The wedding weekend is finished." "Yes." Evelyn looked at the road. "I need to talk to you." "Not in the car." "Not now. But today, if possible." "Yes," Ruth said. Her voice was even. Whatever she was holding was held with the care she brought to things she had been carrying for a while and had not yet found the place to set down. "This afternoon," Evelyn said. "I'll come to you." "Tell me where." A pause. Then Ruth said, "Callaway Street. June's place. She won't be home, she has the community center Sunday afternoon." She paused. "You can come to the house instead." "But I wanted to." "Callaway Street," Evelyn said. "Yes. That's good. Somewhere neutral. Somewhere that was Ruth's, not Evelyn's, not the brownstone, not the car. Ruth's geography." 4 o'clock, Ruth said. "I'll be there," Evelyn said. They drove the rest of the way home without speaking, and when the brownstone came into view Evelyn looked at it with the look she sometimes had for it, the look of a building she was approaching rather than returning to, and thought about Beatrice's hands finally still around the orange juice glass and the face that had gone briefly unguarded and the words she had given her, which she understood, as she said it, she had also given to herself. "You don't have to be only the person you were required to become." Ruth pulled up to the curb. 4 o'clock, Evelyn said. 4 o'clock, Ruth said back. She went inside. Chapter 21, Not in Half-Light. June's apartment on the fourth floor of the Calloway Street building smelled of coffee and something Ruth associated with every Sunday she had spent there, the particular warm neutral smell of a place that had been lived in honestly for years, where the furniture had been arranged for comfort and not display, and where the windows were open because June believed in air the way she believed in most things, which was practically and without apology. Ruth had arrived at 3. She had not intended to arrive an hour early. She had intended to arrive at 3:45, which was her normal interval before something she needed to be prepared for, but the apartment had been quiet and the afternoon had been long and she had found herself on the Calloway Street stoop at 3:05 with the keys in her hand, not quite ready to go up and not quite willing to sit outside any longer. She went up. She made herself useful. She washed the dishes June had left in the rack, dried them, put them away. She watered the plant in the kitchen window that June kept forgetting. She sat at the kitchen table for a while and looked at the street through the window, the Sunday afternoon street with its unhurried pace, a man walking a bicycle, 2 women with shopping bags moving in comfortable parallel, the ordinary human business of a Sunday in June. She was thinking about what she was going to say. She had been thinking about it since 1 in the morning, in the honest careful way she thought about things that required her full attention. Not rehearsing, she did not rehearse important conversations because rehearsal produced the wrong kind of precision, a scripted quality that closed down the possibility of being honestly heard. She was simply locating the true things. Finding the center of them. Making certain she knew the shape of what she needed to say before she was in the room with Evelyn saying it. The true things, as best she could locate them, she could not continue as they were. The arrangement, the professional frame around the private one, the careful maintenance of appropriate distance in the presence of others, the way the real thing lived in the margins of the performed one, was no longer a frame she could inhabit. It had been difficult for weeks. Since the creek, since the rain conversation, since Thursday night, it had become structurally impossible in a way she had been honest with herself about and was now going to be honest with Evelyn about. She had heard a man describe her as a signal problem. She had heard Evelyn's name spoken in the possessive register of family management, the word arrangements carrying the specific weight of a household that had used it as a mechanism for control. She had watched Evelyn move through an entire wedding weekend with the flawless competence of a woman performing her own life, and she had done this with love and grief both, because watching someone you love perform the life they are trapped in was not the same as watching a stranger do it. She loved Evelyn. This was the clear fact at the center of everything, and she had been living alongside it for weeks with the careful management she brought to things that were too true to look at directly. She was done with the careful management. The careful management had served its purpose, which was to keep her intact until she could see the situation clearly, and she could see it clearly now, and what she saw was this: she loved Evelyn, and she was not going to love her in half-light. The downstairs door opened. The sound of footsteps on the stairs. Ruth looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. 3:52. She stayed at the kitchen table. The knock on the apartment door was Evelyn's knock, 2 precise raps, not tentative, not demanding, the knock of someone who has decided to be somewhere and is committing to it. Ruth went to the door and opened it. Evelyn had changed from the brunch clothes. She was in a dress of dark green that Ruth had not seen before, with her hair pinned differently than the wedding weekend's careful set, not loose, but less architectural, as if she had undone one element of the formal arrangement and let it rest. She had a small bag. She had walked here, which Ruth could tell from the slight additional warmth in her face, the way the June afternoon was still on her. "You found it," Ruth said. "You gave me the address twice." "I found it." Evelyn looked at the doorway, then at the apartment visible behind Ruth's shoulder. "Should I come in?" "Yes." Ruth stepped back. Evelyn came in. She stood in the apartment's entrance and looked at it with the look Ruth had seen on her face at the Westside Community Center and at the field visit and once in the car when they had passed a particular block in the lower city, the look of someone taking in a space they have no practiced response to and are therefore perceiving directly, without the overlay of social instruction. Her eyes went to the kitchen, the living room, the windows with the afternoon light, June's books along the wall and their slightly uneven stacks, the plant in the window that Ruth had watered an hour ago. "It's very," she stopped. "Real?" Ruth offered. A brief pause. I was going to say warm. Both work. Evelyn set her bag on the chair by the door, the way people set things down when they are staying and need their hands free. Ruth observed this and said nothing about it. Can I get you anything? Ruth said. June has coffee. And there's tea if the coffee is too late in the day. Tea would be, yes. Thank you. Ruth put the kettle on. She was aware of Evelyn behind her in the kitchen, not sitting, moving around the edges of the room in the quiet exploratory way people moved around spaces that were new to them, looking at June's things without touching them. The books. The framed photograph on the windowsill, June and Ruth from 1957, both younger, Ruth with the shorter haircut she'd abandoned in 1959. The calendar on the wall with June's handwriting in the boxes. That's you, Evelyn said. 1957, Sol took it. He was going through a phase of considering himself a photographer. Did the phase last? He has reasonable judgment about most things. Ruth brought the tea to the table. He knew when to stop. Evelyn sat down across from her. She wrapped both hands around the mug in the way she did when she was allowing herself a moment that was not held together by performance, both hands, warmth, the small ordinary comfort of a cup. Ruth watched her do this and felt the full complicated weight of knowing someone's tells. You wanted to talk, Ruth said. I did. Evelyn looked at her mug. Then she looked up, which was the choosing to be direct look. I need to tell you what my mother said. The full version. All right. So Evelyn told her. She told it cleanly, without ornament, the corridor, the chairs, Cordelia's word arrangements and the specific thing the word had meant in their family's history, the 6-week placement concluding Wednesday, the way her mother had framed it as management rather than punishment while making it perfectly clear the two were not distinguishable from each other. She told it with the flat evenness of someone who has had 8 hours to do the work of being honest about something and has done it. Ruth listened without interrupting. She had heard part of this already, from the corridor at 9:15. Hearing the rest of it from Evelyn's account, the version that included Cordelia's face, her mother's precise choice of words, the moment Evelyn had said I understand and meant something entirely different by it than what Cordelia had wanted, was its own thing. Different in texture. Requiring her attention in a different way. When Evelyn finished, Ruth was quiet for a moment. Your mother has been doing this a long time, she said. Since I was 17. A pause. Since the arrangement at 17. I told you about it, not all of it, but the shape of it. The name. You told me the shape. The shape is accurate. Evelyn set her mug down. Her hand stayed around it. She moves quickly and precisely and she frames everything as care. She is not wrong that she cares. That is what makes it, that is why it works the way it works. Ruth was quiet for another moment. Then she said, I was in the corridor at 9:15 and I heard more than just your mother. Evelyn looked at her. 2 men. Thomas Bell and someone I didn't recognize, older, silver-haired. A board member. Evelyn's face did not change, but her hands tightened around the mug. He said he'd seen me at the Harrington Gallery and at Hartwell. He said people notice. He described me as, Ruth said it plainly, because she had decided to say it plainly and was not going to soften it for either of them. He described me as a woman like that. In those circles. Evelyn did not look away. She also did not say anything immediately, which was one of her forms of control, the delayed response, the pause that meant she was deciding, but this time the pause held something different in it. Not composure exactly. Something more like the expression of someone receiving a blow they had been bracing for and finding that being braced does not reduce the impact the way you hoped. I know, Evelyn said. Ruth looked at her. Not those words, Evelyn said. Not that specific, I didn't hear it. But I know what he means by it. I know what category I've put you in, by association, in those rooms. She looked down at the table. I know what it costs you. To move through those spaces. I have known this since the West Side reception and I have continued to ask you to move through them anyway. I haven't protested. You shouldn't have to protest. You should be able to do the work you agreed to without being described as a signal problem by men who have never spoken to you. Ruth said nothing. I'm angry, Evelyn said, quietly. I know. Not at you. I'm angry at the room. At the fact that the room can do that. At the fact that I have spent 6 weeks bringing you into spaces where that is the possible outcome, and the thing that made me bring you there was the same thing that made it. She stopped. She looked at her hands. I benefited from your proximity, she said, in ways that were not only logistical. Ruth watched her say this. She watched Evelyn arrive at it with the same quality of attention she brought to watching Evelyn arrive at honest things, which was always a particular experience, like watching someone set down a very heavy object they have been carrying for a long time. The setting down was not peaceful. It was just true. I know, Ruth said again. Her voice was gentler now. Not softer. She did not want gentle to mean soft, not in this conversation. But the hardness she had been holding since the corridor the previous night could ease a fraction without becoming dishonest. I need to tell you something, Ruth said. And I need you to hear it the way I mean it. Not as an accusation. Not as a condition. Just as the truth of where I am. Evelyn looked at her. She had gone very still, which was the sign she was receiving something fully. I can't keep doing this the way we've been doing it, Ruth said. I don't mean the work. I mean the other thing. The real thing. She set her hands flat on the table, the gesture she made when she needed to be deliberate. Thursday night was real. You know it was real. The creek was real and the rain was real and everything in the 6 weeks before any of that was real. I am not going to stand here and say it wasn't. I know it was, Evelyn said. But real doesn't survive being folded, Ruth said. And I have watched you fold it, every time the room required it. Every time Thomas walked in or your mother was nearby or the professional frame had to come down over everything else. I've watched you do it with extraordinary skill, and I have matched you every time, because I understand the necessity, and I am also telling you that I cannot do it indefinitely. Evelyn was very quiet. This isn't an ultimatum, Ruth said. I'm not giving you a deadline or a list of conditions. I'm telling you what I know about myself. I have spent years learning the difference between what I can absorb and what absorbs me, and this, she paused. Loving you from the margin is starting to absorb me. And I will not let that happen. The word loving landed in the room with the weight of a word said plainly for the first time. Neither of them moved. I heard what your mother said about Wednesday, Ruth said. The placement ends Wednesday. I heard what she means by it, and I understand that from her perspective it resolves the situation. If the driver is gone, the situation is managed. She looked at Evelyn with the full even attention she brought to things she needed to say completely. But I am not a situation that gets managed away. I am a person. And I need you to decide, not now, not in this kitchen, but before Wednesday, whether you understand that. Whether you can say it out loud. Whether the life you are living has room for what we actually are to each other, or whether it doesn't. Evelyn looked at her for a long time. The apartment was quiet around them, June's Sunday afternoon quiet, the city outside the window doing its usual unhurried Sunday thing. I know what I feel, Evelyn said. I know you do. I've known what I feel for, she stopped. Longer than I have been willing to look at it. I believe you. Then why? Evelyn's voice had a quality Ruth had not heard in it before, a quality below the composure, something raw and specifically frightened. Why isn't that enough? Ruth looked at her. She took a breath. Because feeling it and living in it are different things, she said. And you have spent 12 years perfecting the gap between them. And I am not willing to be the thing that lives in that gap. She said this not with anger but with the steady gentleness of a woman who has found the true sentence and is saying it exactly. I don't want to be the thing you feel in private. I want to be the person you are with. There is a difference. Evelyn looked at the table. Her jaw was tight, the small sign Ruth had learned to read, the sign that she was holding something very large with very careful hands. I know there is, she said. I know you know. I don't know how to do it, Evelyn said. It came out quietly, more quietly than everything else, the admission stripped of all management. I don't know what it looks like to be with someone like this when the rest of the structure is still. She stopped. You're not asking the right question, Ruth said. You're asking how to have me inside the existing structure. That's not the question. Evelyn looked up. The question is what happens when the structure has to change, Ruth said. The word change sat between them. Outside, a car passed on Calloway Street. A child's voice somewhere below. The ordinary sounds of a Sunday afternoon going about its business, indifferent and ongoing. Evelyn looked at her mug. She looked at the table. She looked at Ruth. I'm frightened, she said. It was the most unguarded sentence Ruth had heard from her. Not the I know or the I feel or even the longer careful confessions of the car and the field. This was smaller and more naked than any of those. The specific fear of someone who has lived inside a very old structure for a very long time and can feel it shifting under her feet. Ruth reached across the table. She did not take Evelyn's hand, she placed her own hand nearby, close enough to be a presence, not a hold. Not commanding the moment. Offering the option. Evelyn looked at Ruth's hand. Then she turned her own and placed it over Ruth's, and her grip was not fragile, but it was not composed either. It was simply what her hands did when they needed to hold something real. I'm frightened too, Ruth said. Honestly, because it was true. I'm frightened that you'll decide the cost is too high and I'll have to watch you disappear back into the life that was made for you. I'm frightened that what I need is something you can't reach yet. Yet, Evelyn said. Yet, Ruth said. I believe in yet. They sat in the kitchen with their hands together and the afternoon going slowly around them and everything that had been said settling into the room with the weight and the honesty of things finally spoken. It was not comfortable. It was not resolved. It was the particular kind of difficult that is also deeply necessary, the kind that does not produce relief but produces instead something more solid, which was the sensation of having finally stood in the true location of a thing rather than the managed distance from it. Wednesday, Evelyn said. Yes. I have 3 days. Ruth looked at her. 3 days for what? Evelyn looked back, and in her face was the expression Ruth associated with the moment before Evelyn made a decision, not the moment of the decision itself, but the moment before, when she had assembled everything required and was standing at the edge of it. To decide what I'm willing to lose, Evelyn said. Ruth said nothing. That's what it is, isn't it? Evelyn said. Not what I want. Not what I feel. That's already decided. The question is what I'm willing to lose to have it. Yes, Ruth said. That's the question. Evelyn looked at their hands on the table. She did not let go. I'll make more tea, Ruth said, after a while. Evelyn looked up. You don't have to leave yet, Ruth said. And we don't have to keep talking about the large things. We can have tea and look out the window for a while. She paused. I think we've both been in enough large things this weekend. Something happened in Evelyn's face, the tension in the jaw easing, the composed surface softening in the specific way it softened when she was being allowed to simply be present without managing anything. It was the face Ruth had first seen by the creek. The one under the performance. The one she was in love with. Yes, Evelyn said. All right. Ruth put the kettle on again. They sat in June's kitchen as the Sunday afternoon moved toward evening, and the tea came and they drank it, and occasionally one of them said something small and the other responded and neither of them said anything further about large things, and Calloway Street went on outside the window in its easy unhurried way, and it was the most ordinary hour Ruth had spent in months and also, in the specific way of ordinary hours that arrive after long difficulty, the most necessary one. At 6:30 Evelyn stood and gathered her bag. I'll find a cab from the avenue, she said. Ruth walked her to the door. They stood for a moment in the doorway with the hallway behind Evelyn and the apartment behind Ruth and the evening in both their faces. Ruth, Evelyn said. I know, Ruth said. I wasn't going to apologize. I know. Ruth looked at her. I know you weren't. Evelyn held her gaze for one more moment with the full and uncomplicated directness of someone who has stopped pretending not to see the thing they see. Then she went down the hallway. Ruth listened to her footsteps on the stairs. She listened to the downstairs door open and close. She went back to the kitchen table and sat with the 2 empty mugs and the afternoon becoming evening outside the window and everything that had been said arranged in her chest in the way of things that could not be unfelt or unsaid, which was the way she wanted them. She was still frightened. She was also, in the strange way of a person who has finally stopped managing the distance between herself and the true location of a thing, more herself than she had been in weeks. She washed the mugs. She looked at the photograph on the windowsill. 1957, both younger. She said, quietly, to the empty kitchen, "All right." Then she went to the window and watched the street until June's key in the lock announced the end of the Sunday afternoon, and the apartment filled again with June's presence, and the evening came on around them in the way evenings came on in this building, fully and without ceremony, as things did on Calloway Street. Chapter 22, The Signature Line. Monday arrived the way Mondays arrived in a household that had had a significant weekend, with the particular efficiency of a morning that expects nothing to have changed and finds most things exactly where it left them. The brownstone was functional and orderly. Mrs. Okafor had the week's housekeeping in hand. August had returned to his own apartment on Sunday evening with the easy detachment of a man whose relationship to family residence was largely symbolic. The wedding flowers had been removed and the borrowed linens returned and the dining room restored to its usual state. If anyone had walked through the ground floor at 8 on Monday morning, they would have found nothing to indicate that the weekend had been anything other than the organized and successful event it appeared to be. Evelyn was at her dressing table at 7:15. She was looking at herself in the mirror the way she sometimes allowed herself to look, not the instrumental look, the checking look, but the slower one that arrived on mornings after important evenings and that she had learned to let happen without rushing. The reflection showed her what it usually showed, the light brown skin with its early morning quality, slightly less guarded than it appeared later in the day. The dark chestnut hair she had not yet set, loose from the night, longer at her temples than she usually permitted. The gray-green eyes that looked back with the particular alertness of someone who has slept well despite everything and woken already in conversation with themselves. 3 days. She had said it to Ruth at the kitchen table, 3 days to decide what I'm willing to lose. She had meant it when she said it. She meant it now, this Monday morning, with the mirror showing her the unguarded face and the knowledge of what the next 3 days contained and what they required. Tuesday was a foundation meeting, the quarterly development review, 3 hours minimum, Thomas presiding with the careful authority of a man who treated organizational meetings as exercises in institutional permanence. She would be there, would present the wedding weekend's cultivation outcomes, would account for the relationships maintained and the donors managed and the press mentions secured. She would do this with full competence, because competence was not the problem. Wednesday was the day the placement ended. Between now and Wednesday she had to decide what she was going to do, and she was not. She had promised herself this at 3 o'clock that morning in the dark. She was not going to spend the 3 days avoiding the decision by replacing it with logistics. That was the habitual move. She had been making it for 12 years. The logistics had always been honest work and also, always, a structure inside which the real thing could be postponed indefinitely. She was done postponing. She set down her hairbrush and went to the desk where she kept the foundation correspondence. The letter was there. It had been there since Friday, a letter from the foundation's legal arm regarding the documents for the fall campaign launch, specifically the donor commitment forms and the grant authorization forms for the 3 new civil rights initiatives. The signature pages were clipped to the back. Her name was printed at the bottom of each one, Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale, Director of Donor Relations, Vale Family Foundation. She had been reviewing the forms since Friday, which meant for 3 days she had been opening the folder and looking at the signature lines and closing the folder again. She opened the folder. The forms were thorough, the language exact in the way that legal language was exact, specific to the point of exhaustion, covering every contingency, naming every party with the full weight of institutional certainty. The first form was the major donor commitment for the fall capital campaign. 3 signature lines, the foundation president, August, the legal administrator, Thomas Bell, and the director of donor relations, Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale. She read the line twice. Then she read the form, the whole form, not the way she usually read forms, which was quickly and with the practiced eye of someone who had read hundreds of them and was checking for errors, but slowly, word by word, with the attention of someone reading a document about herself. The form described her role with the precision that institutional documents use to describe roles, the responsibilities, the scope of authority, the relationships managed, the obligations undertaken. It described her competence accurately. It described the labor accurately. It described the function. It did not contain a single line that had anything to do with who she actually was. She thought about this. She thought about the morning she had stood in the Hartwell anteroom and seen herself in the angled mirror, the three-quarter view, the car at the curb and the reflection behind her shoulder. She thought about Beatrice's hands going still around the orange juice glass. She thought about Ruth's voice in the Calloway Street kitchen, "I want to be the person you are with." She picked up the pen. She looked at the signature line. Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale. She set the pen down. She was not going to sign it today. This was not a dramatic decision. It was simply the accurate one. She was not going to sign documents that committed the foundation to a 6-month campaign under a name she was not yet certain was the name she would answer to in 6 months. This was not defiance. It was the most honest thing she could do with the forms, which was to refrain from making permanent a commitment she was currently examining the foundations of. Thomas would want them by Wednesday. She had a 2-day window. She closed the folder. She thought about what she was willing to lose. The question Ruth had given her was not cruel, though it had sat in her chest since Sunday with the particular discomfort of questions that are true. She had known, in various formulations, that this was the question, had known it since the creek, since the rain, since the night in the drawing room when she had crossed the room and the world had not ended. She had been knowing it and not quite letting herself hold the full shape of it, the way you could know a room's dimensions without quite being able to imagine living in a different one. She thought about the foundation. The work was real. The West Side families were real, Mrs. Lacey's hands around hers in the community center, the Mercer boy who had wanted to know about engines, the Du Bois family for whom Reardon's phone call might mean something. She had done this work for 6 years and she had believed in the version of it that was not Thomas Bell's version or Cordelia's version but her own, the version that showed up in person to events her mother found insufficiently valuable and made phone calls outside the subcommittee and learned the seating chart well enough to see the constraint that 40 minutes of her own effort had failed to solve. The work was not the cage. She had been confusing the two. The foundation's name on the letterhead, the quarterly report, the cultivation events where she managed donors with the precision of someone arranging a logic puzzle with human pieces, that was a version of the work that had become the cage, the structure around it that her mother had built and she had maintained with her own labor. But the work underneath it, the work she had done with Naomi and the families and the phone call to Reardon, the work of actually showing up and being present and caring about what happened to people the foundation was supposed to serve, that work was hers. She did not have to lose it. What she might lose was the name on the letterhead. What she might lose was the family table at weddings and the word arrangement spoken in hotel corridors and the entire elaborate architecture of the life her mother had managed for her since she was 17. What she might lose was the version of herself she had built to survive inside that architecture. She was no longer certain that was a loss. She went downstairs and had breakfast and by 8:30 she was in the car. Ruth was at the curb as she had been every morning for 6 weeks, the Cadillac in its customary position, the engine already running. Evelyn got in the front seat. She did not think about whether this was appropriate. She got in the front seat because it was where she had been sitting for weeks, the seat that was accurate regardless of what the professional frames said about it. Ruth looked at her. The look that contained the previous day's kitchen and everything said there, held with the careful control Ruth brought to things she was not going to impose on the morning but was not going to pretend didn't exist either. "Hartwell," Evelyn said. "I have correspondence to handle before the afternoon." "All right." Ruth drove. The Monday's city was its full-volume self, the weekend's quiet replaced by the week's regular urgency, traffic on the avenues, delivery trucks at the loading zones, the particular purposeful pace of pedestrians with somewhere to be. Evelyn watched it through the window and let herself be in it without managing her response to it. "I didn't sign the forms," she said. Ruth did not ask which forms. She had driven Evelyn to Hartwell enough times, had been present for enough fragments of the Foundation's administrative life, to have a working map of what the current correspondence contained. "No," she said. "I'm going to need to review them more carefully," Evelyn said. "There are questions about scope of authority in the grant authorization documents that I think warrant clarification before I commit the Foundation to the terms." She paused. "That's the official reason." Ruth drove for a moment without responding. "Then, what's the other reason?" "I don't know yet," Evelyn said. "Whether my name on those documents is the right name. For the 6 months they cover." The car stopped at the Prescott light. Outside, a woman was walking 3 dogs with the slightly frantic authority of someone who has underestimated the physics of 3 dogs on 3 leashes. Ruth said nothing. "I know that's not a full answer," Evelyn said. "It's an honest answer. It's the part of the answer I currently have." She looked at the 3 dogs, which had achieved a brief alignment and were all walking in the same direction with a synchronized dignity that was probably temporary. "I'm working on the rest of it." "I know," Ruth said. The light changed and she drove. At Hartwell, Evelyn went directly to the conference room she used for individual correspondence, the smaller one without the Foundation's portrait collection on the wall, the one where the light came in from the east and was most useful in the morning. She opened the correspondence folder. She opened the development review materials. She did the work of the morning. At 10:30 Iris appeared at the door with 2 messages and the expression of someone who has been managing a Tuesday-level Monday morning. "Thomas wants the signature pages by close of business Wednesday," Iris said. "And your mother called." "What did my mother want?" "She didn't say. She said call at your convenience." The way Iris delivered this phrase, with the exact inflection of a woman conveying that the person who said it did not mean it, indicated that Iris had fully understood the subtext. "I'll call her this afternoon," Evelyn said. Iris lingered for a half-second, which was the Iris equivalent of a pause for concern. She was 24 and very quick and had been watching Evelyn for 3 months with the observational intensity of someone who wanted to understand how power worked and had begun to sense that the woman she was watching understood its mechanisms in ways that were not straightforward. "Are you all right?" Iris said. Evelyn looked up. "I know the weekend was," Iris stopped. "I know it was a long weekend. That's all I meant." Evelyn looked at her for a moment. Then, with the small dry precision of her private voice, the one she used only when she felt safe, "I've had worse weekends. I've also had better ones." Something in Iris's face softened with the particular relief of someone who has been waiting to see whether the person they admire is going to be a human being about something. "If you need anything," Iris said. "I need the Harrington follow-up letter by noon. I'll have it by 11. She went back to her desk. Evelyn returned to the correspondence. She worked steadily through the morning, answering 3 letters, drafting a 4th, reviewing the development committee notes from the spring. Good work, careful and specific, the kind that required attention and rewarded it. She had always loved this part of the job, the part that was actual thinking rather than social management, and she let herself have the love of it this morning without guilt. At noon she had lunch at her desk and read the Harrington letter, which was, as she had expected, precisely written. Iris's letters were getting better each month. Evelyn had not told her this yet. She added it to the list of true things she intended to say out loud before they were no longer relevant. At 1 o'clock she called her mother. "Evelyn," Cordelia said, which was how she answered calls from her daughter, not hello, not a greeting, just the name, as if identifying the species before deciding how to engage with it. "You called this morning." "Yes." A pause with the particular quality of a pause that has been prepared. "I wanted to speak with you about Wednesday. There's the usual end-of-month correspondence for the donor files. August brought it up yesterday evening." "I'm aware of the donor correspondence." "Of course you are." Cordelia's voice had the specific warmth she used when she was approaching something indirectly. "I also wanted to be certain you were settled. After the weekend." "I'm settled." "You seemed tired at the brunch." "I was tired at the brunch. I had slept 4 hours. A pause. "The Holloways were very pleased." Beatrice's mother called this morning. I'm glad. And the board members were. It went well. Another pause, this one with the architecture of a pause that contains a sentence waiting to be released. I have spoken to Thomas about the fall campaign materials. He said the signatures are pending. I'm reviewing the grant authorization language, Evelyn said. There are scope questions. A silence. In the silence, Evelyn heard her mother locate the scope questions and categorize them with the speed of a woman who had been reading between lines for 30 years. I see, Cordelia said. I'll have them in by Wednesday. I know you will. The warmth still there, but recalibrated. A fraction cooler, a fraction more precise. Evelyn. The placement. Ends Wednesday. Yes. You've told me. I wanted to make sure we were. We're clear, Mother. Evelyn said it with the level voice she had used in the hotel corridor, the voice she was proud of for being level. We have always been very clear with each other. A pause. Yes, Cordelia said. We have. I'll call you tomorrow. Yes. All right. They said their goodbyes with the precise warmth of two people who have been having a conversation with several layers and have reached the end of the one on the surface and are now returning to the positions they hold in relation to the ones below. Evelyn set the phone down. She looked at the correspondence folder on the desk. She looked at the signature page visible through the folder's transparent cover, Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale at the bottom of the grant authorization form, printed in the clean institutional font the legal office used, 8 letters plus a title. She thought about Ruth's voice, I want to be the person you are with. She thought about Beatrice at the brunch table, you don't have to be only the person you were required to become. She thought about herself at 17, and the arrangement, and the name she had begun to form before the arrangement made it irrelevant, and the fact that she had not thought about that name in 12 years, had packed it away so thoroughly that she sometimes needed a moment to remember she had ever had one. She knew what her name was. She had always known. She had simply spent 12 years choosing not to. She opened the desk drawer and took out a plain sheet of paper. She set it beside the signature form. She looked at both of them for a moment. Then she picked up the pen. She did not sign the form. She wrote something on the plain sheet. 7 letters. The name she had packed away at 17, which turned out, when she wrote it here in this room with the east morning light and the ordinary city outside the window, to be entirely legible. Not foreign. Not dramatic. Just hers. She looked at it for a long time. Then she folded the plain sheet and put it in her dress pocket, not in the correspondence folder, not in a drawer, in her pocket, which was the pocket she kept things she needed to have near her. She picked up her pen again. She did not sign the form. She closed the folder. 2 days. She had 2 days, and she knew the shape of what she had to do, and she was frightened in the specific honest way of someone who has finally located the true ground and is standing at its edge, and she did not turn from the window, and she did not fold the feeling away, and she did not replace it with logistics. She sat with it. Outside, the city did what it did on Monday afternoons, indifferent and ongoing and entirely itself, and in the drawer that she had opened and closed again the plain sheet of paper held 7 letters and the particular quiet weight of a truth that has been waiting a very long time for a room. Chapter 23, Everything in Place. Tuesday moved like a day that has agreed to be orderly and is keeping the agreement under pressure. Ruth woke at 6 and made coffee and stood at the east window the way she stood there every morning, watching the light change over the building across the street, listening to the city begin. She had slept, which she had not fully expected to. Not well, there was a quality to her sleep when things were unresolved that she had learned to recognize, the sleep that was more like managed waiting than actual rest, but she had slept, and the morning was clear, and this was enough. She thought about yesterday. Evelyn had come out of Hartwell at 4:30 with the correspondence portfolio under her arm and the particular quality of composure that Evelyn wore when she was thinking about something she was not yet ready to discuss. Ruth had driven her to 3 stops, the printers on Clement for a small errand, the Mercer family apartment with a delivery of documents Evelyn had organized through the Foundation's resettlement program, and then home. They had not spoken about Sunday. They had not spoken about Wednesday. They had talked about the printer's new address on Clement, which had changed since last month, and the color of the peonies in the market window on Hartwell Avenue, and whether the Mercer errand could be done before or after the printer depending on traffic. It had been, Ruth thought, the most and least they had ever been, two people going about the ordinary business of an afternoon while carrying something enormous between them that neither was pretending wasn't there. The carrying was its own conversation. She had understood this, and she believed Evelyn had too. She drove to June's for the morning before her shift. June was already up, coffee made, a book open on the kitchen table that she had apparently been reading since 5. June read the way she did most things, fully, without apology, at whatever hour suited her. "You're early," June said. "I know. Sit down. There's more coffee." Ruth sat down. June poured without being asked, which was the thing June did when she was giving someone space to arrive at whatever they had come to say. "I talked to her Sunday," Ruth said. "At your place." "I know. I found the extra mug." Ruth drank her coffee. "How did it go?" June said. "I said what I needed to say." Ruth looked at the table. "I told her I couldn't keep doing it in half-light. I told her I needed her to decide what she was willing to lose." June was quiet for a moment. "And what did she say?" "She said she knew. She said she was frightened." Ruth looked up. "She didn't apologize. She didn't manage it. She said she was frightened, and she held my hand, and she stayed for 2 hours, and we had tea and talked about small things." She paused. "And then she left." "That's not nothing," June said. "No. It's not nothing." Ruth turned her mug in her hands. "I don't know what it is yet. It might be everything. It might be the last honest thing before she decides the cost is too high and goes back inside the life her mother built for her." She said this flatly, not as a fear to be managed but as a genuine possibility she was holding with clear eyes. "I can't know yet." "No," June agreed. Ruth stopped. She looked at the window, the Callaway Street morning outside, the familiar view. "I keep checking myself. Making sure I know the difference between believing in someone and hoping so hard I stop seeing clearly." "Do you know the difference?" "I think so." A pause. "I know what she looked like when she said she was frightened. I know what she looked like when she said I don't know how to do it. She wasn't performing. She was there." She set the mug down. "What I don't know is whether being there and being able to act are the same thing for her yet." June looked at her with the full attention that was June's particular form of love, unhurried, accurate, and entirely on Ruth's side without being blind to the complexity of things. "The placement ends tomorrow," June said. "Yes. So you'll know by tomorrow." "I'll know something by tomorrow," Ruth said. "Whether it's everything, I don't know." June reached across the table and put her hand briefly on Ruth's forearm, not holding, just there, the gesture that said I am present in this with you without requiring you to do anything about it. Then she took her hand back and drank her coffee and looked at her book without opening it. "For what it's worth," June said, "I've watched you come in and out of this kitchen for 6 weeks talking about this woman, and I've been watching for the signs I know. The ones that mean you're doing the thing you do when you care about someone who isn't good for you." Ruth looked at her. "I haven't seen them," June said. "She's not the type I thought she'd be." A pause. "She's not easy. She's got a great deal to dismantle. But she's not performing care the way some of them do." "No," Ruth said. "She's not. That's worth something." "I know it is." Ruth stood. "I need to get to the garage. Sol has the van." "Ruth." She looked back. "However it lands," June said, "you already did the hard part. You said the true thing. Whatever she does with it, that belongs to you." Ruth held this for a moment. "I know," she said. "Thank you." She went down the stairs and out to the street and drove to Sol's garage, where Sol was already under a car and the radio was playing, and the morning had the reassuring normalcy of a place where things worked or were being made to work, which was, she had found, one of the more useful environments to spend time in when the larger situation was not yet resolved. "How's the Vale job?" Sol said from under the car. "Ending tomorrow." A pause. "And how are you?" I told her the truth. I told her I couldn't do it in half measures. Ruth leaned against the workbench. She didn't run. She held my hand and was frightened and didn't manage me and went home. Sol slid out from under the car and looked at her with his full quiet attention. "What do you think happens today?" "I think she's deciding something." "I don't know what." "You'll find out." "Yes." "Do you trust her to decide correctly?" Ruth thought about this with the honesty it required. She thought about Evelyn at 17 and the name packed away in a drawer. She thought about 12 years of performance mistaken for protection. She thought about the drawing room and the creak in the kitchen and Sunday afternoon on Calloway Street, the hand over hers, the grip that was not fragile. "I trust that she wants to," Ruth said. "Whether she can is the question." Sol picked up the wrench and looked at it. "Those are usually the same thing eventually," he said. "Wanting hard enough. Just sometimes there's a gap between the wanting and the eventual." "I know about the gap." "I know you do." He looked at her. "You've been living adjacent to other people's gaps since I've known you. You're good at it. That doesn't mean you have to." Ruth looked at the garage wall, the tire calendar, the radio, the accumulated tools of a working life. Familiar. Solid. "No," she said. "I don't have to." She left Sol's at 9 and picked Evelyn up at the brownstone at 9:30. The morning had thinned into the kind of late June Tuesday that felt like August in its light, the sun already serious, the shadows sharp, the city conducting itself with the focused energy of a full working week in progress. Evelyn came out of the brownstone at 9:32 in the navy dress and her hair set and the portfolio in the crook of her arm, and she looked, from the curb, exactly as she had looked every morning for 6 weeks, immaculate, composed, entirely present to the occasion. Ruth knew her well enough now to see what was different. It was the set of her jaw. The particular quality of her posture, not the practiced ease of Evelyn managing a public morning but the more specific readiness of someone who has made a decision and is carrying it into the day. Not relaxed. Braced, in the way of someone who knows what the day contains and has made their arrangements. "Hartwell," Evelyn said when she got in. "Yes. The development review is at 10. "I know." Ruth drove. The traffic was cooperative and they made Hartwell by 9:48, which gave Evelyn 12 minutes before the meeting. She sat in the front seat for the full drive, which she had been doing for weeks without either of them acknowledging it, and she was quiet for most of it in the particular way of someone who is not absent but present in an interior conversation Ruth did not interrupt. At Hartwell she got out and said, "I'll need you at noon." The Mercer follow-up. "I'll be here." She went inside. Ruth sat with the engine idling for a moment. She thought about what Sol had said. She thought about the gap between wanting and eventual. She thought about June's hand on her forearm and what it had contained. "I am present in this with you." She had people. This was the thing she had built when other things had been taken, and she did not take it lightly. June on Calloway Street. Sol in the garage. The work she could do and the life she had assembled from what was available and what she had claimed anyway. She had not built it by accepting half measures. She had built it by understanding that she deserved the full version of things and acting accordingly, even when the full version required walking away from something insufficient. She was not going to walk away from Evelyn. But she was also not going to stay for a version that required her to be smaller than she was. She knew the difference. She drove twice around the block, then parked on Clement and had an early lunch at the diner she went to on this block when she had time, and read the newspaper, and let the morning be what it was. At noon she was back at the curb. Evelyn came out at 12:03 with the portfolio and a different expression than the one she'd carried into Hartwell, not the braced decision-carrying look but something more specific, the aftermath of having been in a room she found difficult. The development review had this effect on her sometimes. Ruth had seen it before, the combination of sustained performance and suppressed professional frustration that followed 3 hours of Thomas Bell's version of institutional leadership. She got in the front seat. The Mercer apartment, she said. And after? Back to Hartwell. A pause. I need to have a conversation this afternoon. She said it with the tone she used when the conversation was one she was not looking forward to and intended to approach correctly anyway. Thomas, Ruth said. Yes. About the forms. Evelyn looked at her briefly, the look that said Ruth had read correctly, and also the look that said Evelyn was not entirely surprised to have been read correctly after 6 weeks of this, and also something more complicated underneath that Ruth let sit without pressing. I have something to show you, Evelyn said. She reached into the pocket of her dress. She took out a folded piece of plain paper and held it out. Ruth, at the wheel, did not unfold it yet. She waited until the next light. Then she took it and opened it with one hand, looking at the road. One word. A name Ruth had not heard in this form before, written in Evelyn's precise hand. Eleanor. Ruth said nothing for a moment. She held the paper on her knee and looked at the road and felt the full weight of what she was holding, which was not only a name but the record of a name being reclaimed, the proof that it existed, that it had always existed, that it had been there waiting in the 12 years since 17. It's the name I had, Evelyn said. Before. Her voice was entirely level. Not the full one. Not Evelyn Cordelia. Just this. My grandmother called me this until I was 6 and she died, and my mother decided that Cordelia was more useful. More legible, in the family's register. Ruth held the paper. I haven't written it down in 12 years, Evelyn said. I wrote it yesterday. A pause. I wanted you to see it. Ruth refolded the paper carefully, with the care you brought to things that mattered, and held it back out. Evelyn took it and put it back in her pocket. Neither of them spoke for a moment. The city moved around the car and the noon traffic was its usual complicated self, and somewhere behind Ruth's sternum something had shifted in the specific way of something shifting that will not go back to its previous position. Eleanor, Ruth said. Yes. Is that what you want me to call you? Evelyn looked at the street ahead for a moment. Then she turned and looked at Ruth, and in her face was the expression from Sunday afternoon and also something more than that, something that had come through a night of insomnia and a morning's development review and a decision held in the pocket of a navy dress. Not yet, she said. Not until, she stopped. I need to do the thing first. The real thing. Then yes. Then I want you to call me that. All right, Ruth said. All right, Evelyn said. They drove the rest of the way to the Mercer apartment in the silence that had always been their particular one, the one that was occupied rather than empty, and today it was occupied with the name in the folded paper in Evelyn's pocket and what it meant and what it was going to cost, and the fact that both of them knew the shape of it now, which was different, Ruth understood, from knowing it alone. The Mercer errand was brief. Evelyn was inside for 20 minutes with the documents and came out with the particular qualities she had after these visits, the one that was not the foundation version but the real version, the one that had something genuine in it. She got back in the car. He found work, she said. Mr. Mercer. The Transit Authority. Someone called. Reardon, Ruth said. Yes. Evelyn looked at her hands in her lap. Reardon called on a Monday, and by Tuesday the father had an interview, and by this Tuesday he has a job. She paused. That is a thing the foundation can do if someone is willing to make the call. You were willing to make the call. I was. She looked at the street. I have been doing that kind of work for 6 years in the spaces Thomas doesn't look. The work I can do from outside the official process, because the official process takes until August and people need things before August. She paused. I've been thinking about that. About what happens to the work if the structure around it changes. Ruth drove without speaking. It doesn't disappear, Evelyn said. The work. The connections, the relationships, the ability to make a phone call that means something, none of that belongs to the foundation. It belongs to me. She said this with the quality of someone discovering a true thing at the moment of saying it. I built it. Not the foundation. Me. Ruth thought, there it is. She said nothing. She let it settle in the car between them the way true things settled when they arrived, with the weight of something that had always been there and was now visible. At Hartwell she dropped Evelyn at the entrance. "The conversation with Thomas," Evelyn said, before she got out. "Yes. I'll need the car at 5. I'll be here." Evelyn looked at her for one moment, the full look, the one that meant she was seeing Ruth with the full version of herself rather than the managed one. "The name," she said. "I wanted you to know it before anything else happened. Before tomorrow." "I know," Ruth said. "Because if tomorrow," she stopped. Started again. "I wanted someone to know it who wasn't going to do anything with it except know it." "I know it," Ruth said. "Eleanor." Evelyn held her gaze for one more moment. Then she went inside. Ruth sat at the curb. The name was in the air of the car, faint and real. 2 syllables. The sound of something being given its correct weight after a long time of being carried as something else. She would be here at 5. She drove around the block once, then found the parking on Clement, and she sat in the car with the windows down and the June afternoon around her, and she thought about the name, and the folded paper, and the particular look on Evelyn's face when she had said "because if tomorrow," and she thought about tomorrow, and what it would bring, and the fact that she no longer knew with certainty what she had known 6 weeks ago, which was that she would be all right regardless. She would be all right regardless. But she was no longer merely bracing to be all right regardless. She was, sitting in the parked car on Clement with the afternoon going around her, hoping. Not blindly. Not without the clear-eyed honesty she owed herself. But honestly and specifically and with the full knowledge of what she was hoping for. She thought this was probably new. She sat with it. Chapter 24, The Name on the Invitation. Wednesday arrived with the particular quality of days that have been waited for. Evelyn was awake before the alarm. She lay in the dark of her room and listened to the city outside, which did not know it was Wednesday in the specific way she knew it was Wednesday, and which was reassuring in the way of indifferent cities. Whatever happened today, the city would continue to move at its usual pace, and the light would be whatever light June produced at 5:50 in the morning, and the delivery trucks would be on schedule, and Mrs. Okafor would have the kitchen in order by 7. The placement ended today. She lay in the dark and thought about this with the clear-eyed honesty she had been practicing for 3 days. The placement ended today, and what happened after that, how it ended, whether the ending was the family's arranged ending or something else entirely, was the thing she had been carrying in her pocket since Monday, folded in plain paper, 7 letters, the name she had written and not shown to anyone except Ruth. She had not slept enough. She had slept more than Sunday night, which was something, but the hours between 2 and 5 had been occupied rather than restful, the particular occupied quality of hours spent in honest accounting. She had accounted for everything she could see. She could see the following: the grant authorization forms were still unsigned. Thomas Bell expected them by close of business Wednesday. She had reviewed the scope language a second time on Tuesday evening and found that the scope questions she had raised were genuinely present in the language and also genuinely pretextual, in the sense that they were real concerns she would have raised in any other month, and they were also, in this particular month, the form that her refusal to commit was taking. She had not told Thomas about the scope questions. She had not told her mother. She had told Ruth, in the car on Tuesday, and Ruth had understood both things simultaneously and said nothing about either of them, which was the thing Ruth did when she understood something and judged that the understanding was enough without requiring commentary. The conversation with Thomas yesterday afternoon had not been about the forms. It had been about the fall campaign calendar, the major donor cultivation strategy, the board's priorities for the European partnership that August was ostensibly managing and practically not managing. Thomas had been his usual careful self, precise, institutional, treating Evelyn's input with the specific deference of a man who valued her competence and had no intention of expanding her authority. She had sat across the conference table from him and felt, with a clarity she had not felt in 6 years, the exact shape of the cage. Not the foundation's work. Not the actual work she did, the Reardon phone call, the West Side families, the things she had built in the spaces Thomas didn't look. The cage was the structure around the work. The name on the form. The scope of authority defined by someone else. The word arrangement spoken in corridors. She had done the accounting. And she had arrived, on Wednesday morning in the dark of her room, at the following conclusion: she could not sign the forms under Evelyn Cordelia Vale and pretend that was not the same as signing a commitment to continue indefinitely as the person her mother had arranged her to be at 17. She could not. She got up. She dressed with the particular care of someone who knows they are dressing for a significant day. Not the wedding care, not the display, not the armor. The care of someone dressing for the version of themselves they had decided to be, which was different from both of those things. Dark green dress, the one she had worn to Ruth's on Sunday. Her grandmother's small pearl earrings. Shoes she could walk in. She looked in the mirror. The woman in the mirror looked back. Eleanor, Evelyn said, quietly, to herself, to the reflection, to the room. The name fit in her mouth the way her grandmother's hands had fit around hers when she was small, before the arrangements, before the second name, before the life built for someone else. It fit with the exactness of a thing reclaiming its original position. She went downstairs. Cordelia was in the dining room. This was unexpected. Cordelia was not usually in the dining room at 7:15. Her mornings were organized around the later hour, and the fact of it told Evelyn, before she had crossed the threshold, that her mother had also been accounting for Wednesday and had made her own arrangements. "Good morning," Cordelia said. She had coffee. She was in her morning dress, composed and ready in the way that meant she had been up for some time. "Sit down." Evelyn sat. Mrs. Okafor brought a second cup without being asked, which meant Cordelia had asked her earlier. The kitchen management of the morning told the story of its preparation. "I want to speak with you," Cordelia said. "I thought you might." "The forms," Cordelia said. "Thomas told me they're still pending. He said you raised scope questions." "I did." "Are they genuine scope questions?" Evelyn looked at her mother. "They are genuine scope questions that are also telling me something else." A pause. Cordelia looked at her with the evaluating look, the comprehensive one, and then something shifted slightly in it, a minute adjustment in the set of her features, the kind of shift Evelyn had learned to track because it was usually the precursor to her mother dropping one register and picking up a more precise one. "What are they telling you?" Cordelia said. "That I'm not certain I'm going to sign them," Evelyn said. The dining room was very quiet. Outside, the June morning was proceeding with its usual business. A taxi on the avenue. A bird somewhere in the brownstones' garden that had been there since April. Cordelia set down her coffee cup with the careful placement of a woman who does not break things through inattention. She looked at Evelyn with the full attention she brought to situations she intended to manage, and Evelyn looked back with the full attention she brought to situations she had decided she would not be managed in. "Explain," Cordelia said. "I'm not certain the name on the signature line is the correct name," Evelyn said. "And I'm not willing to commit the foundation to 6 months of obligations under a name I'm currently questioning." The silence had a quality in it that Evelyn had not encountered before in this dining room, in this particular kind of conversation with her mother. It was the silence of someone who has been expecting a certain kind of problem and has encountered a different one. "What name?" Cordelia said. Carefully. "The one you gave me at 17, Evelyn said. "The one from the arrangement." Her mother's face did the thing it did when it encountered something it had decided not to encounter. It went very still. Not cold. Cordelia's face did not go cold when she was managing something important. It went still, the way water went still before it changed state. "Evelyn," she said. "I want to tell you something," Evelyn said. She had prepared this sentence. She had prepared it in the occupied hours between 2 and 5, and she had prepared it carefully because she knew her mother and knew what precision required. "I am not having a crisis. I am not making a rash decision out of sentiment or exhaustion, or I am not performing anything for anyone in this room. I am telling you that the accounting I have done over the past 3 days has produced an honest result, and the result is that I have been living inside a name that belongs to a function rather than a person for 12 years, and I am not going to do it indefinitely." Cordelia looked at her. "I will sign the forms when I know what name I'm signing them under," Evelyn said. "And the name I'm signing them under is not a decision you get to make." The silence after this was different from the silence before it. It had the quality of something that has shifted, a door that has moved on its hinge, that can be pushed back but cannot be returned to the position of having never been opened. Cordelia was quiet for long enough that the quality of the quiet changed twice. "You have been thinking about this for some time," she said finally. "Since April, in the way that was thinking. Before that, in the way that wasn't." Evelyn picked up her coffee cup. Her hands were steady. "I know this is not what you want. I know it complicates the family's arrangements. I know that the word I am going to say when I am ready to say it will require some explanation in certain quarters, and that the explanation will be uncomfortable." She looked at her mother. "I know all of that. I am telling you that it does not change the conclusion." Cordelia looked at her daughter for a long time. The comprehensive look. The look that had assessed Evelyn in every significant moment since childhood, that had calculated what was required and supplied it with the precision of a woman who had survived her own narrowing by mastering it. Evelyn had been looked at with that look for 29 years. She sat in it now and did not look away and did not apologize and did not smooth the thing into something easier. "The driver," Cordelia said. "Her name is Ruth Mercy," Evelyn said. "And yes. But not only. This is not only about Ruth. It has accelerated things. She has clarified things," Evelyn said. "That is different from accelerating them. The things she clarified were already true. I was managing the distance from them." Another silence. Something moved in Cordelia's face, a minute thing, barely visible, but Evelyn had been studying her mother's face for 29 years and she saw it. It was not what she expected. It was not the cold or the management or the precise adjustment of strategy. It was something closer to grief. Not for Evelyn. Or not only for Evelyn. For something else, something Evelyn could not fully see but could sense in the quality of the silence that followed. The grief of a woman who had survived her own narrowing by mastering it and had spent 20 years not looking at what the mastering had cost. "I protected you," Cordelia said. Her voice was entirely level. It was the most stripped sentence Evelyn had heard from her in years. "I know you believe that," Evelyn said. "It is not only belief. I know." Evelyn set down her cup. "I know that your protection was real. I know that the world we live in has required things of women like us that should not have been required, and that you learned to navigate those requirements before you learned to question them, and that the tools you developed worked for the survival they were designed for." She paused. "I am also telling you that I cannot keep surviving with those tools. The survival is costing more than it produces." Her mother was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Evelyn could hear the bird in the garden again, and the taxi on the avenue, and the small ordinary morning sounds of the building around them. "The foundation," Cordelia said. "The foundation is not going to lose me," Evelyn said. "I intend to continue the work. I may need to restructure how and under what arrangement, but the work itself, the relationships I've built, the initiatives I've supported, the actual capability that makes the foundation useful to the people it's supposed to serve, none of that goes away." She paused. "What changes is the name on the letterhead. And the scope of whose authority I operate under." Cordelia looked at her for one final moment. Then she stood. She went to the window. She stood at it with her back to Evelyn, which was not something she usually did. It was the posture of a woman who was allowing herself to feel something without performing it, which Evelyn had seen only a small number of times in her life. "You could have told me sooner," Cordelia said. "I couldn't," Evelyn said. "I didn't know sooner. I knew in pieces, and each piece required the next one, and I needed not to have you in the room while I was assembling them." A pause. "All right," Cordelia said. The words arrived simply, without the weight of agreement or approval or maternal blessing. Just the acknowledgement of someone receiving information and accepting that it is information. "All right," she said again, quieter. She was still at the window. Evelyn sat at the table and let her mother stand at the window for as long as she needed. She was not going to fill the silence. She was not going to smooth it. She had said the thing and her mother had heard it, and they were both now in the territory of what came after, which was not resolved and would not be resolved this morning, but which was at least located, which was different from the 12 years of it being everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. At 8:10, Mrs. Okafor appeared at the dining room door to say the car was at the curb. Evelyn stood. She picked up her portfolio. "Mother," she said. Cordelia turned from the window. Her face had the expression of someone who has been through something and is now present again on the other side of it, not restored to the previous position but in a new one, facing the same room differently. "We'll talk this evening," Evelyn said. "If you want to." A pause. "Yes," Cordelia said. "This evening." Evelyn went out to the hall. She put on her coat. She picked up her bag. She went outside. Ruth was at the curb. The Cadillac sat in the morning light as it had sat every morning for 6 weeks, and Ruth was at the wheel in her white shirt and good jacket, and the June morning was the particular clear blue of a day that had decided to be frank about its weather, and when Evelyn came down the steps Ruth was watching the street with the quality of attention she brought to waiting, fully, without restlessness, as if the pause between things was a thing with its own completeness. Evelyn got in the front seat. Ruth looked at her. Not the logistical look. The full look, the one that asked nothing from her except the truth of what was currently visible. Evelyn sat for a moment. She looked at the street ahead through the windshield, the morning street, the ordinary June Wednesday with its pedestrians and its cabs and its total indifference. "I talked to my mother," she said. "This morning?" "Yes." A pause. "I told her about the name." Both names. Ruth was very still. "I told her I wasn't signing the forms under Evelyn Cordelia Vale," Evelyn said. "And I told her the name I'm not signing them under was a name she arranged. And I told her that what changes is the name on the letterhead and the scope of whose authority I operate under." Ruth said nothing. "She didn't," Evelyn stopped. She stood at the window. She said all right. She looked at her hands in her lap, the long hands. "I don't know what all right means in that vocabulary yet. I don't know if it means acceptance or management or something I haven't seen from her before. But it's what she said." "That's not nothing," Ruth said. "No." Evelyn looked at her. "It isn't." Ruth held her gaze for a moment with the full and steady look she brought to things she was receiving completely. "Where do you need to go?" she said. "Hartwell," Evelyn said. "I have a conversation with Thomas." "All right." Ruth started the car. They drove through the June Wednesday morning in the particular silence that had always been theirs, and it was different today even from yesterday's particular version of it, because yesterday the name had been in Evelyn's pocket in plain paper and today the name had been spoken aloud in the dining room of the brownstone to the person for whom its weight was greatest, and the speaking had produced a kind of shift in the fabric of the morning that both of them were present inside of. At Hartwell, Evelyn did not get out immediately. She sat for a moment with her hand on the door. "Ruth," she said. "Yes." "After Thomas." She turned and looked at her with the full directness she used only when she was saying something she intended to mean completely. "I want to find a way to do the work I can actually do. The real version of it. Outside the structure Thomas manages." She paused. "That's going to require some conversations I haven't had yet and some arrangements I haven't made. But I know what the work is. I know what I've built." She paused again. "I'm going to need a driver." Ruth looked at her. "Not the family's driver," Evelyn said. "Not the Vale Foundation's driver. Mine." She held Ruth's gaze. "If you want to be." Ruth was quiet for a moment. The morning was doing its usual business around the car. "I have a question," Ruth said. "Ask it." "What do I call you?" Evelyn looked at her. In her face was the expression from Sunday afternoon's kitchen and the drawing room and the creek and every moment of the 6 weeks that had built toward this one, all of them visible at once, and underneath them the thing that had always been underneath them, which was the face of the woman who had been there the whole time, waiting for the room to be honest enough to appear in. "Eleanor," she said. Ruth said it once, quietly, "the way you said a true thing that was also a beginning, Eleanor." Evelyn looked at her for one more moment. Then she got out of the car and walked up the steps to Hartwell and went inside. Ruth sat at the curb. The name was in the air of the car, the same as yesterday, 7 letters, but different today because it had been spoken in the morning by Evelyn herself and had been spoken in the dining room of the brownstone and was, now, the name that existed in more than one room, which was the beginning of a name becoming real. She was still frightened. She was frightened, and she was sitting in a car in the morning sun on Hartwell Avenue with the name Eleanor just said and the placement ending today, and the full knowledge that the next several hours would bring either the thing she had been careful not to hope for too hard or the thing she had been bracing to survive. She was frightened. She stayed. Chapter 25, What She Will Answer To. The conversation with Thomas Bell lasted 42 minutes. Evelyn had expected longer. She had prepared for longer, had prepared for the particular brand of extended professional carefulness that Thomas brought to situations he found threatening to institutional order, the kind that looked like dialogue and functioned as extended redirection. She had prepared to be patient and direct and to repeat the true things as many times as they required repeating without revising them. The 42 minutes told her something. She had come in at 9:15 with the portfolio and the unsigned forms and the grant authorization folder and had sat across the conference table from Thomas with the composed steadiness she brought to conversations she intended to control, and she had said, "I am not going to sign the fall campaign documents under the current title and scope of authority." Thomas had looked at the forms and then at her. She had said, "I intend to restructure my relationship with the foundation. I will continue to manage the donor relationships and the civil rights initiative work. I will not continue as Director of Donor Relations under the current reporting structure or under the family's management of my role." Thomas had said, "This is a significant decision." She had said, "Yes." He had said, "Cordelia." She had said, "I spoke with my mother this morning. I'm speaking with you now." A silence in which Thomas Bell had looked at her with the expression of a man whose institutional calculus was producing results he found unexpected and was processing them with the methodical care he brought to unexpected results. He had said, after the silence, "I need to consult with the board." She had said, "Of course." He had said, "There are contractual considerations." She had said, "I'm aware. I'll be in touch with the Foundation's legal office about the transition details. The current authorization forms can be held pending." Then she had thanked him for 6 years of institutional partnership, which she had meant in the specific and limited way that one could mean the things one said to Thomas Bell, meaning the accurate parts, declining to inflate them into something warmer, and she had gathered her portfolio and walked out. 42 minutes. She had expected longer because she had expected argument. Thomas was very good at argument disguised as reasonable discussion. What she had not expected was that the reasonable discussion would be brief. She thought about this as she came down the Hartwell steps into the June morning and understood the brevity. Thomas was efficient. He had done his assessment in the space of the 42 minutes and reached a conclusion that was consistent with the data available to him. The data was that Evelyn had already spoken to Cordelia. The data was that Evelyn had not come in asking for adjustment or modification. The data was that the forms were in her portfolio and signed and would stay that way. Thomas Bell was a man of institutional management. He did not argue with walls. He would argue with Cordelia instead, which was Cordelia's problem, and which Evelyn had decided, somewhere between the dining room conversation and the Hartwell conference table, was a problem she was no longer going to preemptively solve. She came down the steps into the morning and Ruth was at the curb. This was the thing she had not allowed herself to fully feel until now, the fact that Ruth was at the curb. Had been at the curb. Would be at the curb at 5 as she had always been, for the last 6 weeks, steady and present, the particular reliable quality of a person who was where they said they would be. She walked to the car. She got in the front seat. "Done," she said. Ruth looked at her. The full look. "Thomas is consulting the board," Evelyn said. "The forms are still in my portfolio." The conversation was 42 minutes. "You expected longer." "I expected argument." "He doesn't argue with things he can already see are decided." She set the portfolio on the seat beside her. "He'll go to my mother. My mother will need some time to determine the correct response. In the meanwhile the board will have to manage the fall campaign without my name on the authorization forms, which Thomas is fully capable of doing and which will inconvenience him considerably less than he will present it as inconveniencing him. Ruth drove in silence for a moment. Then, how do you feel? Evelyn looked at the street. She took honest inventory. Frightened, she said. Clear. Tired in a way that isn't unpleasant. She paused. There's a thing that happens when you do the thing you've been afraid to do, and it isn't relief exactly. It's more like, she thought about the right word. Legibility. Yourself becoming legible to yourself. Yes, Ruth said. Have you felt that? Many times. Ruth drove. It doesn't stop being frightening. But you stop being surprised by the fear. Evelyn looked at her profile. The steady, undemonstrative quality of her in the morning, the rolled-up sleeves because the June was warm, the hands on the wheel with their mechanic's competence, the small scar at the chin that she had never asked about and which she found, today, she very much wanted to know the history of. There were so many things about Ruth she did not yet know. She had spent 6 weeks in the orbit of this person and she knew the essential shape of her, knew her integrity, knew her humor when it appeared, knew the specific formality that arrived when she was hurt, knew the full even attention she brought to things she was truly looking at, and she knew the essential shape and did not yet know the stories, and this morning, for the first time, the not yet felt like what it was, a before, rather than an absence. I don't know how this works, Evelyn said. Ruth glanced at her. The practical part. I know I said I need a driver. I know that's real and not symbolic, I do need someone for the work I intend to keep doing. But the rest of it, she paused. I don't know how two people in this situation do the practical part. I have spent my life in the management of other people's arrangements and I have no map for my own. Ruth was quiet for a moment. We figure it out, she said. That's how it works. That's not very precise. No. Ruth's mouth curved at its corner, the small private expression that Evelyn had first seen in the West Side Community Center hall and which she now knew as the expression of Ruth finding something genuinely amusing in a way she was not going to make a performance of. The imprecision is the point. You've been working from someone else's map for 12 years. Your own map starts without the roads already drawn. Evelyn looked at this for a moment. I'm not certain that's comforting. It isn't, particularly. Ruth drove. It's accurate. You have a very committed relationship with accuracy. I've found it saves time. Evelyn looked at the street ahead and felt, despite everything, the morning's conversations, the unsigned forms, the not yet known shape of what came next, the small particular warmth of being in the right company. It was the warmth she had felt at the West Side Community Center and in the rain and in the drawing room and in June's kitchen, and it did not depend on any of the things being resolved. It simply existed, present and specific, the warmth of a person who was in the presence of the right person. Ruth, she said. Yes. I want to tell you something and I need you to hear it the way I mean it. She turned to look at her. Not as a condition. Not as a negotiation. Just as the true thing. Ruth met her eyes briefly, then returned to the road. All right. I did not do any of what I did this morning for you, Evelyn said. I mean that. I did not tell my mother about the name because you asked me to decide what I was willing to lose. I did not walk out of Thomas Bell's office to demonstrate that the edge holds. She paused. I did those things because they were the true things to do, and I had been managing the distance from them for 12 years, and I am done managing it. She looked at her hands. But I also want you to know that, I know what I was not. I know what I required you to carry. I know what it cost you to tell me, in June's kitchen, that you couldn't keep doing it in half-light, and I know what it would have cost you if I had gone back inside the life my mother built for me. Ruth said nothing. I am not going back inside it, Evelyn said. The car stopped at a light. Outside, a group of children was crossing under the supervision of a woman who appeared to be managing the crossing with both hands and considerable personal authority. I know, Ruth said. I need you to know that I know what you are, Evelyn said. Not the category. Not a woman like that in those circles. You. Ruth Mercy. What you've built and what you've survived and what you are without anyone's management of the distance. She paused. I need you to know I see you. The light changed. Ruth drove. She was quiet for long enough that Evelyn began to think she had said something wrong, had misjudged the moment, had performed honesty when what was needed was something different, and then Ruth said, in the voice she used when she was saying something she had been holding for a long time with careful hands, "I've been waiting 6 weeks to be seen in that room." Evelyn looked at her. "I've been at your perimeter," Ruth said. "Driving your car and managing your logistics and being the one person who read the room correctly and was not asked for my reading in the rooms that mattered. She stopped. "I've been competent in the spaces permitted and absent from the ones that weren't, and I have made peace with that geography because it was the geography available, and I am telling you that I have been watching you from the perimeter of your life and knowing what you were and waiting to see if you were going to find out too." "I found out," Evelyn said. "I know. I should have found out sooner." "Yes," Ruth said, without softening it. "You should have. But the when is less important now than the fact." They drove for a moment in the particular silence, and then Evelyn said, "I want to have a conversation that isn't in a car or a kitchen or a hotel corridor at midnight." "Yes. I want to have a conversation where we're both," she paused, "fully there. Not managing anything. Not in a doorway." "I want that too," Ruth said. "Today," Evelyn said. "This evening. Not the car. Not the brownstone." Ruth thought for a moment. "Soul has a place. On the north side. He's not there, he goes to his sister on Wednesdays. It has a back garden." A pause. "Nothing very grand." "I know what nothing very grand means," Evelyn said. "I am very tired of very grand." Something shifted in Ruth's face, the second small private expression, the one that was less amused and more something Evelyn did not yet have a precise name for but which she intended to learn. It was the expression of someone who was allowing something to arrive. 6 o'clock, Ruth said. "I'll take you." "Yes," Evelyn said. 6 o'clock. They arrived at the next stop on the day's schedule, which was the Mercer family for a follow-up of the previous day's visit, which Evelyn had added because there were additional documents and because she had wanted the errand on the schedule for reasons she understood were not entirely logistical. Ruth parked and Evelyn went up and came back down in 22 minutes with a small smile that was not performed, that appeared when she was genuinely pleased about something, which Ruth had first seen in the West Side Hall and which she had been filing very carefully ever since. "The boy," Evelyn said when she got back in. "The one who wanted to know about engines." "Yes. He wants to know about roads now. His father has been taking him on the bus route every evening this week." She sat for a moment with this. "He told me the whole route. Every stop." Ruth looked at her. "Every stop," Evelyn said, and the smile was entirely unmanaged, the full and specific smile of someone who has been reached by something that is simply good. "In order." Ruth started the car. She was thinking, this is what I was waiting for. Not the large things, not the dining room conversation or the unsigned forms or the names spoken in the morning. All of that was necessary and true and she was glad of all of it. But this, Evelyn Vale, in the front seat of the Cadillac on a Wednesday morning in June, with the small unmanaged smile about a boy who had memorized a bus route. The small ordinary good thing, received with the full version of herself. This was what she had been waiting 6 weeks to see. She drove. The rest of the Wednesday proceeded with its scheduled obligations, and they moved through the day's errands with the practiced efficiency of two people who had been doing this for 6 weeks and knew each other's pace and could manage the day's requirements without wasting motion. The day had a different quality than any of the previous 42 days, which was the quality of a day happening on the other side of something. Not the complete other side, the other side of the completed thing was still ahead, still unresolved, still requiring the conversations that would come this evening and the mornings after, but the other side of the first true step, which felt different from the days spent standing at the edge of it. At 5 o'clock Ruth picked Evelyn up from Hartwell. There was a message waiting in the car, delivered by Iris to the curb when Evelyn came down the steps. A folded note. Evelyn read it in the car, standing with the door open, then got in and said, "My mother wants to have dinner." Ruth looked at her. "Not tonight," Evelyn said. She put the note in her portfolio. I told Iris tomorrow evening. She looked at Ruth. I'm not ready to manage that conversation tonight. But I'm also not going to avoid it indefinitely. Tomorrow is soon enough, Ruth said. Yes. Evelyn settled in the seat. Take me to Souls. Ruth drove north. The June evening was the kind that arrived in the city like an apology for the afternoon's heat, cooler, the light going golden and horizontal and generous, the streets catching it in the ways they each caught it depending on their orientation, the west-facing windows lit like lanterns and the east-facing ones already in the pleasant early shadow of late June dusk. It was the best hour of the day in the city, or one of them, and Ruth drove through it with the particular attention she brought to evenings she intended to be fully present for. Souls Building was on a quiet block in the north side, a brownstone not unlike Evelyn's in period and height but considerably less in other registers, narrower, with a front stoop that had been repainted recently in an enthusiastic yellow that Soul probably had not chosen, with window boxes that had flowers in them in the way of window boxes planted by someone who intended to keep them alive. The back garden was small and mostly in shade at this hour, with 2 chairs and a low table and a fig tree against the wall that was doing its slow August aspiring best. They sat in the chairs. Evelyn looked at the fig tree. Ruth looked at the garden wall, which had a crack in its lower course that someone had filled with mortar in approximately 1951 and which had held since. They were, for the first time in 43 days, in a place that was no one's professional territory and contained no obligations and was simply where they had chosen to be. The silence between them was the deepest version of their silence, not the careful one, not the charged one, not the version that maintained appropriate distance or the one that contained things not yet said. The silence of 2 people who have said the hard things and are now in the same place, which was, Evelyn had thought once in the car and thought again now, quite possibly the easiest silence she had ever been in. I don't know what my life looks like yet, Evelyn said. I know. The foundation work, the real version, outside Thomas's structure, I know what it could be but I don't know the shape yet. I don't know what my mother does with this evening or tomorrow evening or the weeks after. She paused. I know less than I have known on any day in the past 12 years. Yes, Ruth said. That's how it feels at the beginning. Evelyn looked at her. I've been here, Ruth said. Not as reassurance, as the plain statement of a person who had stood at this particular beginning before, in the harder version of it, and had built the life that stood behind her now. Not the same. But the same in the part that matters, the not knowing after the thing that can't be undone. She looked at Evelyn. It's terrible and clarifying simultaneously. Yes. Evelyn looked at the fig tree. That's exactly it. They sat. The evening moved around them in the patient way of evenings in enclosed gardens, the sound of the city present but not insistent, the light going slower in the shade. Somewhere above them in the building a radio played something Evelyn half recognized, something from the current decade with a steady unhurried rhythm. The fig tree stood in its corner being the kind of thing that stood in corners and had for a long time. I would like to know things about you, Evelyn said. Ruth looked at her. The scar, Evelyn said. And the photograph in June's kitchen and why you left the map on the wall even when you'd been to the places. The things I've been collecting in 6 weeks and not asking about. She paused. I'd like to ask. You can ask, Ruth said. Now? If you want. I want, Evelyn said. So she asked. She asked about the scar, which had a story involving a 1953 automobile and a poorly placed headlight and Ruth's refusal to go to the hospital until the car was properly assessed, and the story was told with the dry plainness that Ruth brought to stories about herself and which made Evelyn almost laugh. She asked about the map, which was from the years when knowing the routes was practical and which Ruth kept because the routes were still the routes regardless of whether she had traveled them, and because removing a map from a wall was a statement she did not feel like making. She asked about the photograph and June said yes to this one too, which produced a version of June that was younger and louder and had opinions about a particular dance hall that apparently no longer existed on that block, and Ruth told this story with the private smile that Evelyn had been cataloging. She asked about Georgia. Ruth was quiet for a moment before that one. Not the formal quiet, the thinking quiet, the real one, the pause she took before things that had weight. Then she told her. Not all of it, the full form of it would come later, in other evenings, when they had the time it required and the closeness it deserved. But enough, the early years, the people who had been trusted with the truth of her and had found it inconvenient, the material loss and the harder loss and what had been built in the aftermath. She told it plainly, with the matter-of-fact quality she brought to things she had made peace with while retaining full knowledge of what they had cost. Evelyn listened. She listened the way she had learned to listen from Ruth, which was fully, without the overlay of social instruction, simply receiving. When Ruth was done, Evelyn said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Evelyn paused. "I mean for all of it. For the whole 6 weeks of showing me what it looked like to be honestly yourself in rooms that required otherwise." She paused. "I was watching. It took me longer than it should have. But I was watching." Ruth looked at her. "I saw you," Evelyn said. "From the first week. In the kitchen when you were quiet and correct with my mother, and then in the car when you were not quiet and were entirely yourself. I saw both and I knew which one was the real one, and the real one terrified me because the real one required me to be real in return." "And now?" Ruth said. "Now it still terrifies me," Evelyn said. "And I am choosing it anyway." Ruth held her gaze. In the garden the light had gone nearly horizontal, the particular quality of it that made ordinary things briefly luminous, the fig tree and the garden wall and the 2 chairs and the simple company of 2 people who had come, by the particular and costly route they had taken, to be in the same place at the same time without anything false between them. Ruth reached across. Not to take Evelyn's hand, she held out her own, open, the way she had at the kitchen table. The offer. Evelyn looked at it. At the hand with its mechanic's competence and its history and the small scar at the knuckle whose story she did not yet know but intended to. She looked at it with the full version of herself, without the management, and she placed her hand in it. Ruth's fingers closed around hers. They sat in the garden as the evening came on around them, and neither of them said anything for a long time, and the silence was the deepest and most honest version of the one they had been building since the day Ruth had come in through the kitchen door, and it held them both in the specific way of silences that are not empty but entirely full. After a while Evelyn said, quietly, with the small precise voice she used only when she felt safe, "Eleanor." Ruth looked at her. "I wanted to hear what it sounded like here," Evelyn said. "In this garden. Outside." A pause. "When it's mine." Ruth said it back, with the full and unhurried care of someone saying a name they intend to keep saying, "Eleanor." The light moved. The city went about its business beyond the garden wall. The name hung in the evening air for a moment and then settled, as names did when they had been spoken in the right register in the right company, not dramatically, not with fanfare, but with the simple and irreversible weight of a thing that had come home. They stayed until it was dark. Chapter 26. No, not tonight. The dinner with Cordelia was Thursday. Evelyn had arranged it herself, had told Iris Thursday evening, had set the time for 7, had chosen to hold it at the Brownstone rather than at a restaurant because a restaurant gave her mother a neutral room, and the Brownstone, for all the ways it had functioned as a cage, was also the room in which Evelyn knew every piece of furniture, every quality of light, every silence, and its meaning. She wanted to be in the room she knew. She spent Thursday at the foundation. The morning was meetings, 2 donor calls, a program review with the Civil Rights Initiative leads that Thomas did not attend and which was, in his absence, considerably more honest about what the initiative could accomplish and what it was currently failing to accomplish. Evelyn ran the meeting and let the leads speak and took notes on what was actually true rather than what the quarterly report would eventually make palatable. It was, she thought, the best meeting she had attended in 6 years. She said so afterward, quietly, to the room, and the 2 leads looked at her with the expression of people who had not expected to be told their work was valued in specific rather than ceremonial terms. In the afternoon she drafted a letter. Not the foundation's correspondence, her own, on plain paper, without the letterhead. She wrote it longhand at the small desk in the Hartwell conference room with the east light and the city outside and the particular care of someone who has never written this kind of letter before and wants to get it right. She was not going to send it yet. She needed to say the thing to Cordelia first, in person, before the letter existed in anyone else's hands. But she needed to write it to know what she was going to say at dinner, because she had learned, in 29 years of this family, that knowing the shape of the true thing before you walked into the room with Cordelia was the difference between saying it and losing it. She wrote, "Dear Mother, I am writing to give formal notice of my resignation from the position of Director of Donor Relations, Vale Family Foundation, effective in 30 days from the date of this letter." She stopped. Reread this. It was accurate and it was cold, and it was both of those things on purpose. She continued, "I intend to continue the Civil Rights Initiative work in an independent capacity, in partnership with the program contacts I have developed over 6 years. I will arrange a transition of the Foundation's donor relationships in an orderly manner, so that the work that matters to me is not disrupted by the changes in my own arrangements. I want to be honest with you about what I am doing and why I am doing it, not as a gesture toward conflict but because I think you deserve honesty from me more than you deserve management of it. I am leaving the Foundation because I cannot continue to work inside a structure that treats my name as an instrument and my role as a function. I am not leaving the work. I am leaving the version of the work that requires me to disappear inside it." She stopped again. "Read this through." Then she added, "I know this is not what you wanted for me. I know you have understood your entire life as a project of protection, and that what I am calling a cage you have experienced as a house you built with your own hands for people you loved in the way you knew how to love them. I am not dismissing the love. I am telling you that the house requires a form of me that I cannot sustain any longer. My name is Eleanor. I have always known this. I am now asking you to know it too." She stopped writing. She sat with the letter for a long time. Then she folded it and put it in her portfolio with the intention of giving it to her mother after the dinner conversation, not before. Ruth picked her up at 6:30 and drove her home. "The dinner is at 7, Evelyn said." "I know." Ruth looked at her from the driver's seat. "How are you?" "I wrote a letter." Ruth was quiet. "I'm going to give it to her after we talk. I wanted to say it in person first and then have the written version so she can't revise what I said in her recollection." Evelyn looked at the street. "She's very good at revising recollections." "I know," Ruth said. "I'm not frightened tonight," Evelyn said. She considered this as she said it, checking whether it was true. It was. "I was frightened on Wednesday and I was frightened on Sunday and I've been frightened at various points for approximately 12 years. Tonight I'm something else." She paused. "Clear, possibly. Or past the point where fear is useful." "Both can be true simultaneously," Ruth said. "Yes." Evelyn looked at her profile. "Will you come back at 9? "I'll be on the block," Ruth said. "Not waiting. I'll have a book." Evelyn almost smiled. "You don't need to wait. The dinner will end when it ends and then I'll find you." "I know I don't need to," Ruth said. "I'll have a book." They arrived at the brownstone. Evelyn sat for a moment with her portfolio in her lap. "The letter," she said. "In case I lose my nerve inside. I want you to know the shape of it. Tell me. I've resigned. In 30 days. I'm going to continue the work independently, the Civil Rights Initiative partnerships, the relationships I've built. Not under Thomas's structure or my mother's management or the Foundation's name." She paused. "And I told her my name." Ruth was very still. "In writing," Evelyn said. "The way I could be precise. My name is Eleanor." She looked at Ruth. "She hasn't seen it yet. I wanted to say it to you first." Ruth looked at her. In the evening light from the street her face had the quality it had in the garden, fully present, receiving, with the particular steadiness of someone who was allowing something to arrive completely. "Eleanor," Ruth said. The name in Ruth's voice was a different thing from the name in her own voice, or in the morning air of the garden. It was the name as witness, spoken by someone who was not performing it and not managing it and not using it for anything except the simple honest fact of recognizing who was there. Evelyn's throat was tight in a way she had not expected. She held herself composed around it with the skill of long practice and found, for the first time in 29 years, that the composure was not a performance but simply a form, the shape her body took when something true was moving through it. "Yes," she said. "That." She got out of the car. She went inside. The brownstone was entirely itself, orderly, lit at the right intervals, the dinner preparations audible from the kitchen, the dining room set for two with the particular care Mrs. Okafor brought to family dinners. Not the foundation's events. This. The everyday reality of a family that ate at 7 and used the good china for conversations that mattered. Cordelia was in the parlor. She looked exactly as she always looked, which was the thing about Cordelia that Evelyn had spent 29 years navigating. Her mother's appearance was not a performance. She was simply always composed, always precisely herself, in the way that some people were born into their most deliberate selves and stayed there. The dove-gray dress had been replaced by a darker one. Her hands were in her lap in the folded position. She looked up when Evelyn came in. "You're on time," Cordelia said. "I'm always on time." "Yes." Her mother looked at her with the comprehensive look, and then something shifted in it. Not dramatically, just the minute adjustment that had happened in the dining room on Wednesday morning and which Evelyn had been thinking about since. The grief, or something adjacent to it. The quality of a woman who has received information she intended not to receive and is now, slowly, and without announcing it, revising. "Sit down." Evelyn sat. The silence between them had a quality neither of them rushed to fill. "You've written the letter," Cordelia said. "How do you know?" "Because you're holding your portfolio the way you hold it when there's something in it that matters." A pause. "You've held your portfolio in this house since you were 23. I know the difference." Evelyn set the portfolio on the chair beside her. "I wrote it today," she said. "I'd like to give it to you after we talk." "Not instead of talking." Cordelia looked at her. "All right." "I've resigned from the foundation," Evelyn said. 30 days. "I'll manage the transition." Her mother said nothing. "I'm going to continue the work," Evelyn said. "The initiative partnerships, the donor relationships I've personally built, those stay with me. I'm going to do the work outside the foundation's structure, in the way that is actually useful to the people it's meant to serve rather than the way that is useful to the foundation's self-presentation." "That is not a stable arrangement," Cordelia said. Her voice was entirely level. Not cold. Just factual, in the way of a woman who spent 30 years in institutional structures and understood their logic. "No," Evelyn agreed. "Not yet. I'm building it." "With what resources?" "The resources I've accumulated. The relationships. The knowledge of what actually works versus what looks like it works." She paused. "And some money." Cordelia looked at her. "Your trust." "Grandmother's trust, which comes to me at 30 regardless." Evelyn looked at her hands. "I know you've hoped I wouldn't use it for this. I know you imagined I'd use it to support the foundation or purchase something appropriate or, I don't know precisely what you imagined. But the trust is mine, and I'm using it to do the work I actually believe in, which is the same work I've been doing from inside your structure for 6 years. I'm simply removing the structure." A silence. Something moved in Cordelia's face that was complicated and that Evelyn watched without looking away. "Thomas called me," Cordelia said. "I expected he would. He said you came in Wednesday morning with the forms and told him you were restructuring your relationship with the foundation." A pause. "He was not rattled. Thomas doesn't rattle. But he was uncertain, which is something I have not seen in him in 7 years. He managed it professionally," Evelyn said. "He'll manage the transition the same way." Cordelia looked at her for a long time. "And the driver?" "Her name is Ruth Mercy," Evelyn said. "For the 3rd time in 4 days." She said it with the same quality each time, not defensively, not with declaration, simply as the accurate sentence. "I know her name," Cordelia said. "Then I don't need to tell you again." "No." Her mother's hands, in her lap, moved slightly, the fold tightening, then releasing, the small signal of something being processed. "Evelyn." "Eleanor." She said both names, and the second one fell into the room with the weight of a word that costs the speaker something. I knew you had a name you preferred. I have known for a long time. Evelyn looked at her. I chose not to know it explicitly, Cordelia said. That is a different thing from not knowing. She looked at her hands. I told myself the arrangement was practical. That it protected you. That the name Evelyn Cordelia was better for the family's purposes, and the family's purposes were also yours because I had never learned to separate them. She paused. I am not certain that I have learned to separate them now. But I am telling you that I am aware of the difference. The dining room clock marked the quarter hour. Evelyn said, carefully, that's more than you've told me in 12 years. I know, Cordelia said. And then, quietly, in the voice below the usual voice, the voice that was not edited for posterity, I am sorry that the 12 years looked the way they did. I am not going to tell you I was wrong about everything. I am going to tell you I was wrong about that. The room held this. Evelyn looked at her mother's face and saw, underneath the composure, the woman who had sat beside her hospital bed at 9 years old and been there, solidly and without ornament, and who had then learned, in the years after, to replace being there with managing the situation, and who had not always known the difference between them, and who was sitting now in the parlor of the house she had maintained for 30 years with both of her children having organized themselves outside her design. And who was, for the first time in Evelyn's memory, not managing it. Mother, Evelyn said. Cordelia looked at her. I'm not leaving the family, Evelyn said. I'm leaving the version of myself the family required. Those are different. Her mother was quiet for a moment. Then, with the particular precision she brought to things she was accepting rather than managing, yes. I understand the difference. I need you to use my name, Evelyn said. When you're ready. Not immediately, I know this is not an adjustment you make in a day. But eventually. I need that from you. Cordelia looked at her for a long moment. Eleanor, she said. It landed in the room with the weight of its full history, the years it had been absent, the arrangement that had retired it, the love underneath the control that had chosen the arrangement and was now, at last and imperfectly, sitting in the same room as its consequence. Yes, Evelyn said. That. They went in to dinner. The conversation over dinner was not simple and was not resolved and was not the tearful reconciliation that stories sometimes produced when daughters confronted mothers and mothers found their way to something truer. It was more complicated than that and more honest. Two women who had been in a room together for 29 years trying, for the first time, to speak to each other without the architecture of the family's performance between them. It was uncomfortable. It was also, Evelyn thought, eating the soup that Mrs. Okafor had made and that was very good, the most real dinner she had ever eaten in this house. They talked about August, who would need to be told, and whose response Cordelia predicted with the accurate resignation of a woman who knew her son. He would be affectionate and ultimately compliance-oriented, would take the path of least friction, and would probably manage to feel that his cooperation was a form of generosity. Evelyn found this assessment so accurate that she was, briefly, grateful for the specific intimacy of a mother who had watched the same people for 30 years and could tell you exactly what they would do. They talked about the trust, which Cordelia did not dispute in the end, though her expression made it clear the non-disputing cost something. They did not talk about Ruth, except once, when Cordelia said, "She's strong," and Evelyn said, "Yes," and neither of them elaborated because the elaboration was not the point. After dinner, in the parlor, Evelyn took the letter from her portfolio and held it out. Cordelia took it. She read it slowly, with the full attention she brought to documents that mattered. Evelyn sat and let her read it and did not watch her face because watching her face felt like a performance of waiting and she was not performing anything tonight. When Cordelia finished she folded the letter precisely along its original lines. She did not give it back. "I'll keep this," she said. "All right. The foundation will manage." She set the letter in her lap. "You built more of it than anyone acknowledged. That is something I have failed to say, and I am saying it now." Evelyn looked at her mother's face. "You built more than Thomas built," Cordelia said. "Then I built in the ways I chose. The families. The initiatives that actually produced something rather than a newsletter item. She paused. I watched you do this for 6 years and I said nothing that made it legible because making it legible would have required me to acknowledge what it meant about the structure we had you working inside. I know, Evelyn said. That was wrong, her mother said. The two words landed with the same plain weight as Eleanor, the weight of words that cost the speaker something actual. Evelyn nodded. At 9 o'clock she got her coat and bag. Eleanor, Cordelia said, from the parlor doorway. Evelyn turned. Her mother looked at her, the comprehensive look, but different tonight, the assessment adjusted by what the evening had contained. Be careful, she said. Not careful in the way I've always meant it. In the other way. Evelyn looked at her. I will. She went outside. The June night was warm and the street was the quiet street it became at 9, and at the end of the block, under the street lamp, the Cadillac was parked exactly where Ruth had said it would be. Evelyn walked toward it. Ruth was in the driver's seat with the window down and a book in her lap, which she closed without marking the page when she saw Evelyn coming, which meant she had not actually been reading. Evelyn opened the door. She got in the front seat. How was it? Ruth said. Evelyn sat for a moment and took honest inventory, the way she had learned to take it from Ruth. She used my name, Evelyn said. Both times. She paused. She said she was sorry. Not about all of it. About the name. Ruth was quiet. She kept the letter. Evelyn looked at the street. I don't know what that means yet. I think it might mean she's not going to pretend she didn't read it. That's not nothing, Ruth said. No. Evelyn turned to look at her. In the street lamplight Ruth's face had the steadiness that was its natural quality, the steady even regard that had been present since the first morning in the kitchen and which was, Evelyn understood now, not distance but the opposite of it. It was the most honest conversation I've had in this house in 29 years. I'm glad, Ruth said. It was also extremely tiring, Evelyn said. Ruth's mouth curved at its corner. Yes. That's how honest conversations are, generally. Is there a point at which they become less tiring? I'll let you know, Ruth said, if I reach it. Evelyn looked at her for a moment. Where are we going? She said. Ruth considered. Soul's Garden is available. I know a place with better chairs, Evelyn said. And better tea. She paused. And no obligations. Ruth looked at her. I'll direct you, Evelyn said. Ruth started the car. They drove through the warm June night through the streets Evelyn had been driven through for 6 weeks by this woman who had learned every route without being told and remembered what she said and solved the logic puzzles she set and had stood at the edge of her life with the patient unhurried quality of someone who knew what they were worth and was not going to settle for less than the version that honored it. They drove through the city that did not know it was the night after the most honest dinner in the brownstones' recent history, indifferent and ongoing and entirely itself. Evelyn directed. They arrived. It was an apartment she had rented 3 weeks ago, on the first honest accounting morning, when she had understood she needed somewhere that was hers and not the brownstones'. A 4th-floor room on the east side, with 2 chairs and a table and a window that looked out over the rooftops and a kitchen with enough in it to make tea, which she had stocked, not because she had known this evening would end here but because she had known she would need it eventually and it was better to be prepared. She unlocked the door. Ruth stood in the doorway and looked at the apartment with the particular look she brought to spaces she was taking in honestly. This is yours, Ruth said. Since the 3rd week of June, Evelyn said. I didn't tell anyone. Ruth stepped inside. Not the brownstone, Evelyn said. Not the foundation. Mine. She set her portfolio on the table by the door. It's not very grand. No, Ruth said. She was looking at the window, the rooftop view, the chairs. It's right. Evelyn put the kettle on. They sat with the tea in the 2 chairs by the window and the rooftops were doing their nighttime thing outside, the water towers and the chimneys and the lit windows of other people's lives, and the city below was going about its business, and neither of them said anything for a long time, and then Ruth said, I need to ask you something. Ask it. Not the practical question. Not the how does this work question. Ruth looked at her. I know how it works. We figure it out. She paused. I want to ask you, what do you want? Evelyn held the question. She had been asked many versions of this question in her life and had answered all of them with the version that was permitted. The question asked in its full form, by the right person, in a room that was actually hers, required the full form of the answer. I want to do the work that is actually useful, she said. The work that reaches the people it's supposed to reach and doesn't stop at the newsletter item. She paused. I want my name on things that are mine. I want to be known by the people who know me. She stopped. Yes, Ruth said. I want not to disappear when the room says to, Evelyn said. Ruth was looking at her with the full steady regard. And I want, Evelyn said, carefully, with the precise care of the most honest sentence in a very honest evening, to be with someone who has always seen me without requiring me to become someone else first. The room was quiet. Eleanor, Ruth said. Yes. I am not going anywhere, Ruth said. I want to be clear about that. After everything I said in June's kitchen about what I need you to know that the need and the wanting are not in conflict. I need what I said I needed. And I want to be exactly here. Evelyn looked at her. With you, Ruth said. Simply. Evelyn reached across. She placed her hand over Ruth's in the way she had in the kitchen, the clasp that was not fragile, that was simply honest, and Ruth's fingers closed around hers, and the city went on outside the window, and the rooftops held the night, and neither of them said anything more about the large things, because the large things had been said, and what remained was simply this: two women in the right room, at the end of the right day, in possession of the right names for each other at last. They stayed until the city's night sounds shifted toward morning. Chapter 27, Fallout. The foundation noticed by Friday. Ruth knew this because Sol told her, on Friday morning at the garage, with the straightforward delivery he used for information he considered important but not catastrophic. One of his clients was a woman who moved in the circles adjacent to the Vale Foundation's board, and this woman had called Sol about a car service for a benefit in August, and in the course of the call had mentioned, as people who moved in those circles mention things, as if the mentioning were incidental when it was not, that there was something of a situation developing at the Vale Foundation, something to do with the daughter and a restructuring, and that the board was convening an extraordinary meeting the following week to address it. Ordinary kind of fallout, Sol said, from his customary position under a car that needed its transmission examined. The kind that happens when someone leaves a room and the room has to decide what to do about the space. Did she say more than that? Ruth said. She said the word resignation. Sol's voice was matter-of-fact. And she said it in the way people said it when they found it surprising. Ruth leaned on the workbench and thought about this. The resignation had been submitted Thursday evening by letter. Evelyn had told her this in the apartment, with the particular straightforward quality she used when she was reporting factual information about her own decisions. No drama in the delivery, no performance of courage, just the statement of what had been done and what would follow. 30 days. Transition of donor relationships. Independent continuation of the Civil Rights Initiative work. Ruth had known it was coming. She had known it since the kitchen on Sunday, since the car on Tuesday with the paper in the pocket. What she had not known was how it would feel when the knowing became the fact. It felt, she understood, like relief and grief simultaneously. The relief was the one she had explained to herself, the relief of Evelyn no longer inside the structure that required her to disappear. The grief was the one she had not fully anticipated, which was the grief of knowing what it would cost Evelyn and not being able to absorb any of the cost for her. How is she? Sol said. I don't know yet, Ruth said. I saw her last night. She was clear. Quieter than usual, which for her means something. She paused. The hard part isn't the leaving. She's already left, in the ways that matter. The hard part is the days after, when the structure she's removed starts to leave its shape. Sol said nothing. He passed her the wrench he always passed her when he needed her to feel useful in the small way, which was both practical and kind. She handed it to him. June says you're staying in the building, Sol said. For now. Ruth had been at June's building for 2 years and the arrangement was comfortable and the rent was what she could manage. She had thought, in the weeks since Evelyn, about what came next in the practical sense, and had arrived at the conclusion that the practical sense was not the pressing question. The pressing question was the one she had asked in the garden, and Evelyn had answered, and the practical questions would assemble themselves around the answer in due time. The driver arrangement, Sol said. She asked me to continue, Ruth said. Not the family's driver. Hers. A pause. Is that a job or something else? Both, Ruth said. For now, both. The work she's doing, the initiative partnerships, the site visits, the meetings with Naomi and the community organizations, that work requires driving. I know the routes. I know the contacts. I know what she needs before she asks for it. She paused. And it's something else. That part I'm not going to explain in your garage. Sol slid out from under the car and looked at her with the expression that was his version of warmth, plain attention, no embellishment. I didn't ask for an explanation. I know. I asked because I wanted to know you were all right. Ruth looked at him. I'm all right, she said. I'm more than all right. She stopped. The word she was looking for was not a word she usually deployed in Sol's garage. I'm in a situation I chose that is costing me some things and giving me other things, and the ledger is in my favor, and I know the difference. Sol looked at her for a moment. Then he got back under the car. Good, he said, from underneath it. She drove to the brownstone at 9. The house was in a different state than it had been all week. Not chaos, it would never be chaos. This was a Vale household. Mrs. Okafor would maintain order in the middle of a civic emergency, but there was a quality to it that Ruth read in the first minute of pulling up to the curb. The curtains in the front parlor were drawn on what was a clear morning, which meant Cordelia was managing the household's visible face, which meant the house was managing something it was not ready to make visible to the street. Evelyn came out at 9:13. She was in a dress Ruth had seen only once before, a dark blue one from a Monday early in the placement, and her hair was set and her posture was composed, and she was carrying a different portfolio, not the foundation portfolio, which was black and had the Vale crest on the brass clasp, but a plain tan one Ruth had not seen before. She got in the front seat. Good morning, Ruth said. Good morning. Evelyn set the portfolio on her lap. Hartwell first. I have to collect my personal files from the office before the situation becomes more managed. The board meeting next week, Ruth said. Evelyn looked at her. Sol? His client network is efficient. Yes. A pause. Thomas will want to move quickly. He'll frame it as a staffing transition and manage the board's understanding of the situation before anyone has the opportunity to develop their own understanding of it. She looked at the street. Which means anything in my office that is mine rather than the foundation's should leave today. How much is there? Not much, Evelyn said. I've never kept much in the Hartwell office. I learned early that what you kept in shared spaces you were prepared to have examined. She paused. But there are a few letters. A photograph. Some notes I want. She looked at the portfolio. The foundation's material stays. I'm not taking anything that belongs to the institution. Ruth drove. At Hartwell the morning was already well underway, the building at its usual Friday pace. Evelyn went in and Ruth sat at the curb and thought about what Sol had said. The fallout was the ordinary kind. The room adjusting to the space. She thought about Evelyn in the apartment last night with the 2 chairs and the rooftop view, and the way she had said this is yours with the quality of someone making a true statement about something they found important. She thought about the kettle on and the tea and the night sounds shifting toward morning and the fact that she had stayed, because Evelyn had asked, and because staying was what you did when you were in the right room with the right person. She thought about June's warning in March, when the placement had first come through Sol's referral, don't get tangled up in someone who can't afford to be seen with you. She had carried that warning through 6 weeks and it had been honest and accurate and necessary, and also, she understood this now with full clarity, it had been the wrong shape of fear. Not because the danger wasn't real. The danger had always been real. A woman like that in those circles. The silver-haired man in the corridor. Thomas Bell's smooth institutional redirection. All of it real. But the danger was not the same as the cost. And June had been warning her about the cost, which was the cost of being the secret, the margin note, the managed arrangement. And that cost, that specific cost, had been taken off the table. Not by the world becoming safer. The world had not become safer. By Evelyn walking into her own mother's dining room and saying my name is Eleanor and being heard, imperfectly and at some expense, but heard. That was the difference. Evelyn came out of Hartwell at 10:22 with the tan portfolio and a box of moderate size and the photograph she had mentioned, which she carried separately, face in, tucked under her arm. Ruth got out and took the box. I didn't expect you to get out, Evelyn said. Box is awkward, Ruth said. She put it in the trunk. Evelyn got in the car. Was it all right in there, Ruth said. Iris was at her desk, Evelyn said. She stood up when she saw me and she had an expression on her face that I didn't know how to read. Then she said, very quietly, like she was telling me a true thing she'd been holding, you were the best part of working here. A pause. And then she sat back down and answered the telephone. Ruth looked at her. I didn't know how to respond, Evelyn said. I said thank you and I meant it and I think she knew I meant it. She looked at the photograph in her lap, still face in. She'll be all right. She's very quick and Thomas will underestimate her for the next 2 years and she'll have built something he didn't see coming. Like someone else I know, Ruth said. Evelyn looked at her. 6 years of building what Thomas didn't see, Ruth said. The same quality. Evelyn considered this. I was less deliberate than you're making it sound. Deliberate isn't always the point, Ruth said. Sometimes you build the right thing because you're paying attention to what actually matters. Deliberate comes later. Evelyn turned the photograph over in her hands. It was a small thing, 4 inches by 4 inches, the square format of a snapshot. She turned it face out. 2 women. One was Naomi St. James, younger by several years, at a table that might have been a community center or a school. The other was a woman Ruth didn't recognize, older, 60 perhaps, with a laugh on her face that suggested the laugh was usual rather than exceptional. My grandmother, Evelyn said. From an event. 1958, she came to every West Side event she could manage until her health made it impossible. She paused. She called me Eleanor until she died. She was the only person who did. Ruth looked at the photograph. The older woman's laugh. The easy quality of it, the unmanaged happiness, the laugh of someone who had not arranged her face into acceptable expressions but had simply let the occasion be funny. She looks like she knew a great deal, Ruth said. She did. Evelyn set the photograph carefully in the portfolio. She would have liked you. Would she have? She had your quality, Evelyn said. The quality of someone who says the accurate thing in the room and waits to see what everyone else does with it. Ruth drove. The Friday morning city moved around them, and neither of them tried to make the movement into something other than what it was, which was the first Friday of the rest of the arrangement they were building, uncharted, imprecise, in the specific way of things built by people who have decided to figure it out rather than wait for a map. At noon Ruth drove to June's building for lunch. June had made soup and opened the windows and was in the posture she adopted when she had something to say and was deciding whether the person she was going to say it to was ready. You're happy, June said. Ruth sat down. I'm in the middle of something complicated that is going better than the last time I was in the middle of something complicated. That's what happy looks like on you, June said. She served the soup. Cautious and accurate. Ruth ate. Is she good? June said. She's in a hard week, Ruth said. The resignation is in. The board is meeting. Her mother is managing a situation she didn't expect to be managing. That's all the hard kind of fallout. She paused. But she thought about the apartment. The chairs. The way Evelyn had said what do you want and meant it as a real question, had sat and listened to the answer with the full quality of herself. She's more herself every day. Whatever that's going to look like when it's finished forming. She's moving toward it. And you trust it, June said. Ruth thought about this. The honest version of it. I trust what I've seen, she said. I don't need the guarantee. I stopped needing guarantees after Georgia. She looked at the window. I need to know that the person means it when they say the true things. And she means them. A pause. She came back to the door. She wrote the name on the paper. She walked into the dining room and said it to her mother. She looked at June. Those aren't small things. June nodded. No, she agreed. They're not. They ate soup and the Callaway Street Friday moved around them, ordinary and decent and full of the small reliable things Ruth had built her life around, the right company, the right food, the right quality of honest afternoon. After lunch Ruth drove back to the brownstone and picked Evelyn up for the afternoon schedule, which was an initiative meeting with Naomi that had been on the calendar for 2 weeks and which Evelyn had decided to keep under the new arrangement, not as the Foundation's representative, but in her own capacity, which would require some renegotiation of terms that Naomi was, by Ruth's read, going to welcome rather than resist. In the car on the way to the meeting, Evelyn said, Naomi called this morning. Before or after Hartwell? Before. She'd heard. A pause. She said, Are you all right? I said yes. She said, Are you in or out? I said in. She said, Come on Friday then, same time, and we'll figure out the rest. Ruth thought about this. She didn't say much else. She said one thing else. Evelyn looked at the street. She said, I've been waiting for you to get out from under Thomas Bell for 3 years. A pause. She said it like she was slightly annoyed I'd taken this long. She probably was, Ruth said. Yes. Evelyn's voice had the small private warmth in it. I find I can't blame her. The meeting with Naomi lasted 2 hours and was the most direct conversation Evelyn had conducted in a professional context in 6 years, which meant it was also the most uncomfortable and the most productive. Ruth sat in the car outside and read her book, this time actually reading it, because the fallout she had been watching for was the ordinary kind and the woman inside the building was handling it and did not need anything from her except to be there when the door opened. The door opened at 4 o'clock. Evelyn came down the steps with the tan portfolio and the particular quality she had after meetings with Naomi, energized and slightly flattened simultaneously, the combination of genuine engagement with someone who had the same understanding of what mattered and slightly different politics about how to pursue it. She got in the car. Well, Ruth said. She wants me to take on the program coordination independently, Evelyn said. Direct contractor relationship with the organization, not through the foundation. She said, and I want to be precise about this because I've been thinking about it since she said it, she said, you've been doing this work from inside someone else's house. It's time you did it from your own. Ruth absorbed this. She's right, Evelyn said. Yes. It will take several months to build the structure. The trust is available, but I need to be careful about how I use it, not throwing money at problems that require relationships, not substituting infrastructure for the slower work of actually being present in the places the foundation was never quite willing to be present in. She paused. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing it from inside Thomas's structure for 6 years. I know exactly how to do it without the structure. I know you do, Ruth said. Evelyn looked at her. I know you know, she said, with the small precision of her private voice, the dry warmth. I'm telling you anyway. Because it still matters to say it out loud. Ruth drove. The Friday afternoon went home around them and the fallout continued in the way that fallout did when the person at the center of it had already made the irreversible move and was no longer at the center of it but at the beginning of something else. The board would meet next week. Thomas would manage the narrative. August would be affectionate and compliance-oriented and mildly oblivious to the full shape of what had happened. Cordelia would sit in the parlor with the letter and revise her understanding of things, slowly and without announcing it, in the particular quiet way of a woman who was still capable of revision even if she had never found it comfortable. And Ruth would be at the curb at 9. Not because she had to be. Because she intended to be. That was, she understood, driving Eleanor home through the Friday afternoon city, the whole shape of the thing. Chapter 28, signed in her own hand. The 30 days passed in the way of months that are also transitions, with the specific double quality of time that is moving at its usual pace and also changing its composition. The days had the same hours they always had. The work had the same demands. But underneath the days was a different structure than the one that had supported them before, and Evelyn felt the difference the way you felt the difference in a room that had been quietly rearranged, everything in its place, but the place itself changed. She spent the 30 days building. The Civil Rights Initiative work was the center of it, as she had said it would be. The Naomi partnership formalized in the 3rd week, a contract, direct and specific, with the particular quality of an agreement made between two people who had been circling a more honest version of their professional relationship for years and were relieved to stop circling. Evelyn signed it under a new letterhead she had made herself, plain and undecorated, with her name at the top and the typeface she had chosen because it suited the register of the work. Eleanor Vale, Independent Program Coordinator. Eleanor. She had spent a week deciding whether to keep the surname, which was the family's name and carried all the history that implied. She had decided to keep it, in the end, not out of loyalty to the family structure but because the surname was also hers, carried the grandmother who had used her real name until she died, carried the 6 years of work that had produced the relationships she was now building from, carried the specific competence that was not Thomas Bell's and was not Cordelia's management but was the thing she had built herself in the spaces they didn't look. The name Vale was going to mean something different on this letterhead than it had on the foundations. She was going to make it mean something different by the work it was attached to. August called in the 2nd week. She had been expecting this and had let herself expect it, which was different from being braced for it. She had simply made room for the call in her understanding of how the month would go. August's call arrived on a Tuesday evening at the apartment, and his voice had the quality she had assessed with her mother at the dinner table, affectionate, slightly oblivious, working toward compliance-oriented. He said, "I heard." He said, "Mother told me some of it." He said, "Are you all right?" He said, "I want you to know I think you're," the right words seemed to be giving him difficulty. She said, "You think I'm brave." He said, "I was going to say reckless but brave is, yes. Both." She said, "I'm all right, August." He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "The board's going to make some noise." She said, "I know." He said, "I won't be the one making it." She had not expected this exactly and received it with the care it deserved, which was not the care of being grateful for his protection but the simpler care of taking what was genuinely offered. "Thank you," she said. She meant it in the specific limited way that was honest. He said, "The foundation won't be the same without you." She said, "No. It won't." And then, because it was true and because August, for all his comfortable obliviousness, had been her brother for 29 years, "I didn't do it to hurt the foundation, August. I did it because I couldn't stay." He was quiet. "I know," he said. "I think I've known for a while that the can't stay was coming. I just didn't want to be the one to say it." She thought about this for a long time after the call. The particular quality of someone knowing a thing and waiting for someone else to do the action required by the knowing. She understood it. She had spent 12 years in that same condition. She had compassion for it and was also done inhabiting it. Cordelia was in the brownstone, managing. She was always managing, which was what she did and who she was and which Evelyn was no longer trying to change. What had changed was the thing being managed. In the 1st week after the resignation letter, Cordelia had managed the board's questions, Thomas's institutional maneuvering, the family's public-facing story. In the 2nd week she had managed August. By the 3rd week she was managing something smaller and more private, which was her own adjustment to a daughter she was being required to see clearly for the first time. She used the name. Not always. Not without effort. But when Evelyn came to the brownstone for dinner, which she did once in the 2nd week and once in the 3rd, because she was not going to sever the relationship any more than she had severed the surname, only restructure the terms on which it existed, Cordelia said Eleanor when she said it. with the slight effortful quality of someone doing something new that they intend to do correctly. It was not the warm and unreserved use of the name. Evelyn had not expected that and would not have trusted it. What it was the real thing, the deliberate choice, made with cost, to use the true name rather than the managed one. That was more than she had received from this woman in 12 years. She received it without making it into more than it was. Ruth was there for all of it. Not in the rooms where the conversations were, mostly. In the car at the curb. In Sol's garden on evenings when the apartment felt too new to be comfortable yet and she needed the company of someone who did not require anything of her except to be present. In June's kitchen once, when Naomi's meeting had run late and June had fed them both soup and Ruth and June had conducted a conversation of their own while Evelyn sat at the table and let it wash over her, the particular ease of two people who had known each other through the bad years and could speak in the shorthand of long shared history, and which Evelyn had found, rather than excluding, the most restful thing she had experienced in months, to be in a room where people were genuinely comfortable with each other and she was permitted to simply be there too, without managing it. She had told Ruth, driving home that evening, "I haven't been in a room like that since my grandmother died." Ruth had said, "June is a good room." Evelyn had said, "You're a good room." Ruth had been quiet for a moment, and then she had said, with the dry warmth of her private voice, "I've been called many things. I haven't been called a room before." Evelyn had said, "I mean it as a high compliment." Ruth had said, "I know you do. That's why I'm keeping it." The last day of the 30 days was a Friday. She had marked it on the calendar in the apartment without quite intending to, had looked at it several times during the month with the feeling she was beginning to understand as the feeling of a before ending and an after beginning. She did not want to be dramatic about it. The transition was a document and a date, not a ceremony. The real transitions had happened weeks ago, in dining rooms and corridors and gardens and cars. But the last day was the last day. She went to Hartwell one final time. She had notified the foundation formally through the legal office. She had transitioned the donor files in the careful orderly way she had promised, not stripping the institution of what it needed to function, not performing cooperation where there was genuine disagreement, but ensuring that the people and relationships she had built were not damaged by her departure. This was the work she was proudest of in the 30 days. The work of leaving correctly, which was harder than most people understood and which she had never had occasion to do before. Thomas was not in when she arrived. She had not arranged to be there when he was in. She went to the small conference room with the east light. She set her key to the office on the table, which was the only key she had. She looked at the room, the east window, the city outside it, the particular quality of morning light she had worked in for 6 years. She had managed a great deal in this room. Seating charts, donor campaigns, letters in 3 registers, program documents. Invitations with gold-lettered names on cream paper stock. She was not going to feel sentimental about the room. The room was a room. What had happened in it was already hers, regardless of where the room was. She looked at the key on the table. She took out the new letterhead from the tan portfolio. She had brought one sheet. She set it beside the key. She looked at both of them. Eleanor Vale, Independent Program Coordinator. She thought about the first morning she had stood at the Hartwell anteroom mirror and seen herself in the angled view and looked away. She thought about the escort card spread across the conference table in this room, the gold lettering, the 212 names, the 3 rearranged cards in Ruth's hands solving the constraint she had been circling for 40 minutes. She thought about the program credit line in Garamond type, Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale. She thought about the name as it looked on the foundation's letterhead and the name as it looked on the plain paper she had folded and carried in her pocket for 4 days before she gave it to anyone. She picked up her pen. She wrote, at the bottom of the new letterhead, in her precise and practiced hand, Eleanor Vale. The same hand that had addressed invitations and signed grant documents and written donor letters and corrected proofs and done all the work of the 6 years in this building. The same hand. A different name. She put the letterhead back in her portfolio. She picked up her coat. She picked up the tan portfolio. She left the key on the table. She walked out of the Hartwell offices for the last time, through the corridor, past the anteroom with its angled mirror. She glanced at it this time, without stopping, without the inventory look. Just a glance. The woman in the three-quarter view looked back with the face she recognized from recent mornings, less held than it used to be, less arranged into the form other people needed. Still composed, because composure was not a cage, it was simply how she held herself. But underneath the composure something that had not been visible before, herself, in full, not straining upward through the surface of someone else's design. She was at the elevator when Iris appeared at the far end of the corridor. Iris, who had been watching her for 3 months with the observational intensity of someone who wanted to understand how power worked and had begun to suspect that what she had been watching was something more complicated and more honest. Iris, who had said you were the best part of working here with the quiet directness of someone who had been waiting for the moment to say a true thing and had found it. She was holding something. A card, it looked like, a small envelope. "I wanted to catch you," Iris said. She crossed the corridor and held it out. Evelyn took it. "Iris." "It's nothing formal," Iris said quickly, with the particular rapid quality she had when she was nervous that something might be misread. "It's just I wanted to say something and I didn't want to say it in the building where someone might walk past." She paused. "I'm going to stay here for now. Not forever. But I'm going to watch what you do with the work outside and I'm going to learn from it, and when I know enough I'm going to do something of my own." She looked at Evelyn with the directness of a 24-year-old who has decided, on some important morning, to be honest. "I wanted you to know that." Evelyn looked at her. "Also," Iris said, "I've been spelling Eleanor in my head for 3 weeks in case I needed to know how." She paused. "I thought you'd want to know that I know." "I did want to know that," Evelyn said. She put the card in her portfolio. She looked at Iris, quick, exact, entirely capable, standing in the Hartwell corridor with the particular bearing of someone who had been overlooked for long enough to have developed a very accurate understanding of what was worth paying attention to. "You'll be all right," Evelyn said. "I know," Iris said. And then, with a slight smile that had something of Evelyn's own private register in it, "I learned from someone who was better at this than she let anyone see." The elevator opened. Evelyn got in. The doors closed. In the polished metal she saw herself one more time, the same view, the same woman, the briefest glimpse. She did not look away and she did not look hard. She simply looked, in the way you looked at yourself when you were no longer afraid of what the looking would find. The elevator descended. Outside, the morning was doing its usual thing, indifferent and blue and entirely ongoing. Ruth was at the curb. She was in her work clothes, white shirt, good jacket, the rolled-up sleeves of a warm morning, and she was watching the street in the way she watched streets she was waiting in, fully present, the pause its own kind of completeness. She looked up when Evelyn came down the steps, and the look that passed between them was the current version of the look they had been developing since April. It carried the 6 weeks and the month of transition and the 30 days of becoming and the specific honest weight of two people who had said the true things and were now simply in each other's company, which was enough and also everything. Evelyn came to the car. She got in the front seat, as she always did. "Done," she said. Ruth looked at her. The full look. "Done," she said back. She started the car. Neither of them said where they were going. Ruth drove south, toward the river, which was not a route with a scheduled destination but which Ruth took sometimes when the occasion seemed to call for driving toward something open rather than toward the next obligation, and Evelyn recognized this and let the city move around them without directing it, without the portfolio open, without the schedule. She looked at the tan portfolio in her lap. She opened it. She took out the sheet of letterhead with Eleanor Vale written at the bottom in her own hand. She looked at it in the morning light. The city outside the window was doing what it did, ongoing and indifferent and entirely itself, and the river was ahead of them somewhere past the traffic and the buildings, and Ruth was at the wheel with the particular quality of presence she had always had in this car, and the name at the bottom of the plain page was hers, was correct, was the name of the work she intended to do and the person she intended to be. She put the letterhead back in the portfolio. She looked at the street ahead through the windshield. She felt, in the specific way she had learned to feel things without managing them, the weight and the lightness of it simultaneously, the grief for the 12 years and the clarity of the beginning, the full honest difficulty of a life being restructured and the specific and extraordinary fact that the restructuring was hers. "Thank you," she said. Ruth did not ask for what. She simply said, yes. They drove toward the river. Chapter 29, The Letter. The letter arrived on a Tuesday in August. Ruth was at Sol's garage when it found her, via the particular postal adjacent system that had always characterized the way correspondence moved through her network. Sol's address received things for her when she was between more permanent addresses or when she simply preferred that certain mail arrive somewhere she trusted. This was not a permanent arrangement. She had her own address at the Callaway Street building. But some things went to Sol's, and this was one of them. Sol handed it to her with the same matter-of-fact quality he brought to most things, which was to say he handed it over and said nothing and went back to what he was doing, which was the most useful thing he could have done. She looked at the envelope. Her name, in handwriting she would have recognized anywhere, the precise and practiced hand that had addressed donor letters and invitation envelopes and whose quality she had noted the first week, the hand of someone who had written thousands of letters and brought the same care to each one. Her name and Sol's address. In the upper left corner, in the same hand, a return address she recognized. The apartment on the east side, the one with the rooftop view and the 2 chairs. And below the return address, the name, Eleanor Vale. Ruth stood in Sol's garage with the August morning coming through the open bay doors and the letter in her hand and felt the full weight of what she was holding. Not just the envelope. The name in the corner. Written there deliberately, carefully, in the same hand that had been signing the wrong name on institutional documents for 12 years, now signing the right one on a piece of personal correspondence, which was, she understood this with the full clarity of someone who had been watching and waiting for exactly this, not a symbolic act. It was an ordinary act. The extraordinary thing was its ordinaries, Eleanor Vale on an envelope, the way a name was supposed to appear on an envelope, the way it appeared when the person sending the letter had simply written their name. She did not open it in the garage. She drove to the park 4 blocks east, the small one with the benches along the path, and she sat on the bench under the elm that had been there since before she came to this city and opened the letter. It was 1 page. The same letterhead she had seen on the program coordination contract, plain and undecorated. Eleanor Vale, Independent Program Coordinator. The date was the previous Friday. Dear Ruth. I am writing to you from the apartment, on a Friday afternoon, with the windows open and the August heat doing what it does to the city, which is to say making it feel more itself rather than less, which I have always found odd but accurate. I want to tell you about the week. The Naomi partnership produced its first tangible outcome, the Du Bois family's housing situation, which was in a different kind of difficulty than the original West Side displacement, a landlord dispute, specifically, with a dimension that required both legal contacts and the willingness to make several phone calls that the Foundation's official process would have routed to a subcommittee meeting in October. I made the calls. The situation is resolved. The family has the apartment. Naomi called me afterward and said, "See?" And I said, "I see. I wanted to tell you about this because you know why it matters." Not the institutional version of why, the newsletter item, the cultivation leverage, but the actual version. The father called me a week ago to ask about his son. He wanted to know if I knew anyone at the transit authority because the boy has been asking about buses since June and the father thought, he said, I thought maybe the boy should see the inside of it. I called. There is apparently an education program. The boy is going next month. I thought you would want to know. You've been carrying that story since the West Side Community Center and I wanted you to know where it went. The work is harder outside the foundation than it was inside, in the sense that the inside always had Thomas's infrastructure even when I was operating around it. I am building the equivalent of that infrastructure from nothing, which is the hardest kind of building and also the only kind I have ever actually believed in, because built from nothing belongs to the person who built it. I am learning this. My mother called on Wednesday. She called to tell me that the board has completed its review and that the transition has been managed, which is what she says when she means, it is over and you are not being pursued. She said it in the voice she uses for information rather than management, which is a register I am learning to hear from her. Then she asked how the work was going. I told her about the Du Bois family. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, "Good." One word, in the voice below the usual voice. I am choosing to hear it as what I think it is. I also want to tell you something that is not about the work. I have been thinking about what I said in the garden, and what you said in response, and the evening since. I want to be precise about this, because I have spent my life being imprecise about the things that mattered most to me, and I am trying to correct the habit. I am not frightened anymore. Not of this. I was frightened for 12 years of what it would cost to be real, and it has cost what it cost, the title, the structure, the approval I spent 29 years trying to earn from people who were always going to give it conditionally. Those were real costs, and I am not pretending they weren't. But I am not frightened of the thing itself. The thing itself, which is you, specifically you, and the way being with you has felt since the first honest conversation in a car on a wet evening in May, that is the thing I am most certain of. Not as a promise. As the true current fact. I am writing this down because I wanted it to exist in writing. Because you deserve to have it somewhere other than in a dark garden or the front seat of a car, in a form you can return to if you ever need to. And because writing it is the best way I know to prove I mean it. Eleanor. Ruth sat under the elm with the letter in her hands. The August park moved around her, a woman with a pram, two men in heated discussion about something they were both gesturing at, a dog investigating the base of the bench with the thorough attention of dogs. The ordinary Tuesday afternoon in August, the city conducting itself with the full indifference of a city that had not been consulted about what was happening to the person on the bench under the elm. She read the letter again. She read it the way she read things that mattered, fully, word by word, with the attention that did not skim, because skimming was a habit of protection and she was not protecting herself from this. She read the part about the Du Bois boy and felt what she had felt when she first heard the story, the specific, uncomplicated goodness of a child getting to see the inside of a bus because someone made a phone call. She read the part about Naomi and the apartment and recognized the quality of the work described, the quality she had been watching for 6 weeks from the car and the perimeter, the real version of it, doing what it was supposed to do without the newsletter item in the way. She read the last part twice. I am not frightened anymore. She sat with this. She thought about the first week of the placement, the kitchen, the composure and the register that did not match. She thought about the West Side Community Center and the photograph in June's kitchen and the creek in the rain and the drawing room and the name on the plain paper folded in a dress pocket. She thought about the conversation in June's kitchen on a Sunday afternoon when she had said, "I am not going to be the thing that makes the wrong life bearable," and had meant it completely, and had also, underneath the completeness of the meaning, been doing what she always did in those moments, bracing. She was not bracing now. She folded the letter along its original lines. She put it back in the envelope, carefully. She sat for another moment on the bench. June would say, "Well, then." In the voice that contained both "I told you so" and "I'm glad," which was the voice June used when things had worked out and she had seen them working out before they happened. Soul would say nothing, which was his version of the same thing. She took out her notebook, the one she kept in the jacket pocket, the one in which she recorded routes and schedules and the occasional observations she wanted to keep. She opened it to a blank page. She wrote, "Received. August 6th. She looked at this for a moment. Then she wrote, "She meant it." She closed the notebook. She stood from the bench. The August afternoon had a particular quality to it, the kind of warmth that belonged to August specifically, heavier than June, more resigned, less urgent, the warmth of a season past its first insistence, settled into itself. She had always thought August was the most honest month. No pretense of spring. No performance of summer beginning. Just itself, fully and without apology, doing the particular thing it had always done. She drove back to Soul's. "Well?" Soul said, from under the car. "She sent me a letter," Ruth said. "I know. I gave it to you." "I mean, she wrote about the work," Ruth said. "And she wrote about the other thing." She looked at the garage wall, the tools, the calendar. "She said she's not frightened anymore." Soul slid out from under the car and looked at her. "You all right?" he said. "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. "I want to go see her." Sol looked at her with the expression that had no reassurance in it, just attention. So go see her. Not today, Ruth said. I want to respond first. The right way. The right way being. In writing, Ruth said. She wrote to me in writing because she wanted something to exist somewhere other than a conversation. I'm going to write back the same way. She paused. And then I'm going to go see her. Sol looked at her for a long moment. Ruth, he said. Yes. I've known you 8 years. He said this in the way he said things that were summaries of larger things, plainly, with the weight of what was behind them. I've watched you make careful decisions about people. Good careful. The kind where you knew what you were deciding and why. A pause. This is the first time in 8 years I've seen you go get the thing. Ruth looked at him. Usually you wait, he said. You build the perimeter. You manage the conditions. You let the thing come to you and then you assess whether it's real. He was looking at her with the full attention. You went and told her the true thing. She came back with the true thing. And now you're going to go get her. Ruth sat with this for a moment. Yes, she said. That's what I'm doing. Sol nodded once, the nod of a man who has said what he needed to say and finds the situation resolved. Then go write the letter, he said. She wrote it that evening at the kitchen table in the Calloway Street apartment, with June's plant in the window and the city outside doing its usual overnight composition and the letter from Eleanor in its envelope on the table beside her own paper. She wrote, Eleanor. The boy is going to see the buses. I've been carrying that story since June. Thank you for telling me where it went. I want to say something to you that I have been holding since the garden, since the Thursday dinner, since every day of the 30 days and the weeks after, in the way I hold things I am certain of but want to be precise about before I speak. You came back. Not to the door, though you came back to the door, and I have thought about that particular fact more times than I can account for, the fact of you deciding to come back without being asked. I mean in the larger sense. You came back to yourself. Through the drawing room and the kitchen and the corridor and the dining room and the Hartwell office and the letter in your own name on plain paper, you came back. I watched you do it. It was the most serious thing I have ever witnessed and I want you to know I witnessed it fully. I have been waiting my whole life to be chosen honestly. Not used well, which I know how to survive. Not loved under conditional terms, which I know how to leave. Chosen honestly, in the full knowledge of who I am and what I cost and what the choosing requires from the person doing it. You know who I am. You've known since before I was willing to let you. And you chose. I am writing to tell you that I receive that. Not as a debt. Not as a rescue. As the true thing it is, which is the beginning of something built on honest ground, which is the only kind of ground I know how to build on. Tell me when. Ruth. She sealed the envelope. She put Eleanor Vale's letter inside her jacket pocket, against her chest, the way she kept things she needed near her. She went to the window and looked at Calloway Street going about its nighttime business, the quiet certainty of a place she had lived in honestly for years, and she felt the particular feeling she had named for June as cautious and accurate, which was what happy looked like on her, and it was not cautious tonight. Or not only cautious. It was something fuller, something she had not given herself permission to feel until this evening on the bench under the elm, reading a letter signed with the right name. She felt chosen. Simply, specifically, in the full honest form of it, chosen by someone who knew exactly what she was choosing and had done the work to be capable of the choice. She went to bed. Outside, the city continued. Inside, the letter was on the kitchen table, already answered, waiting to be sent in the morning. Tomorrow she was going to send it, and after she sent it she was going to go see Eleanor. Not to rescue. Not to instruct. Not to manage the terms of anything. To meet her where she was, which was the only honest way to begin. Chapter 30, when she answered. Ruth's letter arrived on Thursday. Eleanor was at the apartment when it came, which was where she spent most Thursday mornings now, working at the table by the window, the city outside doing its August thing, the correspondence arranged in the honest order of actual priority rather than the institutional priority she had spent 6 years performing. The Thursday work was usually the initiative correspondence, letters to program contacts, follow-up notes to the families she was tracking, the careful and specific documentation of who needed what and when and from whom, which was the kind of record that looked like administrative labor and was actually the connective tissue of everything that worked. She heard the post come through the slot at the bottom of the door. She did not immediately get up. She had learned, in the weeks of the apartment, to let things arrive without rushing toward them, which was a small and deliberate practice she had been building, the discipline of not managing the moment before it happened. She got up after a minute. There were 3 pieces of correspondence on the mat. 2 were institutional, one from the legal office confirming the trust disbursement, one from a program contact. The third was an envelope with her name in handwriting she recognized. Ruth Mercy, it said in the corner. Soul's address. Eleanor stood in the apartment entrance with the letter in her hand and felt what she felt, which was the full version of the feeling she had had when she mailed her own letter, the specific quality of something sent out into the world in truth coming back in truth. She opened it. She read it at the window, standing, because the chair felt too stationary for what the letter was doing to her chest. She read it twice. The boy is going to see the buses. She had written that sentence to give Ruth something she thought Ruth would want, and Ruth had begun her response with it, which was the specific quality of Ruth noticing exactly what mattered and returning it with the full weight it deserved. She read the last part, tell me when. She sat down in the chair by the window. She held the letter in her lap and looked at the rooftops and the August sky over the city, which was the particular blue of late summer, a more serious blue than June's blue, a blue that had given up its brightness in favor of depth, and she felt the full complicated and honest weight of what was in her hands. Tell me when. She had written, I am not frightened anymore. And she had meant it in the careful honest way she had spent weeks earning the right to say. She had meant not frightened of the thing itself. Not frightened of Ruth, or of being known by Ruth, or of the life that was becoming possible with Ruth at its center alongside the work she had rebuilt and the name she had reclaimed. But there was something else she was learning. She was learning, in the weeks of the apartment and the work and the honest dinners with her mother and the calls with August and the contract with Naomi, that the opposite of the managed life was not the simple life. It was the full life, the complicated one, the one with costs and unknowns and the specific daily effort of being present to what was actually there rather than to what the structure had arranged to appear. She was learning that freedom was not the absence of difficulty but the presence of herself inside the difficulty. She was learning to live in the full version. And in the full version, Ruth. Not as a rescue and not as a reward. As the person who had been present at the change, who had not caused it, exactly, but had made it impossible to continue avoiding it, and who was now, on the other side of it, telling her in plain language, I receive what you chose. I am ready to begin. Tell me when. She picked up the pen from the table. She wrote on a plain sheet, not the letterhead was for the work, and this was something else, now. Come for tea. The address is on my letters. She paused. She added, bring nothing. Just you. She sealed it. She went out to the post office on the corner and mailed it immediately, because the habit of keeping true things from being sent was not one she intended to maintain. She came back to the apartment. She made tea. She sat at the window with the tea in the August afternoon and waited, not with the managed waiting of someone managing the approach of something they had been controlling, but with the particular honest waiting of someone who had sent the true thing and was now simply present to whatever happened next. Ruth knocked at the door on Saturday afternoon. Eleanor had known it would be Saturday from the postal arithmetic and from the knowledge she had of Ruth, which was that Ruth did not rush what was important and did not delay it either. She timed things correctly. She had always timed things correctly. She opened the door. Ruth was in her work clothes, which were also her regular clothes, which Eleanor had come to understand was not an indistinction but an accuracy. What Ruth wore to drive was what Ruth wore to live, the white shirt and the rolled sleeves and the dark trousers of someone who had decided a long time ago to inhabit her actual life rather than a presentation of it. She had brought nothing. Just herself, which was the thing Eleanor had asked for and which was the only thing that was required. Eleanor, Ruth said. 2 syllables. The name as it sounded in Ruth's voice, which Eleanor had been learning since the first time Ruth said it in the car in the morning and which was different every time and the same every time, the way a true name sounded, specific to the person, consistent across occasions, owned by neither of them and belonging to both. "Come in," Eleanor said. Ruth came in. She looked at the apartment with the look she had given it in the garden, honest, taking it in, not performing appreciation but actually perceiving. The 2 chairs. The window. The rooftops. The table where Eleanor worked and the letters arranged on it and the tea cooling in the cups she had set out. "You set out 2 cups," Ruth said. "I said I was making tea. You made the tea before I arrived. I knew you'd be on time." Eleanor looked at her. "You're always on time." Ruth looked at the cups. "I'm always on time," she agreed, and the small private expression was there, the one at the corner of her mouth, the one Eleanor had been cataloging since March and which she intended to continue cataloging for a very long time. They sat. The August afternoon was in the apartment, the particular quality of late afternoon August light that turned things golden and slightly serious, the light that belonged to the season's last long weeks before the turn toward autumn. Eleanor poured the tea and Ruth took the cup with both hands the way she took cups in the morning when there was something large in the air, and they sat in the 2 chairs by the window with the rooftops outside and the city below and the silence between them that was the deepest version of their silence, the fully occupied one. "I got your letter on Thursday," Eleanor said. "I know. You replied the same day." "I replied immediately." Eleanor looked at her. "I've been spending 30 days learning not to manage things in advance. I have not learned to wait when I know what I want." Ruth looked at her. "That's new," Eleanor said. "For me. I'm telling you because I want you to know it's deliberate." "I know," Ruth said. "You always know," Eleanor said, with the wry precision that was her private register. "It's slightly unnerving." "I know that too," Ruth said. The August light moved in the window, the long horizontal movement of late afternoon, the shadows beginning to reach. "I've been thinking about something since you wrote the letter," Eleanor said. "The part about choosing." She set her cup down and looked at her hands, the long elegant hands she sometimes looked at when she needed a moment. "I want to say something to you that I haven't said yet. Not because I didn't know it. Because I wanted to wait until I was in the right place to say it with the full version of myself rather than the managed version." Ruth was very still. Eleanor looked at her. At the steady umber face and the calm even gaze and the hands around the cup, the hands that had a mechanic's competence and a surgeon's precision and the particular quality of gentleness that was not softness but something stronger, the gentleness of someone who had learned to be careful with things that deserved care. "I love you," Eleanor said. The words arrived in the room with the weight of words that had been true for a long time and were being said for the first time, not dramatic, not declarative, not a performance. Just the simple sentence, spoken in the plain voice of someone saying a true thing because it is true and because the person in the room deserves to hear it. Ruth was quiet. Not the formal quiet. The real quiet, the one she went to when she was feeling something she was not yet ready to move inside of, the quiet of someone receiving something fully. "I know," Ruth said. "I know you know," Eleanor said. "I'm saying it anyway. Because I want it to exist in the room. Not only in the car, not only in letters, not only implied." She held Ruth's gaze. "I want you to know I know the word." Ruth set her cup down. She looked at Eleanor with the full even attention she brought to things she was receiving completely. "I love you," Ruth said. "I have been in love with you since approximately the 2nd week of May and I have been doing what I do with true things, which is holding them until I was certain they were what they were and then," she stopped. "And then you wrote me a letter with your name on it and I sat on a bench in the park and I stopped managing the distance." Eleanor looked at her. "I love you," Ruth said again, simply. "I want you to have that in the room also." The apartment was quiet around them. The rooftops held the August light. Somewhere below the open window the city was proceeding with its usual business, the late Saturday afternoon conducting itself with the unhurried pace of a weekend, and from a building somewhere to the east came the sound of a radio, something with a low and steady rhythm, the music of the decade they were in, which was a decade in the middle of changing everything and had not finished yet and did not know it would not finish cleanly but was trying anyway. Eleanor stood. She crossed to Ruth's chair, which was the 3 steps it was across the small apartment, and she sat on the arm of it, because the chair was one chair and they were 2 people and the solution was proximity, which was the most honest solution she had found to most things in the past several months. Ruth turned to look up at her. Eleanor looked back down. In Ruth's face was the expression she had loved since the first time she saw it and had not known yet that she was seeing something she intended to love, the full steady regard, the presence, the particular quality of someone who was entirely where they were and had decided to be there completely. Eleanor put her hand in Ruth's hair, at the temple, the close-cropped black curls, the warmth of a person she knew now and the specific way of someone who had been paying close and honest attention for 5 months. Ruth reached up and took her hand. They stayed like this for a moment, Eleanor on the chair arm, Ruth's face turned up, hands joined, the August light going slower around them, the city below conducting its Saturday afternoon. Then Eleanor leaned down. Ruth met her. The kiss was not the first kiss. The first kiss had been in a drawing room in June, the night of the cross threshold, the night the world had not ended. This was different, not the first honest movement but the first movement made entirely without the structure of secrecy around it, without the professional frame that had required its frame to be wrong, without the managed distance. This was simply 2 people who had said the true things and were now in the same room and were choosing each other in full knowledge of the choosing. It was unhurried. It was the kind of kiss that knew it had time, not desperate, not declarative, not making a point. Just present. Just honest. Just the natural consequence of 5 months of paying full attention to each other and finally being in a room where no one required them to pretend otherwise. When they drew back, Ruth said, quietly, "The chairs. What about them? You have 2 chairs. You arranged 2 chairs." She looked at Eleanor with the private expression. "When you set up the apartment." Eleanor considered this. "I might have known," she said. "You knew." "I was building something with the intention of sharing it," Eleanor said. "I wasn't certain the sharing would happen. But I wanted to be ready if it did." Ruth looked at her. "That's not nothing," she said. The same phrase she had been using since June when Eleanor offered her something real, and it landed the same way every time, the recognition of a small specific true thing, honored for being what it was. "No," Eleanor said. "It's not nothing." They stayed in the apartment as the afternoon moved toward evening, talking and not talking in the alternating rhythm of people who were comfortable with both, who had been building toward both for 5 months and were now simply in it. Ruth told the rest of the garage story, the one about the headlight and the 1953 automobile and the particular stubbornness of refusing hospital treatment until the car was assessed. Eleanor told the story of the first time she had figured out Thomas Bell's institutional maneuvering and had used it back on him without his realizing it, which had taken 3 months to engineer and had produced a result that was worth the 3 months. Ruth laughed at this in the way she laughed at things she found genuinely funny, not performed, not offered for company, just the real laugh, the one that was slightly louder than she usually permitted herself. Eleanor found she had been waiting to hear that laugh in an apartment that was actually hers. At 7 o'clock Ruth said, "I should go." And then she did not go, because Eleanor said, "Stay for dinner," and Ruth looked at her for a moment and said all right, and they made dinner from what was in the apartment's kitchen, which was not much but was enough, and they ate at the table by the window with the city going dark below and the lights coming on in the rooftop windows and the August evening doing what August evenings did, holding the warmth long past its welcome, generous and slightly reluctant to release it. After dinner Ruth said, "I need to ask you something." "Ask it." "The work," Ruth said. "The initiative partnership, the independent structure you're building. The Naomi contract and the Du Bois family and Iris's eventual project and whatever comes next." She looked at Eleanor. "Is there room for me in it? The real room. Not the driver's room." Eleanor looked at her. "I can drive," Ruth said. "I will drive. I'm good at it and I know the routes and it's practical. But I mean the other part. The work itself. The knowing what's needed and solving the constraints and being in the room where the real thing is happening." She paused. I've been at the perimeter of the work as long as I've been at the perimeter of the other thing. I'd like to be inside both. Eleanor was quiet for a moment. Naomi has been asking about you, she said. Ruth looked at her. Since the West Side reception. She asked me about you at the West Side reception the night you spent an hour with the Mercer children, and she asked me about you again in July, and what she asked was, is Ruth Mercy available for program work? Eleanor looked at her hands. I told her I didn't know. I didn't know then whether the arrangement was going to be what I hoped it would be. She paused. Now I know. Ruth was looking at her with the full steady regard. Yes, Eleanor said. There's room. In the work and in the rest of it. She held Ruth's gaze. I'm building something that I want you to be inside of. Not because I need you to manage it for me. Because you know what matters and you build correctly and the work I'm trying to do is better with you in it. A pause. And because I want you there. Specifically. In the room. Ruth was quiet. All right, she said. Yes. I want that. Good. The city outside had gone fully dark. The lights of the rooftops were doing the thing they did in August, the warm orange-yellow of lit windows in the evening, the specific intimate signal of people in their rooms going about the business of their lives. Eleanor looked at it and felt, underneath everything, the grief of the 12 years and the strangeness of the beginning and the ongoing work of the restructuring and the full complicated honest weight of all of it, the small and extraordinary fact of being in a room that was hers with the right person in it. Eleanor, Ruth said. She turned. Ruth was looking at her with the look that meant something was being held with great care before being said. What? Eleanor said. Nothing, Ruth said. I just wanted to say your name. A pause. In your apartment. At your table. She looked at Eleanor with the full even attention. It sounds different here. Eleanor looked back. How does it sound? She said. Ruth thought about this for a moment, in the honest deliberate way she thought about things that mattered. Like it belongs, Ruth said. Eleanor held this. She looked at the room, the two chairs, the table, the window, the city outside, the work on the table, the letter on the table, the cup Ruth had used, and felt what it was to be in a place that was hers with the name that was hers in the mouth of someone who had helped her find it, and the word that arrived for what she felt was not the big word, was not the word she had spent 5 months circling, was something smaller and more specific. Home. She was home. Not in the building was new, the furniture was provisional. She did not know yet what she was going to do with the brownstone or the family's geography or the future's uncharted rooms. Home in the smaller, more essential sense, the sense of being fully present in the current moment, known by the person beside her, answering to the right name. She reached across the table and put her hand over Ruth's. Ruth turned her hand. Their fingers interlaced. The city continued below. The letters were on the table. The name was in the room. It was enough. It was, in the specific and honest assessment of a woman who had spent 12 years not letting herself be enough, more than enough. It was everything. Epilogue, mail addressed correctly. The mail came on a Thursday in November. Eleanor was at the table when Ruth brought it in from the front hallway, where the slot was, which Ruth had learned to check when she arrived on mornings she stayed for because Eleanor was always already at the table and the mail did not interrupt her when someone else could bring it. This was not an assigned task. It was simply the arrangement that had formed, in the 3 months since August, out of the consistent habits of two people learning to share a space and finding that the sharing organized itself into small reliable patterns. Ruth set the stack on the table beside the tea. Anything? Eleanor said, without looking up from the program notes she was reviewing. The transit authority letter you were waiting for. Ruth set it on top. And a receipt from the legal office. And something from August. August can wait. It's addressed to Eleanor. Eleanor looked up. Ruth held it out with the expression that was the small private one, the one at the corner of her mouth. Eleanor took it. It was August's handwriting, which she recognized from 29 years of birthday cards and occasional formal correspondence, large and slightly careless, the handwriting of a man who had been told his penmanship was acceptable and had never pursued it further. The envelope was cream-colored, the Vale family's customary stationery, the kind Evelyn had addressed thousands of pieces of correspondence on and which carried the particular smell of the brownstone's correspondence drawer. In the center, Eleanor Vale. Her name. The right name. On the Vale family's stationery, in her brother's handwriting. She looked at it for a moment. She opened it. The letter inside was brief, which was the form August's written communications took when he meant them, short sentences, few qualifications, the efficiency of a man who reserved formality for things he found important. It read, Eleanor. Mother asked me to let you know she's using your name with the Harrington Circle. I thought you'd want to know from someone who was in the room when she did it. Also the Du Bois family, I heard about the bus program from the board meeting notes. It didn't make the official report, but Thomas mentioned it and I think he meant it as a small way of acknowledging the work exists. I'm choosing to take it that way. Come for dinner. Not the family dinner. Just us. The apartment on Thursday, not the brownstone. August. Eleanor read it twice. Then she set it on the table beside the Transit Authority letter and the receipt from the legal office and the cup of tea and the program notes and all the ordinary materials of a Thursday morning at the table by the window. She was quiet for a moment. August, Ruth said. She had read the letter over Eleanor's shoulder with the particular lack of ceremony of someone who no longer required permission for the small intimacies of a shared life. My mother used my name with the Harrington Circle, Eleanor said. Ruth was quiet. She told me she would, Eleanor said. At the November dinner. She said, I'm going to tell Patricia Harrington and the Moorfield women and anyone else who asks that my daughter's name is Eleanor. I said, you don't have to do it all at once. She said, I've been wrong about this for 12 years. I don't need to pace my corrections. She paused. I wasn't certain she meant it. I thought she meant it in the way people meant things just after they said them. She meant it, Ruth said. She meant it, Eleanor agreed. She looked at August's letter again. The name in the center of the envelope. The right name, in the family's handwriting, on the family's stationery. Not a symbol, or not only a symbol. An envelope that had been addressed by someone who knew her name and had used it, which was the most ordinary thing in the world and also not ordinary at all. She put the letter with the others. Ruth sat down across from her with her own cup of tea, which she had made while Eleanor was reading, and opened the newspaper, which was their Thursday morning arrangement, Eleanor with the program work, Ruth with the newspaper, the city outside the window going about its November business in the particular gray-blue quality of city November, the light less warm than August but not unkind. From the room below, they were on the 4th floor now, in the larger apartment 2 floors up from the original, which had become necessary in October when the work expanded and the original apartment's table was no longer large enough for both of their materials and the filing system they had developed, came the sound of someone's radio, a news program, the voices muffled through the floor, the particular quality of the city's daily accounting of itself. Eleanor looked at the mail on the table. The Transit Authority letter. The legal receipt. August's envelope. The program notes. The 2 cups of tea, the newspaper, the filing system along the east wall, the photograph of Ruth and June from 1957 on the windowsill because Eleanor had asked if it could be there and Ruth had looked at her for a moment and said yes. She looked at her own name on the envelope. Eleanor Vale. Not on a form. Not on an institutional document or a seating chart or a printed program or a signature line that required a function. On a letter from her brother, addressed to her, because she was who she was and the name was hers and someone who had known her for 29 years had finally written it correctly. She thought about the escort card she had reviewed in the Hartwell conference room in April, the gold lettering on cream stock. Miss Evelyn Cordelia Vale. The name she had answered to. The name on 212 place settings and the program credit and the foundation's letterhead, the name on all the things that had asked her to be a function rather than a person. She thought about the plain paper in her dress pocket. The name written by her own hand and carried for 4 days before she gave it to Ruth in the car. She thought about Ruth saying Eleanor for the first time in the apartment, at the table, "It sounds like it belongs." It belonged. Ruth, she said. Ruth lowered the newspaper. I want to tell you something, Eleanor said. Tell me. I think about the first morning sometimes. You in the kitchen at the brownstone. She looked at her hands. I was reviewing the schedule for the week and you came in and Mrs. Okafor introduced you and you looked at me and you asked if there was anything else you should know and I said no and you nodded and you went out to the car. She paused. And I stood at the counter afterward and I thought, she's going to be difficult. Ruth's mouth curved. Difficult. In the sense of Eleanor looked at her. In the sense of someone who was going to be impossible to manage at the standard distance. Who was going to notice things I preferred not to be noticed? Who was going to ask the accurate question in the room and wait to see what I did with it? She paused. I was right. You were right, Ruth agreed. I was also, without knowing it, relieved, Eleanor said. Because I had been managed at the standard distance for 12 years and every room I walked into confirmed that it was correct to keep the distance and the only way I was going to find out otherwise was someone who refused to observe it. Ruth looked at her with the full attention. You refused to observe it from the first morning, Eleanor said. You were there. In a way no one else in that house was there. She looked at the table, the letters, the ordinary Thursday morning materials. I want you to know I've known that since May. Since the car at the West Side Community Center and the front seat and the city moving past and the thing you said about Mrs. Lacey. She paused. I've known for a very long time. I'm just telling you. Ruth was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I know you've known. She said it with the warmth that was her private warmth, the one that was not performed and did not require an audience. I've been watching you know it. Since when? Since the conference room, Ruth said. The escort cards. The seating chart. Eleanor looked at her. That was the first week. I know, Ruth said. Eleanor held this for a moment. You've been watching me know it since the first week and you said nothing. You weren't ready, Ruth said simply. No, Eleanor said. I wasn't. She picked up her tea. Outside, the November city was conducting itself in the way of November cities, a little slower than October, a little more deliberate, the season adjusting to its own weight. The rooftops were visible through the window, the familiar view, with the addition now of the larger building's slightly higher vantage, which showed more sky than the original apartment had. More of the city's particular November sky, the gray-blue that was not the same as October or December but its own month-specific color. The mail was on the table. The name was on the envelope. The work was organized along the east wall, 3 months of it, the initiative partnerships expanding in the way that work expanded when it was actually useful, by adding weight steadily, not by performing growth but by being needed. The Naomi contract had produced 2 subcontracts. The Du Bois family situation had produced 3 referrals. The Reardon connection had become a network. Ruth was in 4 of the weekly meetings and in all the site visits and was, in the way Naomi had anticipated and expressed to Eleanor in October with the particular satisfaction of someone whose assessments proved correct, exactly what the work needed, someone who solved the constraints before anyone finished panicking and who treated the people involved as people rather than cases. Iris had called in October to say she was leaving Hartwell. She had not decided what was next. She had said, I'm looking at what you're building. I'm figuring out what mine looks like. Eleanor had said, come and see the work when you're ready. Iris had said, I'll bring tea. It had been, Eleanor thought, the most Iris exchange she had ever had. The apartment held all of this. The 2 chairs from the original apartment were still there, moved to the larger living room, where they sat by the window that now faced west instead of east and caught the afternoon light instead of the morning light, which was a different quality but not a worse one. Different rooms had different light. Eleanor had been learning this. August wants us for dinner, Eleanor said. His apartment. Not the brownstone. When? He said Thursday. Any Thursday. She looked at Ruth. I told him I'd check. Ruth considered. Next week, she said. I have the transit authority thing Tuesday and the Naomi site visit Wednesday. Thursday is clear. Eleanor wrote this on the margin of August's letter, which was not where she usually made notes but was where the pen was. Thursday, she wrote. August's. She looked at the writing in the margin. Her handwriting. The same handwriting that had addressed invitation envelopes and signed grant documents and written the resignation letter and the letter to Ruth and all the letters before and after, precise, practiced, entirely hers. She had been thinking about this lately, the continuity of the hand. The fact that the same hand that had spent 12 years signing the wrong name had signed the right one without changing its quality. The hand did not know it had been complicit in anything. It simply wrote what it was given to write, with the same care it had always brought. The change was not in the hand. The change was in what the hand was asked to say. Ruth folded the newspaper and set it aside, which was the signal that she was finished with the morning's separate occupations and available for the other thing, which was simply being in the same room without the morning's tasks between them. Eleanor recognized this signal, had been recognizing it for 3 months. She moved her program notes to the side. The November light was in the window. The mail was on the table, addressed correctly. The photograph was on the sill. The work was along the east wall. The city was outside doing its Thursday thing, indifferent and ongoing and entirely itself, and inside the apartment 2 women were at the table in the November light, in full possession of their names, with the uncomplicated presence of people who had found the right room and were not in a hurry to be anywhere else. Eleanor said her name. Not to Ruth, not to the room, not to anyone. Just quietly, to herself, in the November morning, the way she had said it in the dressing room mirror in June before the hardest day. Just to have it in the air. Just to confirm it was still there. It was still there. Ruth heard it, she heard most things, had always heard most things, and looked at her from across the table with the full and steady regard. Yes, Ruth said. One word. The correct word. The word for when something is true and present and real and does not require further examination, when the trueness of it is simply acknowledged and allowed to be what it is. Eleanor looked at her. Yes, she said back. The city continued. The mail sat on the table. The name on the envelope, in the family's handwriting, was hers. She said it one more time, to herself, quietly, and it sounded the way it had sounded in the garden in June and in the apartment in August and in all the mornings since, like arrival. Like the specific and ordinary miracle of a person being where they belong, addressed correctly, known by name. Like freedom. Not the freedom of consequence removed or difficulty erased, the world had not arranged itself around her new name, would not, was not required to. The freedom that was smaller and more durable, the freedom of a self that could not be borrowed back. The freedom of a life that, for the first time, fit the person living it. Outside, the November city went about its business. Inside, the morning continued, warm and sufficient and entirely theirs.